Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District on Thursday, April 24th, 2025 at 6:03 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD's central office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on those platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you. Our first item is under the President's Report. The work of Austin ISD is only possible through the support of our families and our fantastic staff and our community partners. And the district works to acknowledge all of the many important appreciation and acknowledgement weeks that help celebrate all the people who support Austin students every day. We're not always able to speak to each one, but we would like to highlight 3 tonight. And in light of the accountability ratings for 2023 that came out today, in light of the challenges our schools are facing meeting accountability standards by the state under the new metrics, we really want to thank each of those groups, especially for the role you play in amplifying the work that's done in our schools and in supporting our students' success. First is for all of the administrative professionals across Austin ISD. Yesterday was Administrators Professional Day, and the district celebrated all the workers who support our campus's front offices, greet parents, welcome students when they walk in the door after appointments or are late, and then ensure all the district's offices and campuses run smoothly. And the board is very thankful for the administrative professional who supports us. Ms. Laura Rocha. Ms. Rocha prepares board meeting minutes, assists all trustees with documents, meetings, travel, and so much more. Laura is the best den mother we could possibly have, so thank you for all that you do for us. We also want to recognize After School Professional Week, which is happening this week. And we know that when youth consistently attend high-quality after-school programs, we see increases in school day attendance, academic outcomes, including reading and math scores, social emotional development, including greater confidence and engagement in learning, and reduced behavior challenges in childhood and reduced risky behaviors in adolescence. Our partners, after-school partners, do amazing work. And one of our partners shared with the board that a recent longitudinal study that tracked youth from birth to age 6, a study called the Study of Early Child Care and Youth Development, showed that youth who consistently participated in after-school programs from elementary school through adolescence showed significantly better outcomes in adulthood, including higher educational attainment, income, and occupation status by age 26. So for all the people who are there after school to introduce our kids to new things, to support our kids, to keep them safe while parents work, thank you for all that you're doing. You are part of our success as well. And then finally, I want to thank all the volunteers in our schools as well who are doing so many things, from PTA to tutoring to a million different things. Thank you for the time you share and the commitment you have. And then I would also like to share that the administration is requesting to pull agenda item 11.7 and not vote on that item tonight. The board will consider that request during the consent agenda. Our next item is committee reports. We've posted the written committee reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. This includes a committee report for the Board Policy Committee and the Austin Ed Fund. And the next item is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Boswell. I want to start by highlighting some student accolades from the past month. First, we have Patton Elementary. Patton Elementary was selected as one of only 25 schools nationwide to receive the 2025 Get Kids Cooking Grant from the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation. More than 1,300 schools were nominated, so it's a pretty big deal. The $10,000 grant will support Patton's hands-on cooking and nutrition program, led by Eco Team Lead and PE teacher Danny Coons. Congratulations. Let's celebrate Brace Studelberg and Grant Brown from Doss Elementary School for their outstanding participation in the American Heart Association's Kid Heart Challenge. Brace raised $4,628, making him the #1 fundraiser in Central Texas. Grant followed behind, raising $1,577, placing him at #9 in the region. Both students were recognized with a letter of achievement from the American Heart Association, and their accomplishment was also featured across the American Heart Association's social media channels. We're so proud of their leadership and generosity in supporting heart health and making a difference in the community. Next up, Bowie High School students dominate the Texas Association of Journalism Educators 24-25 Best of the Best Awards, earning 9 top recognitions, more than any other school in the state of Texas. These awards represent the highest honors the Texas Association of Journalism Educators gives for individual students' work for more than 3,000 statewide entries. Elizabeth Yule earned Best of the Best in the print portfolio category and was also part of the best team for election coverage. Additional winners include Peyton Dorsey, Liberty Pittman, Viva Lopez Stern, and Sam Bodie, Sarah Fowler, and Savannah Riggins. Several students placed as first through fourth runners-up in categories like design, photography, online packages, and writing. Congratulations. Next up, big congratulations to the Keeling Middle School archery team for their standout performance at the 2025 State NASP IBO 3D Challenge. The team took second place overall in 3D archery, setting a new school record, placed third in the bullseye competition. Individual achievements include Ellis Redmond, who finished fourth in 3D, Jackson Lathrop placed seventh in 3D, and Aiden Buckman earned seventh in bullseye. You can see them all right there. This is only the team's third year competing and second year in 3D, and they've already made their mark at the state and national level. Up next, they'll go to nationals at the end of this month. Good luck. 5 of our campuses were recognized with the first ever Austin ISD Gold Trash Can Award for their leadership in sustainability and waste sorting. Boone Elementary, Baranoff Elementary, St. Elmo Elementary, Lamar Middle School, and Lhasa High School. You can see the very creative trophies there. These schools were selected for their exceptional efforts in composting, recycling, and minimizing landfill waste with little to no contamination in their sorting. The award is presented by the Texas Disposal System and Austin ISD Sustainability, Food Service, and Custodial Services. To celebrate, each school will receive a golden trash can trophy, which you see there, a certificate of recognition, a high-energy, eco-themed live show featuring Mr. Eco and Eco Sista, promoting environmental awareness through music, movement, and literacy. Thank you to the students, staff, custodians, and food service teams for leading the way in making our schools more sustainable. In celebration of Earth Day last Tuesday, Cap Metro and Creative Action hosted the Art on the Bus unveiling ceremony at Leander Station, spotlighting students' artwork focused on sustainability. We got a big bus this year. Last year we had a smaller bus. It's quite impressive. This year's bus design featured students from 4 area school districts, including a talented group of 4th graders from Linder Elementary School in Austin ISD. A big congratulations to our student artists, David Ezequiel Martinez Velotoro, Gabriela Aponte de la O, Julian Emmanuel Chan Lopez, Sadie Webry, Jaden Abigail Monroy Alvarez, Camila Sofia Hernandez Rivera, Diana Diaz Banda, Juliana Mendoza, and a special thanks to Miss Karen Kai, Linder's art teacher, for guiding these students and helping them express their environmental vision through art. One of the really, really cool things that they actually took the rail line up there. So they were super, super sustainable that day. Their beautiful designs are now proudly rolling through Central Texas on Capital Metro buses. Next up, a huge congratulations to 8 seniors at Aikens Early College High School who are now officially certified medical assistants. These students went above and beyond, staying after school every Monday and even coming on their days off to complete a night and weekend MA certification program. Their dedication, resilience, and commitment to a future in healthcare is truly inspiring. We're proud to celebrate these students as they take the next step toward impactful careers in the medical field. Now, please join me in celebrating several talented Austin ISD students who are now officially published authors through the 2025 Austin PBS Kids Writers Showcase. Students submitted original creative writing pieces that are now featured on the PBS Kids website. A special thank you to Miss Claire McCord-Cadale from Galindo Elementary for sharing the incredible work of her dual language second graders, 21 of whom submitted stories in Spanish. And that concludes the accolades portion of the superintendent's report for today. And so I'm now going to transition into a school consolidations update. Our continued commitment of the administration is to provide our community and staff and our board updates as we move through this process. The first thing I'd like to point out is, as we work through this, we're always wanting to get to a stable state. And when we talk about stable state for an organization like Austin ISD, we want to have a multi-year balanced budget, have a healthy fund balance, but most importantly, protect the quality of education. One of the things that we've done, we can move forward, is really ensure that the process we move through leverages lessons learned from the past, whether it was previous processes or the long-range plan or the work that we've done in the community, and that was certainly the foundation for this work. And so what we wanted to communicate to our community was that we were developing an internal steering committee. These are comprised of leaders within the organization who I am going to hold accountable to ensure that the resources are deployed and the staff are supported to ensure that we hit each of our milestones along this project and this process. I also want to point out that for us it's very important that we identify a project manager for any large initiative. An example of a large initiative we're currently going through is the special education platform turnover. Joshua Junn, who's currently operating the presentation, is the project manager. And in this case, it'll be Dr. Rachel French, Director of Planning, who will serve as the project manager, ensuring that all of our milestones are hit, the deliverables are on time and of the highest quality. Next slide. As we met after our last board meeting, and we'll ensure that this document gets uploaded for all of our families to see, it is draft, we will continue to refine. We wanted to develop a comprehensive roadmap for what the consolidation process would include. When you look at the graphic, I want to kind of break it down into three different categories or phases. We have data collection, we have the analysis, and then we have finalization and approval. We are targeting November of 2025 for the conclusion of this effort, as I take our viewers and our board to the bottom right-hand corner, which will be the November 20th board meeting. And historically, the best practice for Austin ISD is to make any change regarding attendance boundaries or student movement to be done in the year prior to the actual move taking place. And so because we are looking at 26, 27 consolidations, we want to make sure that our families have the springtime of 2026 to ensure that the transition occurs safely, it occurs in a very thoughtful way. And so we want to make sure that we have all the work done, the transition plans completed, and everything agreed upon in November. We also want to make sure that our families and staff and community do not go into long breaks without clarity. And so we are always wanting to make sure before Thanksgiving break, before winter break, we have these milestones hit. It's never a good idea to not communicate before those long breaks. We want to always ensure certainty as best we can. If I can take our community and board to the left side of this graphic, where we are now is in April. We've had several, I guess 2 board meetings where we've talked about the work and the progression. We are in the project launch phase at the moment, building out the different protocols, the team, identifying different groups that will support the work, including principal work groups, DAC, and others. Again, none of this is finalized just yet. We're trying to present this as draft to get feedback and progress the work. We also wanted to communicate that there are lots of different data sets that could be used as part of this process. We have many of them already. There are others that we'll have to collect. But the work is around developing clean data sets. So at the time that we have to leverage the data sets, they're able to be used in the analysis itself. We do plan on coming back to the board in an information session in early May to discuss priorities and guardrails to help inform the work, making sure that our trustees' direction is brought into the process. At that point, we will begin building the development of the tool, which will be a series of rubrics that will really aim to take all the work and the feedback and the input to develop a tool that will ultimately be used to analyze the different schools. We'll be bringing back that tool for final review at the June board meeting, so at the same time that we approve our budget. And then in July and August, we'll be analyzing. So we'll be taking the tool and we'll be analyzing all of our campuses, 116 of them, all of which will be analyzed. At that time, we don't have board meetings. It's a, schools are out. It's really a great opportunity for us to just get into the work and spend time working with the tool. The hope is to come back in August with updates to the board, get inputs and refine the analysis. And our current milestone that we're targeting is to have a list of all schools in kind of a ranked by potential for consolidation. This will be based on a percent identified very early on in the process. There isn't any number, there isn't a list. It's really just, we have 116 schools. We're going to analyze the top 30 based on the rubric. Do a deep dive into those campuses, understand the transition, staffing plans, mobility, what could work, what may not work. Be very thoughtful and ensure that all of our values are represented not only in the analysis but also in the transition planning work. And so that will lead us into the late fall semester and ultimately for an approval in November. Now, what I do want to point out is there is a lot of data and a lot of work that goes behind this, hundreds of tasks, and we're committed to providing updates along the journey. We are also developing a comprehensive communication engagement plan to ensure that we're engaging with our community, we're getting input, we're using that input and informing the plan as we move forward. So just wanted to provide an update to our community and to our board regarding the work around this effort, and certainly happy to take any questions at the appropriate time, but wanted to provide that overall update.
Thank you.
And that concludes the superintendent's update. Thank you.
Thank
President
you,
Boswell.
Superintendent Segura. Yes, can you please introduce the next item, 4.2, the Dobie Middle School plan?
Absolutely. I'd like to welcome Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools, Brandy Hosick, Chief of Talent Strategy, Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief of Governmental Relations and Board Services, as well as Carolyn Hanshin, Executive Director of Campuses and District Accountability. And they collectively will provide the Dobie Middle School 25-26 turnaround plan update.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura and Board of Trustees. So today we want to walk through the Dobie's turnaround plan and give a current update on where we're at and why we're bringing forward a turnaround plan. So first we want to talk a little bit about the accountability history, give a timeline update, and then we'll talk next steps for Dobie and future actions for Dobie. So we want to start with giving a bit more information on the turnaround plan and reasons for identification. And so the Texas Education Code actually requires that a campus that does not meet a performance standard under the state's accountability system must create, gather approval, and implement what they call a targeted improvement plan. And we typically refer to that as a TIP. And you'll hear that over and over again, that a campus has a TIP. As a matter of fact, 2 months ago, we brought forward our TIPs for board approval for many of our campuses. If a campus has been identified as unacceptable under the state accountability system for 2 consecutive years, then the commissioner is required to order that campus to prepare and submit what they call a campus turnaround plan. And we will always refer to that as a TAP. So a TAP is a more rigorous and in-depth version of the TIP that looks at a turnaround strategy that must be implemented for that campus. So state law and the commissioner rules also indicate how federal accountability can lead to these similar accountability interventions, including a TIP and a TAP. The federal accountability, which is required under the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, measures a campus and district performance in the closing the gaps domain under the state accountability system. So that's domain 3. For federal identification, schools in the bottom 5% of the state are then provided federal sanctions. Dobie Middle School was identified for comprehensive support and improvement, which is one of the federal labels, in 2019, 2023, and 2024. Due to COVID, there was no, actually the label from 2019 carried over. In those other years, they did not issue new labels during those years. One thing that I would like to ask my colleague, Ms. Hanshin, to explain is some of the timeline and conversations that we had with TEA around this targeted improvement plan, when it was shared with us and the first steps that we took.
When ratings were held up by litigation in August, there was not a lot of clarity about whether federal labels would also be released at that same time. They decided that the federal labels were not covered by the hold on the ratings issued for the A to F ratings for campuses. And so it was late. It was after the August 15th date that they usually release federal labels. But in the fall, the TEA did release comprehensive support labels and other labels for federal accountability. They did not at that time release the sanctions that applied to those labels. They were still trying to determine state ratings, and they were trying to decide what they were going to do with those federal labels. But on December 19th, we got a letter stating that Dobie was one of the schools required to do a turnaround plan. And normally those plans, you have an entire year to develop that plan and implement it in the next year. When we got the notice of that turnaround plan, we had read the SO waiver and the accountability manual, and we felt that sanction did not apply to Dobie. We felt like they were accelerating that sanction by a year, and we communicated with TEA our concern and copied the law and put it into our letters and had some conversation back and forth. But in mid to late January, they said that they were aligning the federal labels with the state labels, and they had a prerogative to do that, so that we were required to do a turnaround plan, and we decided at that time to go ahead and commence with writing a turnaround plan for Dobie.
So as I shared earlier, Dobie was identified for the federal accountability because their closing the gap score overall was in the bottom 5% of middle schools in the state of Texas. And in a second, I'll also go through the state accountability for Dobie. But before I do, I want to share what are those next steps around accountability. So once a turnaround plan is submitted, the commissioner then starts a review of that turnaround plan. And the state law currently requires that or states that the commissioner may review a campus turnaround plan and approve it only if the commissioner determines that the campus will satisfy all student performance standards required not later than the second year the campus receives a performance rating following the implementation of a campus turnaround plan. So in simple terms, that means that we submit the plan, the commissioner makes a determination on whether he or she believes that that plan will satisfy the accountability needs of that campus, and then approves it. That happens in 1 year. Then that next year begins year one of implementing that turnaround plan, and then that next year would be year two. The idea being that in those 2 years, we will turn around that campus and either improve the closing the gaps or improve the overall accountability, hopefully both, during that time. However, we also have a state accountability rule, which I have listed up here, which is 39A-111, that states that if a campus is considered to have an unacceptable performance rating for 5 consecutive school years, the commissioner shall appoint a board of managers to govern the school district or order the closure of the campus. And so part of the timeline that we've been working with Dobie is trying to understand how this federal accountability and federal turnaround plan that we were ordered to create is going to align with the rest of the education code and the requirements under accountability. So now I'd like to give more of an update on just Dobie's accountability rating. To be clear, this is our state accountability rating. Dobie was originally indicated because of their federal rating, and that was the bottom 5% for closing the gaps. Today, the state has released our 2023 accountability rating, and as we look at this chart, and we'll kind of walk along it from left to right, Dobie currently now has a second F. So looking at 2019, that was the last year prior to COVID to where STAR was administered. And it was also the first year that the state of Texas used an A through F system. Dobie received an F in 2019. 2020 was COVID. We did not administer STAR anywhere, so there was no accountability either for that year. In 2021, STAR was administered, but the testing rates overall were very low across the entire state and Austin ISD, and the state made the determination not to issue accountability. So we did receive STAR results for the students who took it, but we did not receive an accountability rating. In 2022, it was the expectation all schools would again take the STAR test, but during that time, Senate Bill 1365 passed the Senate and the House, which created new rules for this year only, or that year only, excuse me, 2022, that stated that any campus that received a grade E or an F would instead be provided a label not rated. And that not rated would also put a pause on any accountability sanction. Now, if an accountability sanction was already in place, it would continue, but it would not start or end any other accountability sanction. Now, if an A or a B or a C were received that year, that would end an accountability timeline. So during that year, Dobie did receive a not rated, and their overall score was a 59. 20, which was the score that was released today, Dobie received another F, which then brings us to that second F overall. The reason I want to share this and go through the timeline is because we're now back to the language that I just shared about the original timeline for a turnaround plan, that after 2 years, the commissioner then orders a turnaround plan. Typically, you would plan for 1 year and then implement for 2. That would potentially bring you up to 5 years, which brings us back to that state accountability language of after 5 years, the commissioner must take an action. So the idea being that within that time frame, the campus would have turned around and met accountability standards. However, what we know is that our 2024 ratings are still on hold because of litigation. And we currently do not have a timeline on when we may get a decision in that case from the state court. Also, we are currently in our 2025 year, and while we do not know the overall score yet, we are still trying to project scores for our campuses. So overall, looking at our history of accountability with Dobie, we are looking at a known factor of 3 Fs in a row if 2024 gets released, and the potential of 4 once 20.
Good evening. As Dr. Reed shared, we have updates to our timeline as recent as our Dobie Middle School turnaround plan submission. On Wednesday, TEA shared new guidance for Texas schools in similar positions as Dobie, saying that districts no longer federal accountability plans by April 30th. Instead, we now have until June 30th to submit a plan based on state accountability. This new deadline gives us more time to consider the feedback that we've received from school communities and to more deeply explore options for Dobie's future. So this slide was previously explained at our last board meeting by Superintendent Seguda, and it has since been updated to capture all actions taken specifically for Dobie Middle School, including our LASSO grant submission and other measures to the extent of the knowledge that we had with state plans for intervention and next steps with campuses. I won't go through every single item that is outlined under the different months, but I will provide a general overview. So in December, we met with Dobie Middle School on campus as a district leadership team, and we began the dialogue, receiving more feedback on strategic support, student outcomes. We also held community meetings at other high priority middle schools between the months of December 2024 and January 2025. In March 2025, TEA, when we were informed that we were to write a turnaround plan, which had to be implemented by August of 2025. This means that our previous TAP strategies will no longer be viable to be approved within the compressed timeline. So there were several actions taken in the month of April with community engagement at both Dobie Middle School and Lamar Middle School, and recent updates being sent to both communities as recent as yesterday evening. So we now have a slightly longer runway with submitting a turnaround plan for Dobie, which is required due to their federal label, CSI, Comprehensive Support and Improvement. Dobie is now on the same timeline that Burnett and Webb Middle School would be on. Our plan is to submit all turnaround plans by June 30th, 2025. These plans must show comprehensive systemic improvement. We will present these turnaround plans during the board meeting information session on May 8th with a potential vote on turnaround plans at our June 12th meeting. The last day to submit turnaround plans to the Texas Education Agency is June 30th. The state will share its approval or notice of resubmission of turnaround plans by July 18th, 2025. Throughout this process, we are engaging in collaborative efforts to ensure we are building a cohesive plan that shows comprehensive systemic improvement. All right, the next slides give a high-level overview of the key components that will guide the development of our school improvement strategies and turnaround plan implementation for campuses that are identified. Each component requires a district commitment and intentional efforts from all departments in strategic ways to support each area for the campus. So if you take a look at this slide, these are the key components that we plan to include, and these are the 5 levers or essential models that we see for teaching, learning, and leading, and this is also as it is reflected in the Effective Schools Framework or ESF framework. This framework, based on years of educational research of best practices, identifies 5 levers essential for success in school outcomes. They also are guiding principles to support district commitments and planning in the areas of strong school leadership, strategic staffing, positive school culture, high-quality instructional materials and assessments, and effective instruction. Lever 1 is strong school leadership, and this empowers effective campus leaders with resources to drive student outcomes and foster a culture of high expectations. Strong school leadership and careful planning encompass and ensure each of the other 4 levers. Strategic efforts include developing campus instructional leaders with clear roles and responsibilities, having a compelling school vision, mission, and goals that are aligned with high expectations and rigorous instruction, and having a focused plan with regular monitoring of implementation and success outcomes. Lever 2 prioritizes the retention of effective, well-supported teachers by strategically recruiting, selecting, assigning, and developing educators to ensure all students have access to high-quality instruction. Under Lever 3, the focus centers around fostering a safe and inclusive environment with social emotional support and enhanced student engagement strategies. Strategic efforts include transparent school-wide behavior expectations and routines, preemptive and adaptive student support services, and family and community involvement and engagement. Lever 4 prioritizes the need for consistent implementation of a rigorous curriculum with evidence-based teaching strategies and ongoing job-embedded professional development. This means daily use of high-quality instructional materials and assessments. At the core of effective schools is effective instruction. Interactions between students, teachers, and content determine learning outcomes. This instructional core is strengthened and supported by strategic staffing, high-quality instructional materials and assessments, and positive school culture. This lever supports ongoing embedded professional development through observation, feedback, and time to reflect and adjust instruction based on student needs. Strategic efforts include effective classroom instruction and professional development, supporting teacher growth, these structured cycles of observations and targeted feedback, and data-driven instruction and multi-tiered systems of support. All right, this concludes our presentation, and we're now ready for questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions? Trustee Singh.
I want to thank you all for this presentation. I do have a couple of questions. One is if we can pull up the timeline. I believe there was a timeline related to the, yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of things in here that I would love for the superintendent to consider adding to this. One would be, well, one of the things that we talk about in Lone Star governance a lot is, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And the way I think about adult behaviors are like the inputs into a school that make it successful. And one of the things that I think would be really helpful that I've been hearing from the community as well is when you see like Adobe getting an F rating, I don't really view that as Adobe getting the F rating. I view that as AISD getting an F rating for that campus. And so I just want to, but I don't know what that means in terms of the supports that we're giving to that campus. So, for example, for any time we say a school has this rating, I almost feel like we need another rating that grades us on, like, staffing. Are we making sure that that school is fully staffed? What is the principal experience? Do they have an active PTA? Is dual language being implemented with fidelity and all those things? And so we're only looking at the end result of our efforts. We never really grade ourselves on the inputs that go into that. And so I'm just wondering if that's something that we could build into our timeline. I think that really helps us know where we need to invest when we look in our budget. It helps us make more equitable decisions. I know this is something that I've heard Dr. Hawley talk about repeatedly with the the characteristics of successful schools. I can't remember the exact name of it, but she's done the research to identify what those characteristics are, but we don't really assess our schools using that lens. So there are things that we can measure as inputs to these campuses. And so I think it's really helpful when we see the grade given by TEA to have next to that a grade that we give ourselves on some of these key levers that we know lead to high student outcomes.
Trustees, seeing, as an administration, we track key performance indicators across all divisions, and it's something that we've implemented for the last 18 months, and that would be after 22-23, just given the accountability we're talking about. But we do track inputs, outputs, because we know that if we track outputs, outcomes will move. All the data that you just asked for, we have. I think we've submitted it to the board by way of board update. We can certainly make that public. We track vacancies, we track vacancy rates, we track work orders, we track the amount of professional development that's been deployed, we track just-in-time professional development when curriculum is being introduced. All of these things we track. And we also create key performance indicators to understand how our Band 1 schools, and again, these are the schools that have high percentage of students who have been identified as historically underserved versus those that have smaller populations of students. And we're always wanting to make sure that we don't have variances, or in fact, the opposite is true, where the system begins to heal and you don't see variance between the bands of schools. An example that we track is like attrition between Title I and non-Title I schools, or attrition between Band 1 and non-Band 1 schools. And so a year and a half ago, attrition between those two school types was almost 20%. Now it's less than 1%. So we have all those metrics. We do have parameters we set for ourselves. As far as a grade, I would have to really think and maybe work with the board to understand how we would grade that. But I can tell you that we do have KPIs that we track. And one of the things that we've seen, and certainly true at Dobie, that many of the outputs have improved significantly. And those things have to be sustained over a period of time in order to get outcomes to move. The grade part I'd have to really think about, but I will, and I'm certainly happy to post the documents that I previously provided to the board, to board docs, so everybody kind of sees like all the different data sets that we track and the performance indicators that we use to ensure, like you said, that we do have the right inputs and outputs, and we are tracking them in the right way.
I really appreciate that, and it doesn't have to end up like in a nice, easy letter grade, because I know that that's almost impossible to do, but at least allowing us to see and acknowledge where we have made investments in the inputs, and because I know that our attrition has decreased dramatically under your leadership, and a number of other things, but if we could sort of come to a mind on what those items are, that the community and the administration and the board really want to pay attention to. It doesn't have to be a laundry list of like 50 items, but maybe there's like a short list of 10 or so that we are consistently looking at, like these are the key levers. I don't know if other trustees want to chime in. If I'm the only one interested in it, then maybe that's not worth the investment, but if others are also, I'd be curious to know.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustee Hunter.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. I'm going to piggyback on what you just said. I know that we say that we offer, we have all these spaces, but having 5 extra FTEs for whomever and one for a counselor, if it's not filled, it's not doing anybody any good. I've really been sort of struggling with this week about what's going to happen. And I appreciate the update. It gives us some more information. I literally was able to breathe when I found out we had, June is when when it has to be turned in. Of course, we're not waiting to the last minute, but because we have more time, the superintendent and I spoke on Wednesday during our one-on-one, and the one thing that I ask is, we have these 3 choices. I believe, as a parent said, all 3 of them feel like settling, and that I asked the superintendent to please dig deep for a 4th choice, that 4th choice, keeping Dobie in place, keeping it where students can, but there's a caveat. So the work that the district has to do to keep Dobie in place, there may have to be some changes, and the superintendent's gonna work through all of that with his team or what have you. We all have a vote, but I just cannot do anything else that would not keep Dobie in place. I know a lot of people are like, wait a minute, what are you doing? Yes, I'm betting all on orange, right? I'm putting it all in on orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. We have Trustee D'Odioste.
So I think it would be good for the audience to clarify, looking at this, the information that we're conveying here, does this just, the extra time falls out of the sky? This was something that was going on? How do we get here? Because we've put the community through a lot.
So to be clear, the timeline that we were on was for federal accountability, and that was given directly to us by TEA, right? So we were responding to a timeline that was told to us. One of the things that we recognized was that the timeline to develop a turnaround plan, which is typically a year and then 2 years to implement, was not something that was given or provided to us in response to the federal accountability timeline. And so one of the things that we as a team were advocating for, and there were multiple conversations with the agency, was around having the timeline for federal accountability align with state accountability. In that way, we could think about a comprehensive improvement effort for multiple schools over a region, opposed to just looking at different solutions in isolation. And given the fact that each of these efforts, whatever it may be, is resource intensive, it was going to be maybe a less than ideal solution if we did kind of parse it out. So we spent time, we reached out to the agency multiple times, got some feedback that they'd have to consider it, and we weren't notified until just this week that a timeline or that request of being tied to state accountability was going to be the accepted approach. And so that is really what allowed us to move into this new timeline. As Trustee Hunter just mentioned, though it is an extension, there are lots of things that have to get done before June 30th. And so our expectation is that we would come back well before then. So anyway, that's the response.
Well, and so I'm asking some clarifying questions here because, I'm new, I'm getting to know you on the board. How likely did you think it was that this could happen?
I thought it was a pretty low probability that we'd be able to get it on the same timeline. I'm sorry, can you hear me? So back when we started this effort and when we were having the conversation with the Dobie community, And as of 2 weeks ago, I thought it was probably a 15-20% chance that we would be successful in getting the timeline adjusted. So very appreciative of the opportunity to have this align with something that works better. Certainly doesn't, doesn't go back to traditional timelines, but it is an improved timeline. So it was a low probability, I thought, of success of getting the timeline adjusted.
So I'm going to take a moment to kind of transition this to the community and the people that are watching. So, one of the things I kind of campaigned on was the communication piece and trying to get things, a little more clear for the public. And so what I'm hearing here and the way I'm interpreting this is this was an extremely long shot to get this type of approval in. And it kind of speaks to the district and to the superintendent and the leadership that TEA would allow for this, that they would go ahead and say, okay, we think we can give them more time and allow for this alignment with the other things. The other part, though, piggybacking on Trustee Hunter, that I want to be clear is this doesn't make it easier. It doesn't say that there's less work. It just moves the timeline a little bit back so that we can be more thoughtful with the work that we're doing. And, one of the things I wanted to point out is, so we had Lamar, Dobie, there's things going on at Ann Richards. We got 2 other schools that this is now aligning with the timelines for those. If people aren't catching on, this is a district-wide concern that everybody needs to pay attention to. And so as much as I appreciate everybody that's here, I appreciate all the emails that we got, I want to point out, I got a few emails that were not from families from either of those campuses or for any of these concerns, that were from other families in the districts weighing in. And, I was very grateful for getting those emails, and it showed that at least, some of the district is aware that this is a larger issue, that it's going to affect other schools, that, that there's a lot of work to be done here. And so I don't want to, just get caught up in the fact that we got a little bit more time, obscuring the fact that there's a lot still to be done, and it's not just about 1 or 2 campuses. It's about the district coming together around what we're going to need to do to get ahead of these issues, because, again, this is just a little bit more time for us to be more thoughtful on the planning, which is great, and it's really encouraging that we were afforded that time, but there's still a lot of work that needs to get done, and it needs to be a community effort. So as much as people are emailing and saying, are you seeing the emails, are you getting the messages, I want to be clear that we are, and that working on communicating these pieces is really important. So, I want to acknowledge the stress and, burden that was put on all these campuses to go through this process, and we were going to meetings, talking to y'all. That work wasn't wasted. We're still going to be using that, and it's still part of the process that we're going through. And as Trustee Hunter said, I was relieved to hear that we bought some more time, because I think it is thoughtful work that needs to happen. It's still really short. It's still not as much time as we should deserve to do this work. I just wanted to call that out. I want to thank, the people that have emailed, the people that have showed up. I want to thank the people, that were from other campuses that were emailing us. I was really, really heartened to see that other people were paying attention to what was going on at these campuses. And thank you again for helping us get the extra time.
Thank you. Trustee Hoffman.
I want to go back to the question that Trustee Singh was asking, just around the inputs and what kind of efforts we've made to improve. The timeline that you presented starts last fall, but we've been aware of the academic status of Dobie since 2019. So I just wanted to clarify a couple things before I ask that question. Do I understand correctly, and do I remember correctly, that Dobie had acceptable or not failing ratings for the 10 years plus prior to 2019?
They did meet standard the year prior. That was under the old accountability, so it'd be IR and meet standard, improvement required and meet standard. They did have some improvement required in there, but I don't remember the exact what year was what, but they were met standard in 2018.
Okay. So this is a community and a school that has a long track record of making it, right, of hitting, not necessarily at the level that we want to provide for all of our students, but this school has traditionally met the expectations for the state accountability system prior to 2019. Okay. And then since 2019, the 5-year rule where the commissioner is obliged to appoint a board of managers or close the school. That's new since 2019 also, right? That started in 2021 or that?
21, that's correct.
So this is another one of those things where this accountability system was patched onto existing, right? It's another example of changing the rules in the middle of the game, right? And I think that's what happened in Houston, right? Is that the 2021 law is what was applied to Houston to allow the takeover. Is that correct?
That's correct for a high school of theirs.
Okay, so just wanted to put those out there. But then going back to Trustee Singh's question about the inputs. So knowing, right, that the academic performance wasn't what our students deserved in 2019, I do not believe that the efforts to make improvements from the district's investments didn't start until a turnaround plan was contemplated last fall. So could you speak to, I don't need a grade or a list, I'm just curious, what have been the efforts in AISD since 2019 to address the needs of Dobie Middle School and the other schools in the Runberg area?
I'll answer, and then I'll let anyone else add on to it. So I'll start from a very high level first with district level supports. I know Superintendent Seguda has spoken about this many times, but community and the public here. There was a district-created school resource index that was created for the sole purpose of helping campuses like Dobie. So Dobie is considered a Band 1 campus, and these campuses are prioritized for additional supports from all central office departments. Then we go to strategic staffing. This is another thing that Dobie received, which is 1.5 instructional coach FTEs from the district's 2 contracted special education teachers to support with the vacancies that were currently on campus, and then a reading and math content interventionist allocation. Now, this allocation was received late fall because it was contingent upon Proposition A passing. We were very happy that Prop A passed because we were able to get those content intervention allocations. Because we want to keep our highly effective teachers in the classroom, it's very hard right now to recruit mid-year, but we plan on those positions being staffed by the end of this school year, this summer, so that Dobie starts off strong next school year. Another resource, Elevation. This is something that our executive director team brought to us, that there were a band of campuses. This includes Burnett and Webb, Betachek, and a few more middle schools that really needed support with being able to service and provide resources for our students that are identified as emergent bilingual. We did not want the schools to be able to use their funds because they're limited with funds and resources, and so we asked for the executive director of Title I, Christy Fox, to be able to find funds for us. She was able to find that with Title III funds to support our emergent bilingual students, and we were able to provide teacher PD and training this year with Elevation resources, and then also an additional component that was opened up, and this will help us out a lot with TELPAS. So we hope to see the evidence of this training and the evidence of the resources that were provided for these 8 middle schools for the 2025 STAR results and TELPAS scores. Also, strategic coaching and support with school leadership and academics. So our executive directors, we tier campuses. Dobie is one of our highest tier campuses. This means that they have increased visits weekly from our executive directors. There are some campuses that may receive biweekly supports. A school like Dobie receives support at least once a week at the minimum, but more than that. And we're able to operationalize other departments, such as our MET department, our academics department, and our school leadership teams to be able to help and support in that work. As far as PLC support, Solution Tree PLC is a PD that was funded by our academics team, and they receive ongoing coaching and support and also a team of leaders as well as teachers being trained in that, and then regular ongoing support through implementation of that process. Behavior support, we saw that this was a need at Dobie Middle School, and so we enlisted our MTSS team with Crystal Kohoff. She was able to identify a training that we sent the administration team to last school year for school culture and climate, and we also have character strong implementation. There are some schools that we've strongly encouraged for implementation of this, and so Dobie is one of those schools that receives support for Character Strong. And then we have other partners that we've enlisted for supports. When we have people that come to us and say, hey, we want schools, what schools can we go to that may need tutors or this or that, our first answers are always our Band 1 campuses and our campuses that are the most in need of whether it's academic or behavioral support. So Dobie receives API math coaching classroom. In the classroom, we have communities in schools there, 21st Century Community Learning Centers and school programming. We have Austin Voices, Carry for Kids, which is Council on At-Risk Youth, Seedling Foundation, UT Project Meals, and then also our Middle School Forward Initiative. So this is something that we just initiated this school year with the support of Superintendent Segura leading this work. We noticed that this is not a Adobe problem, but we noticed that across the district, we see some gaps in areas of opportunity for middle schoolers when they transition from elementary to middle, and then also to support the vertical when we send our middle schoolers to high school. So the Middle School Forward Initiative is a comprehensive, robust plan. One component of the plan involves all middle schools. A second component involves 8 middle schools that we've identified, and the third component involves our 5 most immediate needs of schools of support, and that, of course, is Dobie, Webb, Burnett, Bedichek, and Sattler Means. Staff, and we've also met with them as well, and we were able to identify what this looks like. What you'll see later in the turnaround plan as we develop it collaboratively and get ready to submit it for approval, for board approval and state approval, is a lot of the components that are in the Middle School Forward plan you'll see reflected in the turnaround plan for these schools. And with the help of Chief Hosack, we're able to explore other options. We're not ready to present them yet, but we're very excited about the options we can explore to be sure that we attract, recruit, retain, and sustain highly effective teachers in the classroom.
Yeah, and well said. The one thing I want to add is, going back to 2019 is difficult, Trustee Kaufman. A lot of us weren't here at the time, but when we came on board, this version of the last iteration of the board and this administration in 2023. One of the things that we knew we needed to do was to find leadership for Dobie. Spent time in the spring semester at Dobie. I remember walking multiple times through the hallways. And then in July, we hired the current principal. We know the correlation between principal and teacher turnover. And so, Principal Walker came on board. And she had a very successful fall semester. We spent time with her, and in December we named her as the permanent principal. And that was an important milestone because then you begin to see the stability take root and the vacancies improve. And so there's I think there's a lot that we've done. There's a lot that also can be done moving forward. But I want to kind of make that milestone really, really clear that the leader of a community school is so important, and that really didn't come in until December 2023.
And so, and I was here in 2019 and serving on the multilingual education team and saw with my own eyes and led some of the work to provide support for Dobie Middle School and others who were facing those challenges right then, and saw the investments that were made both from the team to go support, to identify kids who were not passing STAR and to ensure that they're getting the interventions they need, to launch a dual language program, to leverage the linguistic assets that the kids in the school have. And I saw with my own eyes the work of Katie Cass-Stevens and others on the partnerships and the work with the Austin Voices to invest in the school and to improve through community efforts that engage the community. I know that there's actually a long history of, especially prior to 2020, a long history of collaborating closely with Austin Voices to be a partner in that work to get the school what it deserves and what it needs, and to elevate the voices of the community. So what I want to do is counter the narrative that this was ignored until yesterday, right? That it was something that just snuck up on us, and that now that it's hit us, that there is a longer history of trying to support and to work with that. And I also want to embrace the accountability to say that as a trustee sitting here for over 2 years, that I have not done enough. Right, to recognize that as a board that I've sat on for over 2 years, that we have not done enough to ensure that with our limited resources, through our disastrously tight budget decisions that we have to make, through the various other challenges that we're facing, that we have let this slip for Dobie and other schools. And that our current administration, our previous administration, the administration before that, none of us have done what we needed to do, because if we had, we would not, our students would be thriving even on a test and even in an accountability system that we think is unfair. So I just want to accept that accountability, but also counter the narrative that this is somehow a surprise that we're only reacting to right now. So we have to do better, but thank you for the time.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Additional comments, questions? I just have one brief question, kind of in line with what's been discussed. And I would love to have just a really clear understanding for our community of the difference between doing the work to help turn a school around, because we are responding to what we're seeing, students, not passing STAR tests, students not having the opportunities we want them to have, versus a TEA-approved turnaround plan, and that these are not the same thing, and really help people understand the distinction and kind of when that's triggered and how that looks different from the work that's been happening, and that is also an important obligation that we have. But again, this work has been being done in really deep, thoughtful ways. That's part of why we brought you here. It's part of why we prioritize middle school accountability as one of the big asks early on. It's a lot of what we've been looking at and talking about, why middle school math is part of our scorecard. There's a lot that we're prioritizing. So just one more layer, I think, to that conversation, if you don't mind.
I certainly can start. One of the things that we as an organization believe is that, our students, we want our students to have a vibrant, engaging learning experience in our schools. And there's so much that goes into that. Yes, we want to have high expectations. Yes, we want to make sure our students grow. And yes, whatever measurement we use, our students should be successful. And a lot of the work that we started in the fall after the board established the scorecard was really to develop a comprehensive plan for Adobe that was multi-year, right? We actually met at Adobe, we met with staff, and we took in ideas, and we were really trying to think through, what could we do that really embraced the culture of the community, leveraging our incredibly talented students, and recognizing that all aspects, a whole child solution was going to be required, whether it's fine arts or athletics or after school, really dialing it in and recognizing that, yes, we are constrained in resources, but with a thoughtful approach, we could allocate the resources, given that we already put the system in place to evaluate schools differently, right? The band, SRIs. And so when we think about where we are now, taking those components and including them and incorporating them into our plan, of which is going to consider all the elements that TA requires, for sure. We want to make sure that we are responsive, that we recognize that outcomes do have to move, but it's so much more than just that plan. And so there are expectations. We will certainly be compliant, but the plan for Adobe and for any school will be so much more than that. We do have financial needs, so it'll be kind of a full city commitment to get to where we need to be. But we can do it, and we can do it our way. And I'm encouraged with just all the support that we've had and the ideas that have really come about that we're going to be able to incorporate.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And is there a place, people have been asking what we're doing in our middle schools specifically, because I know that is an area, has long been an area where we haven't served our students well, where we have had that extra need, where we've tried a lot of things that haven't. And I feel optimistic that so many systems and resources and different ways of doing it are in place. Just everything that you shared a minute ago. Is there a place the public can find that plan posted on our website, or could we put it on our website so people can have a deeper understanding of the work that is being done, that's anticipated, and some of the work that's going to need, as you have said, to escalate, to accelerate, to get where we need to be?
Yeah, I'm happy to work with Ali, our Chief of Communications and Engagement, to identify a landing page for all the work. It's one of these things where the initiatives themselves will carry on with different components that incorporate the work that we're going to take on. But it's so much bigger than that, right? And it's so much longer than just a year or two. It's really 5-year plans. And so as we develop the documents, they're very robust. I think you've seen the early childhood initiative, at least in short form. And so we can certainly place that. They're in draft form. The idea is that as we build them, we get input, we refine, and we improve. So they are living documents. But yeah, I can definitely work with the team here and get kind of a distillation of those on the website. The documents themselves are very, very dense. So we can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Trustees, any further questions on this?
I had another
Trustee Singh.
question. Yeah, and it was actually related to a different item. It's part of the superintendent's report. It was the, when you were talking earlier about the potential consolidation plan and that timeline. I'm wondering if we could just pull that up real quick as well, because I don't believe that's in board docs. Oh, it's attached to the accolades? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Is it okay for me to talk about if that was a previous thing? Okay. Okay. So, just again, with that timeline, one of the things that would be really helpful as well, and I don't know if this is something that you all consider, but, you know, just thinking about 2019 and the school consolidations we did at that time, I think one of the learnings for me is it's really helpful to have some sense of what, well, two things. One is being able to see what a new modernized school looks like. And because we didn't have that in 2019, and because of the great work that the district did to, you know, pass our bond and really get those schools modernized, we can now actually have an opportunity for people to see, oh, my kid could be at a school that looks like this. It doesn't have to be such a punishing thing to have your school closed necessarily, if people know what's possible. Because so that would be one thing, and I don't know if that's something that could be built into this as part of the community engagement. And then the other thing was around thinking about how our campuses that are vacated, how they could be used in the community, and we haven't really talked about that too much, but that if we really think about, okay, well, where are the childcare deserts, or where are the housing deserts, or, you know, where, whatever, maybe the question is not which schools do we consolidate, but a greater question might be, what does this community need right now, and what is the best use for this piece of land or this building? And that might help create a more productive conversation. And so I don't know where that fits in here, but that's just something that I would hope to see.
So Trustee Singh, we've thought through that. This is a higher level roadmap, so you're not going to see all the different tasks in it. I think what's going to be really helpful is when we have the conversation in the information session in May, we can have the dialogue around kind of how we would interpret that, because one of the things I want to be very clear is there's always, you know, using that as an example, would you ever use the identification of what a tract of land could be used for as the reason for consolidation? Or is it you identified a school for consolidation and then you say, okay, what other uses could this school be used for? And so one is always going to be the catalyst, and one is going to be kind of the response as you think about transition and long-term management. And so I think when we have the conversation on an information session, we can tackle it. We are thinking about it. I have lots of ideas about how to do it. I just want to make sure is it part of the decision-making process, or is it, as the decision is being made, these are the list of opportunities that could exist, and be honest about it early on. So more to come, but yes, we are thinking through that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Quintana.
Thank you for this. I'm looking at slide, I don't know, actually. I'm looking at the slide that has the turnaround timeline with April, May, and June, and I don't see any dates on here for a meeting at the school or in our community. So I was wondering, I'm sure we're going to have some. So I was wondering if that could also be added to our new middle school website, along with any updates. I mean, if I would love to see just a lot of updates to where people are bored, when they're like, well, we don't need to know that you changed a screw in the hallway, and you know what I'm saying? That's what I'd like to see.
So what we'll do is, after tonight, and take input from this conversation here, update our documents, make them available online, and lay out the upcoming community meetings, in the conversations that we'll have with these communities as well as others. I wouldn't want to necessarily include them in the larger middle school initiative, because the only reason I would say that is because this is going to be updated, and we're going to update continuously over the next multiple weeks. The long-term initiatives are, kind of, months, for multiple years. So I want to have one location where families and staff and everybody can go, like, for these efforts, they're going to be here. We will tie them back, but I want one location for them to be, to make it hyper clear that this is what we're tackling. So we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Trustee Foster?
Yeah, going back to the turnaround plan conversation. So when we look at key components of a turnaround plan, and we see on slides 11 and 12, key components include strong school leadership, strategic staffing, positive school culture, high-quality instructional materials and assessments, effective instruction. I'm all in. This is good stuff, proven stuff. And there's something that's sort of implicit in some of our conversation, but I think it needs to be perhaps lifted up and made explicit around one school is an island, that it's part of a rich tapestry and it's part of an ecosystem. So that if we're talking about a turnaround plan and we're invited into powerfully invited into this narrow look at the one, and I kind of think that leads us potentially down a sort of not so great path, because we stop thinking vertically and what's happening in our elementary schools, and we stop thinking, up and down the line. I see a lot of heads nodding, so I'll just leave that point. So I think that should be part of the conversation, is the verticality. But there also needs to be a conversation about, we'll call it the horizontal school, getting into scary stuff, about the relationship across our high schools, across our middles, across our elementary schools. There's lots of ways in which choices we made about approaches to staffing have implications. There's lots about how approaches we make in terms of admissions to select programs versus this is the comprehensive, that stuff has implications that we seldom discuss. And those things need to be discussed. And they're not always easy conversations, but there's a reality that needs to be leaned into. And I'll kind of leave that there. But the vertical, the horizontal, and then I don't have a pithy way to talk about the ways in which we work across agencies, industry partners, established partners, new partners, because one of our systematic problems is the not only systematic but strategic lack of support from the state. We ain't gonna make it if it's not Austin for Austin, with all sorts of interesting partners brought in dynamic ways, right? So when I go to some of our most beautiful campuses in terms of the grounds, oh look, we have this really dynamic partnership with this organization and with the city of Austin, and that's why the grounds look like this. And we have, all these things going on. A lot of our things that we've done couldn't be done if it weren't for the county and the city and this, these or those partners, Austin Voices, Communities and Schools, whoever. So as we embrace and just wrap ourselves around our possibilities for Dobie, our possibilities for Dobie have to be seen in a context of the possibilities for all, that we all will rise together. So the vertical, the horizontal, and the partnerships.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you very much. Our next portion is public comment. We have more than 150 public comments. Oh, no, we're not? Public testimony is not. I know we're glitching. What is next on my?
4-3.
Oh, accountability. Sorry, it is not public comment yet. But we're going to pause. Our systems are glitching. We need to pause and reset the system for 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm sorry to take a pause for everybody. Anyone who wants to go to the bathroom, there's one down there. But our systems are glitching and people can't see what's happening. If you're seeing the screens, they're coming in and out. And this is obviously an important meeting and we want everyone to hear the full conversation. So we're going to pause, let our technical people reset and return in a few minutes. Thank you. Hi, are we up and running? Looks like we're up and running, everybody. So we're resuming our meeting after a break. So audience, we're resuming our meeting again after a break. Thank you for helping them get the feed correct. I appreciate the work of the people in our control room to get that correct as well. So we're returning. We have one agenda item and then it'll be time for public comments. So thank you all for waiting. And Superintendent Segura, can you please introduce our next item?
Absolutely. So thank you. For this portion, we'll continue on with Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief of Government Relations and Board Services, as well as Carolyn Hanshin, Executive Director of Campus and District Accountability, to present the Austin ISD 2023 Accountability Update.
Thank you, and good evening again, Superintendent Segura and Board of Trustees. So tonight we want to go through the Austin ISD's 2023 A through F accountability ratings, which were released today. So the Texas has used standardized tests to measure student performance and evaluate district campuses since 1980. Various labels have been assigned over the years, such as met standard, improvement required, not acceptable, acceptable, recognized, exemplary. The current accountability system assigns letter grades of A to F to all Texas schools and districts. In August of 2019, assigned to Texas schools for the very first time using a 3-domain accountability system that was introduced in the 17-18 school year. This standardized test have been used as the basis of the accountability system over the years. We've seen TABS, Teams, TAX, and STAR, which was introduced in school year 11-12 and used through school year 21-22. Each new test brought an increased level of rigor in an attempt to measure higher level problem-solving skills. Between spring of 2022 and 2023 test administrations, the STAR was overhauled to meet the requirements of HB 3906, which mandated that no more than 75% of any test could be based on multiple choice questions. Prior to this change, nearly 100 of our standardized tests over those years were made up of just multiple choice questions. The newly designed test was not given a new name, but in light of these changes, STAR 2.0 to differentiate it from the original STAR. STAR 2.0 is administered totally online, requires students to write an essay and reading test at every grade level, and has several new technology-enhanced question types. The chart provides a recap of the challenges to state accountability over the past 6 years. In the spring of 2020, COVID-19 hit. No STAR tests were administered and no accountability rating was assigned. All schools and districts in the state received a label of not rated, declared state of disaster. In 2021, there was low participation on STAR across the state due to COVID-19. Again, all schools and districts received labels of not rated, declared state of disaster. In 2022, due to the continued impact of COVID-19, only ratings of A, B, and C were issued. Schools that did not receive a C or better were assigned a label of not rated SB 1365, which was the bill that created this assignment for the year 2022. The dotted red line between school years 21-22 and school year 22-23 represents the major changes that happened between those 2 years. TEA took an overhaul of the accountability system and a total redesign of the state assessment in the same year, something that had not been done before. Several school districts filed a lawsuit to keep the state accountability ratings from being released. The ratings in litigation until the 15th Court of Appeals dissolve the injunction put in place by an earlier court, clearing the way for the release of the 2023 ratings by TEA today. The 2023 ratings provide the first opportunity to see how the changes to the STAR assessment and accountability system have impacted outcomes. 2024 ratings are still held up in a separate litigation with the same court, and as of today have not been released. Ms. Hanshin had reminded me the last time we met about this was September. So we want to give just a brief update for our public and for our new trustees on our state accountability system currently. So the overall structure of the state accountability system has remained the same since ratings were last released in 2022. Schools receive an overall grade of A through F based on the grades earned in each of 3 domains: student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. Letter grades are also assigned in the 2 parts of the student progress domain, which are student growth and relative performance. The better of the grades earned in student achievement and school progress make up 70% of the school's overall grade. So real quickly, I want to just spell that out. So first, under school progress, which is domain 2, we have 2 parts: growth and relative. Whichever one of those is highest is your overall school progress rating. And then you have just straight student achievement, which is how many students met the various levels on the STAR test. So whichever one of those is higher is your score for 75% of overall. The other 30% is the closing the gaps domain. Schools receive 5 A through F grades in all. In each of these domains, STAR scores and indicators of college, career, and military readiness are used to evaluate high schools, while STAR scores alone comprise the vast majority of elementary and middle school ratings.
As Dr. Reach mentioned, there were significant changes to the state's accountability system between 22 and 23. The first 3 bullets are related to changes in the STAR assessment, which we talked about. 75% of the test multiple choice. The rest had to be technology-enhanced new item types for the students, the addition of writing at every grade level, and all online testing rather than paper and pencil tests. In addition to the test to the STAR, the system was reset. The accountability system was overhauled. And we saw significant changes to the methodology for raising the bar for student growth and new higher standards for college, career, and military readiness that set a new higher level to reach an A. Schools in 2022, if 60% of their graduates achieved college, career, and military readiness, their school earned an A in that area. But in 2023, that same score would result in a grade of D. So that was a significant change for high schools that relied on that college, career, and military readiness score. This growth score was...
an A would be an 88.
An 88 would result in an A, 88% of their graduates receiving that designation. The growth methodology was revised, requiring that students show an increase in their performance level rather than an individual change in growth from one year to the next. The closing the gaps domain, which is also the domain that results in federal accountability, underwent a major redesign, and the methodology used to collect district scores was changed entirely. These changes resulted in a major change to the grades that we see at our schools. This slide shows the distribution of AISD schools in each A through F grade category in 2022 and 2023. In each letter grade color section, overall A, B, C, D, and F. Left is the number of schools scoring in that grade in 2022, and the right schools in that category in 2023. Overall, we had 39 schools that earned an A in 2022, and 24 schools earned an A in 2023. The number of schools assigned an overall rating of F increased from 6 in 2022 to 30 in 2023. Overall, when comparing 2023 ratings to the prior year, 48 schools earned the same grade or higher, while 64 received a lower letter grade than in 2022. 16 schools dropped from a B in 2022 to an F in 2023. The schools that were assigned an overall rating of A, B, or C are eligible for distinction designations. 39 AISD schools earned a total of 105 distinction designations in 2023. 2 schools, LASA and Travis Heights Elementary, earned all available distinctions. These designations are awarded for achievement in the areas listed here and are based on performance relative to a group of 40 campuses of similar size, type, grade span, and student demographics. The slide shows the number of schools that earned distinctions in each of the categories listed here. The bars here show the AISD outcomes for 22 and 23 compared to the state outcomes. In 2022, 74% of AISD schools and 69% of schools in the state earned the grade of A or B. And 8% of AISD schools and 7% of the state were assigned a grade below C. In 2023, 44% of AISD schools and 50% of the schools in the state earned an A or a B, while 41% of AISD schools and 21% of the schools in the state were assigned a grade below C.
So as we wrap up, we want to give a few highlights on 2023 accountability. So first, this is the district received a grade through the accountability system. AISD was assigned an overall letter grade of C, or a 77, for the 2023 school year. The results for each campus in this grade counted proportionally to the district's ratings instead of being an average. Is that correct? Yep.
And being rated at the school,
And being rated, yeah.
like a high school.
Yeah. So everyone was rated similar to the high school methodology. Now they're each rated proportionally based off of their own score. In AISD, 22 schools maintained an overall A rating. We also had 4 schools that improved 1 letter grade and 1 school that improved by 3 letter grades and did break their chain of accountability. Under federal accountability, 20 schools achieved a Closing the Gap score that earned them a label of comprehensive progress under federal accountability, and 3 met the requirements to actually exit comprehensive support for federal accountability. On our website, we've also included a list of all of the AISD schools broken down by each domain. You can find that on our board docs item. And in addition, you can find it on TEA's website. It's texasschools.gov. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, texasschools.gov. TX, yeah, txschools.gov. So that ends our presentation, and we'll open it for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Trustees, questions?
So I would, as quickly as possible, our community needs to see which schools have Fs without having to dig for it, and Ds, and what will happen if those schools get a D or F this year and or a D or F the year after that. The community can't understand the risk if they can't see it, and this is really, really complicated. So what is the plan for making sure our community sees and understands the risk to our district that we're entering right now?
Can I jump in real quick? I'm so sorry.
Sure, okay.
So the first piece I can help you with. Second piece, that's their job. But the first piece is so that you can see it. K-View has this, and you can see every school in Central Texas. And if you pull Austin out, I mean, it tells a story it's been telling since 1928. Right along that line, A's and B's, C's, D's, F's. So, I mean, that part you can see for yourself. Now, the rest of it, the danger of having that line continue like that puts that other side of that line in danger. Because when TEA comes, they don't take over part of the district. They take over the entire district. So that it's just K-Views, I don't even know what the name of the article is. TEA gives Austin ISD a C overall. Check out the scores for individual schools is the K-View piece, so you can see it, so that we don't need to recreate that. That's somebody's time.
So at a very high level, Austin ISD has 30 schools that received an F with the release today. Out of that, 3 of those schools, which we mentioned in our last presentation, Dobie, Webb, and Burnett, received a second F. Because of that second F, they have all been ordered to submit a turnaround plan, which is what we'll work on and bring back to the board no later than June 30th. For any school that when 24 is released, receives that second F, they will be under the same requirement to submit a turnaround plan. So we don't know when that release could occur or may occur, but that is something that we're preparing for. We have 16 schools that we are monitoring that could also be required to submit a turnaround plan with that accountability release. And we have another 16 after that we are also watching that could potentially have to submit a turnaround plan. It does get a little bit complicated when we think about a D, because a D does not break accountability, it pauses accountability, but the state considers 3 Ds within an accountability chain to be the same as 1 F. So the first D a campus receives would just be a pause. It does not escalate their accountability, but it does not break it either. But once they get to 3, that is now an F that must be counted into that chain.
So did anyone who attends an A or B campus understand the risk to your district? Does everyone understand that or not? To your school and to your district? How many schools who got Fs in the release data, and if they get an F in the next release data this school year and at the end of next school year, could trigger a TEA takeover?
3 schools, Burnett, Webb, and Dobie.
And so what is the earliest that a TEA takeover could be triggered?
So the release of accountability so for those 3 schools going into next 25-26 school year, they will take STAR in that 26 semester, and we will receive results in the middle of August of 26. So that is now in the 26-27 school year. That would then inform us if the commissioner could take an action. We do have an option to appeal an individual campus's accountability rate, and it finalizes in November. Is that correct? Yeah. So we believe that it finalizes in November. It's no later than that. And at that point, the commissioner would then need to take an action based off of potentially those results.
So in a worst case scenario situation, a TEA takeover
Under
in
that,
2026, next year.
we would know in August 26, but it would occur around November of 26.
So I am requesting from the administration an extensive communications plan around these risks, worst-case scenarios, and options for avoiding those worst-case scenarios. Our community needs to make a plan with us. Because we have this time, we have time to get this right. And I have no faith in the accountability system or that system being fair to our kids, but I do have a lot of faith in our community to do what's right for all of our kids and to figure this out together, especially if they have time and especially because everyone is paying attention right now. I think, you know, in the past, I think there are a lot of people who cared or concerned, but we could kind of live in separate worlds in Austin and not worry about something affecting another schools or whatever the grades are happening there has, you know, really nothing to do with us. And we're not in that moment anymore. We're in a really, really critical moment where public schools in our community have to be protected if we want to retain them. Our public schools, they're not a good. They're much more than a service with customers. They're institutions that are essential to our democracy and to a fair society. So we need everyone's help, and we can't do it without them. So we have to do our best to communicate. Our city's really, really curious, and they'll dive in there with us, and they have really, really good ideas. And I want to give us a chance. I am from Houston. When Houston was taken over, I am firm in that I will do everything to prevent that from happening here. My values are making sure, doing everything I can to have that children everywhere, children in our city, everywhere in our city, have the opportunities for the kind of education I would want for my own kid. And so that's the two things that are guiding me in figuring this out. Everything else, I'm flexible on. Our community can figure it out. We don't have to send them one plan. We need their help. But from looking at the scores that Trustee Hunter pulled up the map, we could also just give campuses scores based on their poverty rates, and they'd get the same score. Like if we said, oh, you get an A because you are a high SES campus, you get an F because, or you get an A because you are a low SES campus and you get an F, it would be the same order. So we can't continue to segregate our district by poverty if we want to have a school district and if we want to have opportunities for everyone. And what I'm great. I held my comments on the Dobie plan because we have to have a comprehensive plan, and there might be things that we have to do, decisions that have to be made faster than others. We need to be able to do things as thoughtfully as possible. And, I see a school consolidation plan, taking care of, we have this, we have budget, and these aren't separate things right now. It's probably really hard to think about them together, but Austin's really smart, and we can figure it out, and we need everyone's help. And if we give them the opportunity to participate and understand what's going on, because it is really complicated. And Jacob, I'm like, ask you questions all the time, literally just, I'm like, because it doesn't seem like, it seems so absurd when you're trying to figure out these rankings and the numbers. It doesn't make sense. It's very, very hard to understand. So we need to have really, really good communication with people.
Thank you. Trustees?
So okay. I just want to do a quick reframe because I largely agree. I see it slightly different. Regarding the communication, I agree. Regarding making sure that the public's understanding, the risks and what we're going for. Superintendent Segura earlier had talked about a stable state for the district. I would like to reframe that slightly because I think there's a lot of talk about how bad stuff could be, certainly takeover and all these parts. But I also think regardless, we can't stay in the state that we are. I think it is certainly more realistic that the community is going to be able to get around something that is an ideal state for the district. I've said this before, but making decisions up here, I don't like it being a reactionary thing that we're just putting out one fire after the next, or that we're moving. It's going to be much easier for me as a trustee, and so this is, for this part of the conversation, to decide on a decision based on, is it moving towards that ideal state? And that needs to be something that the community is involved with, and that's the part I definitely want to piggyback on is we need to have an agreed end game that we're going for that makes these decisions look like they're moving in a logical progression. And for the community part, we don't have a lot of time is the message here. So certainly it's a lot of work, but for making those decisions, it will be much more fruitful beyond just the scorecard goals and the student outcomes piece, to know what it's looking like when we get to that stable state. And I would like to phrase it more as an ideal state for the district. Maybe we don't ever get to ideal, but that's where we need to be headed, and it needs to be much more clear. The community part, the administration part, everybody on the same page. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
I was so taken by what you were saying. I forgot what I was going to say, but I totally agree. It's like, how do we make space to really look at the district as a whole? And I think that's probably how the point I was poorly trying to make earlier. And I think Trustee Foster also said it very clearly, like, no school exists by itself. We are a whole ecosystem, and I really appreciate what Trustee Whitley Chu was saying. It's like, this is not a Adobe problem or a Burnett problem or a web problem. This is something that has been imposed upon us, and we don't have a whole lot of resources, and they're getting less by the day. But just how do we own this as a whole community and get the whole city involved and rallying for our schools and showing up to plays and athletic events and, just out there, because our students are just so counting on us for this. So thanks to my colleagues for raising these issues.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, I appreciate the ideal state. That is a really beautiful vision, and I think what a lot of people in this room and on this board are seeking. So I like that terminology, and really appreciate, as we knew these ratings were coming out, kind of letting our partners know and having conversations with people about what they are, how we're here, what we need to do going forward, and that idea that, we as leaders of this district owe our students and we owe our city great schools. And our city is strong because we've had great schools. And I think we served everyone? No, and we need to continue, as Trustee Hunter said, naming that, addressing that, resourcing, directing resources where they're needed, and taking that very seriously, not because we have certain scores on a scorecard, because that's what our students deserve. And I really appreciate the ability to lean into our city and get this right, and would rather do it here than anywhere else. So thank you all for this. Really appreciate it. We've got a lot of work to be done, and I think just the next question, I know we talked during the Adobe presentation about the work that has been done at our highest need schools that were, we were looking at those, sequences of Fs, and I think, I don't need a long answer, but I know that work's not just being done there. And can you just share a little bit? We're not waiting till our schools are in crisis to do this work. We're doing this work.
Appreciate the opportunity to respond to that question. Yeah, I think one of the things that often is not said enough is what this iteration of the board and the administration has been able to do in a relatively short period of time. You think about, where we were in 2023, the need to revamp our curriculum, K-1 and 2, being aggressive in purchasing resources and consumables to distribute to all of our elementary schools. That was a tough decision, and we made that call together as a board with the administration, and we knew that probably should have been done a year earlier, but we weren't around. And so then you think about, really leaning into MTSS, multi-tier systems of support, making sure there was shared ownership of the work that we're doing across all of our campuses, acknowledging that, First Teach is incredibly important and will never be a healthy, vibrant organization without First Teach being successful. So we had to invest in instructional coaches in a way we had in the past. We had them, but they weren't everywhere. And they weren't necessarily always at the campuses that needed them the most. And then we think about, content interventionists, for interventions. And the fact that, for years we haven't had those in our schools. And because we worked so hard and passed Proposition A, we now are able to get them. The vacancy rates, the attention to how we operate for the schools that have been historically underserved across all aspects of the organization. Brandy's team, the way they hire, processing RFEs, operations, work orders, all of these things have moved the system. There's still a long ways to go, certainly, but a lot of really great foundational work has already been done, that's for sure. So I can go on and on about that, but one thing that I have been saying for quite some time and is a really good indicator of just the progress we've made is just look at the attrition in between Title I and non-Title I schools. About 2 years ago it was almost 20%. Now it's less than 1.5%. And so we're able to retain incredible educators, and that's the key to all of this. And so just really excited about the work that we get to do together. It is hard work. I'm glad it's us. And appreciate the opportunity to answer that question.
Thank you very much for that. Trustees, any further questions? All right, thank you for the presentation, the information, and the conversation. Okay, now we move on to public testimony for items on the consent agenda. Thank you all for waiting with us and being here, and I'm sorry that some people have had to leave. We now move to the public testimony for items on the consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 27 people who signed up to speak in person. We have 129 who left a recorded message, so we're going to do the in-person first. And I will provide as many opportunities for input as possible. Each speaker will be allotted 1 minute, and no substitutions or yielding of time is permitted. And I will call your names in groups of 3. Feel free to come up to the microphone. When you get there, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. And when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. And we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you please reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for each other at all times. And the Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees. During public testimony, if translation is required, the speaker will be given twice the allotted time. And if you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with our interpreter, Victor Rodriguez, who's here, and he will just repeat portions of this message in Spanish. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for being here.
Thank you. Ahora pasamos al testimonio público para los asuntos en la agenda consensuada. Los miembros del público que deseaban participar en la parte del testimonio público de nuestra junta llamaron a una línea telefónica de la AISD dedicada para esto antes de la junta para inscribirse para hablar en persona o para grabar sus comentarios en audio. Esta noche tenemos a 27 personas quienes se inscribieron para hablar en persona y tenemos a 129 que dejaron un mensaje grabado. Ahora pasaremos al testimonio en persona Para dar tantas oportunidades de opinar como sea posible dentro de un periodo de tiempo limitado en esta Junta, se le dará un minuto a cada participante. No se permiten sustituciones, ni cederles tiempo a otras personas. Las personas que llamaron para inscribirse para hablar en persona pueden venir al micrófono cuando escuchen su nombre. Cuando vengan al micrófono hay un dispositivo en el que se encenderá una luz a medida que pase un minuto asignado. Cuando suene el timbre, concluyen su idea con una oración final. Nuevamente, les pedimos que, ya sea que vengan a dar una queja o un elogio, mencionen al miembro del personal por su puesto o apellido abreviado. Les pedimos a todos los miembros de la audiencia que, ya sea que estén hablando o no, por favor, muestren respeto a los demás en todo momento. La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación provee un intérprete, su servidor, del idioma español para los miembros de la audiencia que necesitan ayuda para dirigirse a los miembros de la mesa directiva o para entender los comentarios que hagan los miembros de la mesa directiva durante el testimonio público. Si se requiere interpretación, se les dará el doble de tiempo al participante. Si necesita servicio durante estas partes de la Junta, por favor, hable conmigo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Kaufman has a brief comment before we hear from her.
One of my least favorite parts of board meetings is having to hold people to 1-minute comments, especially after they've been waiting for 2.5 hours to make their comment. But my least favorite thing is having to cut people off in the middle of comments. But just in anticipation of 27 people and thinking back to 2 weeks ago, what's the plan to gracefully and respectfully hold people to the 1-minute limit so that out of fairness and out of following the rules?
Thank you, I appreciate that. If the buzzer sounds, we ask that you finish your thought in one sentence. If you don't, to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak, we have about 2.5 hours of public comment, including our recorded messages. I will kindly interrupt you and please ask you to let the next speaker speak. Not my favorite thing to do, but also, yeah, thank you for asking for that. Yes, thank you all. Okay, so our first speakers, first is Steve Swanson, second is Grant Kinscherf, and third is Jenny Quiros. Yes, you may begin when you're ready. Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Oh, and Mr. Swanson, you can start over. You need to push the microphone. I forgot to say that. Thank you. Yes. And we'll start the clock over. Thank you very much.
I'm Steve Swanson, and I'm here to support Dolby Middle School and all our schools. With information on the law and the responsibility to hold TEA accountable, let's stop the takeover of our schools. Several years ago, serving as a volunteer at Eastside Memorial High School after our Johnston High School was the first school in Texas closed and renamed by the TEA, I learned TEA, the commissioner, violated Texas law. TEA should have been serving schools instead of taking them over. TEA continues to violate the law, rating F. Also, I learned Texas school boards have the right and responsibility to hold TEA accountable. The handout I've given to the board provides information on the law and on the Texas Lawyers Creed. If you have not been educated regarding the creed, I ask our lawyers to help. The creed is essential. Again, with information on the law and responsibility to hold TEA accountable, let's stop the takeover of our schools, focus on the needs of students, engage community. It's in the law.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good. So I don't have. Hello, my name is Jenny Quiros. I'm a parent at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my child and our community and ask you to vote against the item 14.1, which is the proposed termination of professional employment during the term of contract regarding the current principal of our school, Ms. Griffin. We had a leader. We have a leader that has has fulfilled your number one lever in that chart that you discussed today. You have testified that strong leadership maintains a collective, unified community, especially of educators that feel supported. I can speak to that on my first day of joining this community, my goal was to introduce myself to Ms. Griffin, to ensure that she knew that I was committed to expect of the school the support they needed to have a successful for my child to be successful. So I do encourage you to vote against that action today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also had one speaker, Grant Kensherf. I don't know if that person is here or not. We'll move on and come back if Grant shows up. Next three are Kenley Maddox, Fong Fan, and Rana Behuana. And you may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
I'm an Ann Richards parent. I'm here about the same action as the last speaker. And my message to you is just a big yellow flag on this. I know that you guys have a lot on your minds. You have a lot of important decisions. And if you make the decision, the final decision here today, that's not going to be the end of this. It's not an expedient resolution. And so you need to be confident that it's the right one. What do you not know? Who have you not spoken to? What questions have you not asked? How confident are you that you're making the right decision and that you understand the ramifications and consequences of what you're doing? And if you're not ready to make the decision, the appropriate action is to table the agenda item and bring it up another day.
Good evening. My name is Fong Fan. I'm here in support of Nicole Griffith. When this happened, I turned to a high school friend who's a superintendent in Los Angeles, and he made two poignant comments to me that struck me. One was, wow, I hope the Board of Trustees didn't intervene or interfere somehow. And the second one was, I hope that they heard the community. And we were here several weeks ago at the Ann Richards School, and I'm lucky to be here along with these people, but many are not. But their voices should also be heard. And I was counsel to several governmental entities, and the best clients or the best board members, when I advise them, always ask difficult, poignant questions: the why, the how, what. And I hope that you as trustees will also ask the difficult questions when you go into executive session. I know that Segura has made a recommendation, but that's not binding, and you should really hold them to account. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to remind our speakers to please mention people by initial and not by name or by position. Thank you.
Hello, AISD Board of Trustees. My name is Rena Dewana, and I am a senior at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, and I am here to share my words on Agenda Item 14.1. I first want to thank you for the time you have spent listening and hearing from our community. As you go into the vote tonight, I hope you remember that what is happening at Ann Richards right now is unlike anything we've ever seen, because Ann Richards is unlike any other school. Principal G was faced with circumstances that didn't have answers, and she utilized the resources she had. If the resources she had didn't direct her to the correct actions, I hope you have learned as a district what you need to give your employees so this isn't a future problem. The Ann Richards community has been broken since March 27th, and I hope with everything you've heard that you know that Principal G was and is the correct person for Ann Richards, and that your vote tonight displays that. I was at Ann Richards pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, and I have seen at its peak and its lowest, and for a while I thought our lowest would become a normal, and that was until Principal G stepped in and took our broken community and made it into what it used to be, a family. If we want to grow as a district and as a community from everything that's happened these past few months, I hope you see that growth does not come from termination, growth comes from education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers, James McConnell, Meg Brown, and Minda Anderson.
Hi, I'm James McConnell. I'm a native Austinite, grew up in Allendale and attended Lamar for 3 years. My son now attends Lamar and is about to complete the 6th grade. My first day at Lamar, there was hair on the ground from a fight that broke out before the first bell had even rung. And now I see my son and his friends thriving there. All the hard work that the teachers and parents and staff have put in to make Lamar a top middle school has paid off. I empathize with the Dobie students, but Lamar's improvements were made by those invested in their community, not by busing students to a different school. An approval for construction of modular facilities, 11.7, would be a hasty, unfair, and poorly thought out decision that disregards the opinions of Lamar families, sets up Dobie families for hardship, and negatively impacts everyone involved. There has to be a better way. Why not focus on what Trustee Hunter has suggested and put the money towards where it is needed? Much better to fund an improvement plan at Dobie than temporary buildings at an already full Lamar. Please vote against item 11.7.
Hello, I'm Meg Brown, proud teacher at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, and I'm going to talk about the culture at ARS. The district is pointing fingers at the school to avoid taking responsibility for its own failures. ARS has always stood for excellence and opportunity. The first two principles upheld that. The third, chosen by AISD, nearly unraveled it. NG came in and restored what was lost. Now AISD is making another grave mistake, placing the concerns of one person above the voices of hundreds. If we're going to talk about culture, let's also examine the culture of central administration. Is ARS being sabotaged, or is the culture being used as a smokescreen for poor leadership? I believe that at our core, most of us just want to do right by others. We lead with good intentions, even knowing we'll make mistakes along the way. My hope for all of us is that we ever are in a confusing or uncertain situation, one where you're doing your best, asking for help, following the directive of those above you, and leading with kindness, just like NG did, that our effort, heart, and positive impact on thousands of people won't be dismissed or judged by those who lack the grace. May we be seen for our character and not condemned for navigating a storm no one was prepared for. In the end, I hope the hand that judges all of us is lighter than the hands that are judging NG today. Thank you.
I'm commenting on item 14.1. I'm the teacher librarian at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, an Austin ISD graduate, proud Education Austin member, and an AISD employee for 14 years. I'd like to share this message that ARS staff received yesterday from the district. Quote, the ARS community has experienced significant leadership disruptions over the last several years, and we are committed to gaining a better understanding of the factors that have contributed to this pattern. We are committed to working with the ARS community to facilitate a process for assessing climate, culture, and ongoing challenges. I would hope that the district means that they are going to be assessing their own climate, culture, and ongoing challenges. The factors that have contributed to this pattern are an appalling lack of support and clear guidance from the district. This pattern is district-wide, and the current situation is sending a chilling effect across campuses. As Trustee Singh suggested tonight, what would the district's accountability rating be on support for campus leadership? I'd suggest an F.
Thank you. Next three speakers, Denise Sanders, Tim Carroll, and Pilar Zazueta.
Do I just talk? Okay. Hi, I'm Denise Sanders, Education Austin member. As a member of the Ann Richards community who has very little information, I present a hypothetical situation. There is a family who has a daughter who attends our school. The daughter has developed a challenging condition that makes her life very difficult. The family is angry that their daughter is suffering, and they're taking their anger out on the school. Right now, their target is our principal.
I'd like to stop and get some legal guidance
Okay.
from our counsel. I know student information is FERPA protected. What is your guidance on this?
Right.
And it said hypothetical.
I hear it being couched as a hypothetical. It feels like the tenor of the comment would be to speak about a student. I mean, whether we're calling it a hypothetical or not, I think we're all here in support of everyone's free speech, but I think we can draw some lines around good taste and good manners, particularly as it pertains to kids.
Okay, I hope that you can speak your comment without implicating any students or making any, even a hypothetical. Calling it that doesn't make it that, and I appreciate that. Thank you. We're here to but also to take care of our students. Thank you.
Okay. So right now, the target is our principal. They have an effort to make NG go away, but if she does, the student will still have a challenging life. Therefore,
Again,
I didn't
please do
say-
not, please do not refer to a student, please. Thank you.
So the family is going to pick another target if NG is dismissed. They're going to pick a target for their anger. So we're all worried, who's next? Is it more of our administrative team? Is it teachers? So I'm asking you to please reject the proposal to terminate NG. Eliminating talented leadership for our school and our district is not going to improve any situations.
Hi, I'm here to voice my opposition to the vote on item 11.7, which allows the superintendent to enter into negotiations and commit to a contract for up to $4.6 million for portable modular buildings at Lamar Middle School before any sort of reasonable Dobie turnaround plan is presented. I heard your comments this morning. This is not flexibility. This is momentum towards dangerously overpacking a landlocked campus and doubling down on underserving all students involved. I am disappointed not only in the inclusion of this agenda item, but the absence of an agenda item that grants similar rights for the superintendent to enter into negotiations with partners that can keep Dobie open or serve them in a more reasonable way. You heard our feedback Monday night. This $5 million option is not a signal you listened. I urge the board to table this vote until a Dobie turnaround plan is resolved or rejected outright, and provide clear feedback to this administration on appropriate order of operations moving forward. Thank you, and thank you for considering removing the vote.
On. Hello, my name is Pilar Zazueta, and I'm a Austin ISD parent. Thank you to the board for their service to the district. I'm here to exhort you to please consider voting no to agenda item 11.7. Instead of approving $4.6 million for installing modular portables at Lamar Middle School, I would ask you to please ask the superintendent for a more detailed plan of how he's going to support Dobie Middle School students for them to thrive. Just placing students in an already overcrowded and over-enrolled campus that has insufficient facilities for all is not going to solve any problems. Please allocate these funds to support dedicated staffing, and, if possible, dual language learning at Dobie Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jill DeCufa, Dan Rozicki, and Ms. Castro. And we don't have a first name on Ms. Castro. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill DeCuffa, and I am the Director of Programs at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, where I've worked both in this role and as a teacher since 2007. Simply put, it's the best job I've had in my 29 years as an educator. More importantly, though, I have been part of Austin ISD for 49 years. I entered as a bright-eyed 5-year-old kindergartner and attended Zavala Elementary, O. Henry Junior High, and Austin High School. My father actually helped open Murchison and then Dobie back in the 1960s and 70s. I'm here tonight to explain how disheartened I have recently become with my district. As I come to sit in board meetings or watch them on television or read the board minutes, which I actually do, I know the work that you do is difficult at times and you're trying to do what's best for all stakeholders. However, lately I find myself disappointed over and over and over. Amongst the wonderful things that individual campuses are doing, there is constant disappointing news at the district level, whether it's extreme and severe underfunding due to recapture, potential school closures, elimination of essential support personnel, or complete injustice due to lack of support for brilliant leaders. Imploring you, AISD, the district I have loved for so long, to fight harder, support stronger, and be better. Thank you.
If you want to keep Dobie open, please rise. Thank you, trustees. Can you hear me? All right. I'm Dan Rozicki. Please See these people honor Dobie community's wish to keep their school open. The Dobie community's first choice is the same as Trustee Hunter's recommendation. It is a fourth option, to turn the school around. We love that option. We are eager to step up and we will help. This option gives Dobie the chance to continue the improvements that they and Superintendent Segura said are happening. Do not tear this community apart. For the best student outcomes, please vote for Trustee Hunter's fourth option. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Zaira Castro. Soy madre de familia de la escuela Dobie. Esto es algo muy triste porque lo que estamos pasando en nuestra escuela. En ningún momento llegué a pensar que esto pasaría. La situación que estamos pasando es muy lamentable porque nunca recibimos el apoyo de ustedes. La comunicación que ustedes dicen ser transparente, ustedes el día de hoy nos tienen esta situación, Dobie. Mi pregunta es para ustedes, ¿cuántas escuelas más tendrán que pasar lo mismo que Dobie está pasando? Y ustedes no están haciendo nada para salvar esas escuelas. Muchas de las veces se enorgullecen en decir, tenemos tantas escuelas, de las cuales están perdiendo una a una y no tienen el apoyo suficiente en lo que las escuelas necesitan. Yo tenía planes para el siguiente año en la escuela Dobie para recaudar fondos para mi hija. Y estos planes y estas metas, estos sueños se están derrumbando. Por favor, Dobie es nuestra escuela. Dobie es mi casa. Hoy vengo aquí a pedirles que por favor no cierren Dobie. Necesitamos que nuestra escuela esté abierta y necesitamos seguir creando más memorias y historias. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Zaira Castro. I'm a parent of a family of Dobie School. This is something very sad for us to be going through. Never did I think that this was going to happen. The situation in which we're going through is very, very sad, because we never received any support from you. The transparent communication that you talk about today has Dobie in this situation. How many more schools have to go through this same issue that we're going through? And you have not done anything to help these schools. You pride yourself in saying that there are so many schools that are losing one by one because they don't have the sufficient support that they need. I had plans for next year. I wanted to work with the PTA to raise funds for the graduation, for my child's graduation, and for all the students. These goals and dreams now have been destroyed. Dobie is our school. Dobie is my home. I'm here today to ask you, please do not close our school. We need to continue creating more memories and history. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. We have three more speakers, Tian Wellman, Antonella Fernandez, and Brian Roper.
My name is Ty Wellman, and I'm an IC at Dobie Middle School. I feel it's important to publicly speak to the Lamar community tonight. Lamar, please know that Dobie does not want a solution that leaves either of our communities unsafe or under-resourced. It's clear that we are both making the best of what we have with little hope of any relief. That is a heavy burden, and I am so sorry it is one we carry together. We are on opposite sides of the same wound, and a wound cannot heal unless both sides grow together. Let's talk through the needs of our campuses so that we can provide our superintendent the information he needs to lift our shared burden. We'll discuss every option on the table and present him with the collective non-negotiables, a clear request for the information we need to be confident in every possible plan, and support each other in the difficult task of placing just enough trust back into AISD to secure a better future for our students. We will extend a formal invitation to your PTA tomorrow morning, because even if a fourth option appears, and Candace, we definitely hope it does, we deserve healing in the fastest timeline possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Antonella Fernandez? Okay, we'll wait if she's not here and move on to Brian Rober.
Good evening. I'm the father of a daughter that's currently at Lamar Middle School, and consent agenda item 11.7 is really not about strategic improvements. It's about $4.6 million for modular buildings. The issue is to allow the potential for Lamar to grow by up to 500 students, and we've all talked about that tonight. This layout was even shared at the meeting that you held with the parents Monday of this week. If the district is entering a contract for $4.6 million, the district is spending money that could be allocated for a real turnaround plan for Dobie. I have a hard time to believe that $4.6 million is not available to support learning coaches, parent training, teacher support, etc. needs or may need to build the community that they want. The meeting held on Monday about Lamar was the multiple options that we talked about, but now we're talking about the when, how we can get these things done. That's not really exploring the strategic plans and the details that we all talked about. Please, I hope the vote is for Dobie to build their community with Dobie and their parents. Consider voting no on 11.7.
Thank you. Next speakers are Cynthia Solis, Matt Thompson, and Max Casero.
I'm Cynthia Solis, and I have sent various emails and screenshots that prove the investigation upon which this recommendation is based is wildly inadequate. And I have further asked AISD to waive the attorney-client privilege and allow me to share these screenshots, redacted, to speak to the truth. And that request has been denied. If there is nothing to hide, then why? And so, I'm forced to stand here and remind everyone that school board trustees are officers of public trust. We, the public, trust you to not rubber stamp half-baked terminations. We, the public, ask you that you force the district investigations and terminations be based on all of the information, not just cherry-picked information to support only the district's deflection of responsibility. And we, the public, demand that you not allow for the termination of our campus leader. And we, the public, are trusting you so that one complaint from one parent and one clearly incomplete investigation cannot be enough to rob our district and our students of that public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Matt Thompson. Matt Thompson? Okay, next is Max Casero.
Hello, my name is Max Casero. I'm an AISD parent, and I spent 6 years working for communities and schools of Central Texas at both Lively and Mendez Middle Schools. So needless to say, I am familiar with Austin ISD, and I'm here in opposition to item 11.1. Tonight I'm here as a community member who lives directly across the street from Brook Elementary. I was witness 5 years ago when Brook was yet another East Side school sacrificed to the political churn of stark racism. Prior to its closure, Brook was a historic professional development and teacher support. It is used daily to support our teachers and some of our most vulnerable student populations. So on many levels, the decision to declare Brook a surplus property only further adds insult to injury as it continues to entrench systemic racism and disparity in our community. There are still original property owners in my neighborhood, people who attended Brook as children, people who have lived on the East Side for generations, and whose families will be priced out if the sale and inevitable development of this property takes place. So please consider voting no for the surplus designation for Brook Elementary.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Ken Zarafis, William Rogers, and Molly McCullough. So I don't see Ken, William, and then Molly. Thank you. And Mr. Rogers, yeah, I think you need to push the microphone and we'll start the time over.
Okay.
There
Yeah.
you are.
All right,
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, this is Dr. William Rogers. I'm from San Marcos, Texas. I've been in family medicine for 50 years. I've got a grandson at Lamar School. My daughter couldn't be here. She has a child at home. I'm here to speak out against $4.6 million for portable schools. I served on planning and zoning and ZBOA, and I've developed a couple of small tracts land. I saw the site plan for where the school modular building is going to be, and it's a horrible location for students to commute back and forth to a school that's already overcrowded, and they would share the hallways and the auditorium and the cafeteria, and it's not a good plan at all. Dobie needs to stay open. Dobie community, if you have to go with a TEA charter school to keep it open so you don't drag down and lose your educational system to the Texas Education Agency, please consider that your plan of choice. Don't move those kids they'd be on cars and buses, there would be accidents, they would be killed, they would be injured, and keep them safe in communities. Thank you very much.
Hello again. My name is Molly McCullough, grader at Ann Richards. I am aware that tonight you will be making your decision on whether or not our principal is reinstated, and I just wanted to remind you that if you make the wrong decision and choose not to reinstate her, you will have made the bond, trust, and support of our school unmendable. You do not have the same power over our student body that allowed you to remove Miss Griffith in the first place. With us, you can't just have us removed or have us resign because you don't like how we behave or react. Superintendent Segura, you sent out an email yesterday where you exactly stated the ARS community has experienced significant leadership disruptions over the last several years and are committed to gaining a better understanding of the factors that have contributed to this pattern, meaning that you know how thrown around we've been when it comes to principals and leadership. You also say that you want a better understanding of the factors contributed to this pattern. Well, guess what? You are one of the factors. Our principal was following orders from her boss. Let me ask you, if your boss was telling you to do something, would you do it without question, correct? Well, that's what NG was doing, following direct orders from her boss. Even if she made a mistake in what she did, she has also done thousands of good and amazing things for our school and community. One mistake should not ruin her career or position at Ann Richards. NG has already missed two of our school's largest events, the senior class gala and the orientation of our class of 2032. We do not want her to miss the graduation of our seniors or any other important events for our school and community. Thank you.
Thank you, and special thanks to our student speakers. Appreciate you being here, and I know it's getting late on a school night, so extra thanks. Next three speakers, Kristen Anderson, Ava Aker, and Snow White. Yeah, when you're ready.
Sorry, just took a second to
And
find
yeah,
the
we
button.
hear you.
Great. My name is Chasty Anderson. I'm here in support of the Lamar and Dobie communities. I'd like to say that of the proposals that we received, it seemed that they were trying to address one of two problems before us. One of the problems before us is an operational problem, keeping TEA from taking over Austin ISD. The other is an educational problem. None of the plans submitted met the level of addressing either one of those problems. The operational solutions were clumsy and ignored the needs and interests of the community. And the educational problems, none of the plans address the needs and interests of the children at Lamar or, importantly, at Dobie. I encourage the board to consider on the item 11.7, the reallocation of that $4.6 million that would be used to put the modular buildings on the Lamar campus to instead invest that money in educational and intervention where needed on the Dobie campus in hopes of addressing the educational needs of the children who have been suffering there. If I may, I have one note about communication. I just want to let the superintendent know that the emails, anecdotally, I have heard, are not going to rising sixth graders at Lamar, and also are not going to the parents of transfers into the Fine Arts Academy. I may not be correct on that about where it is actually going, but I do have heard that that is not, they're not being received. So I did want to let you know that. Apologize for going over the minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ava Aker. I'm speaking on item 11.7 at Lamar Middle School. I'm in the 6th grade at Lamar Middle School. I'm here to discuss the possibility of Dobie Middle School students being consolidated into Lamar Middle. I am personally questioning this proposal as it seems to create more problems than it solves. I would like to point out that Lamar is already over capacity. If the 500 Dobie students join Lamar, then the already crowded hallways, cafeteria, and gymnasium will only get worse. How is adding more portables going to solve this problem? Not to mention, the portables would be put by the track, which is an unsafe distance from the main building. How are students supposed to travel in 5 minutes? What about rain and lightning? We need to ensure student safety. Lamar might be able to be part of the solution, but not all of it. What about charter schools and Murkison Middle School, which is under capacity? AISD is answering Murkison is unavailable. Lamar students deserve better, and Dobie students deserve better. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Snow, and I'm speaking against the termination of our ARS principal. I'm a parent of Austin ISD student, board of directors of Austin Ed Fund, and a longtime supporter of Austin ISD. Even before I had kids, I was supporting this district because I believe in public education. What saddens me right now is all the misinformation I am hearing about our district, our school, and especially about our principal. There's even an Austin ISD Facebook page that disguises itself as official, but spreads false narrative about our principal and our school. Many of these people do not know our principal, but I do know our principal. I know that her staff and community support her by the outpouring of accolades. I do know she believed in making sure all girls felt like they belonged and advocated for no student to sit alone at lunch. I do know she banned cell phones for the mental health of girls and wanted them to have face-to-face conversations. I do know that when the percentage of girls who are coming from Title I schools was below this desired level, she put many motions in place, setting up task force and parent committees to raise those numbers, and based on initial numbers, that is working. You have the opportunity to right a wrong that was a systemic failure. It was not one person, it wasn't two people, it was all parties involved. I believe our principal is the type of leader Governor Ann Richards would want at our school, and I know our principal is the type of leader our staff, community, and most importantly, our girls need back at ARS. Yeah.
Thank you to all of our speakers, to our students. I'm going to call the people who were not available just in case they're here. But I think this probably concludes in-person testimony. We have Grant Kenscherf. We have Antonella Fernandez, Matt Thompson, and Ken Zarafis. All right. Thank you. We'll now play our recorded messages for public testimony. I think we have 127. Please listen carefully, and to our people in the audience, if you care to stay, feel free. If you care to leave, feel free. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Trupp. I'm a student at Lamar, and I just want to talk a little bit about the Dobie situation. So I guess I just kind of want to make a point to where if we were to move all the students from Dobie to Lamar, it might get really overcrowded, and the school's Lamar is already at 110% of its capacity. So maybe instead of sending all the students here, we could disperse Dobie's catalog of people to other schools, whether it be Murchison or, and I guess any other AISD school.
Hello. First, thank you for your service to AISD. I am calling in support of the principal from the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'm a proud parent. I was at the community meeting. I have emailed multiple times. Wow, there seems to be power in the number one. One parent, one mistake, and this is the singular thing is potentially able to wipe out over 15 years of an exemplary service to Austin ISD, to AISD students, teachers, etc. NG has been an exemplary employee. You have heard that over and over again from many people. In a district that prides itself on restorative justice practices, where are they? To place blame solely on her shoulders is unjust and short-sighted. The situation was highly complex, nuanced. Her primary concern, which should be every principal's concern, by all accounts, was the safety and well-being of the students and of the student and the other students at the school. Please do not make NG the scapegoat. Please look at all information and evidence before making this decision. Terminate this exemplary employee would really send a very dark message.
Hello, my name is Brendan Quick, and I'm a 7th grade student at Lamar that is concerned about the decision of what to do with the Dobie kids. I think that they should be split between Lamar and Murchison because Lamar is already overflowing at 110% capacity, and Murchison is only at 70% capacity, but pretty much the same distance. And if they all come to Lamar, it would be hard for students, especially during passing periods, if because it'd be overcrowded. Versus if only some of them came to Lamar, it would not be that bad. Thank you.
This is Roxanne Evans of District 1. I'm grateful the board is slowing down a decision on Dobie to make sure all the facts and possible solutions are before the board. Recent decisions have left 2 campus communities in disarray, and both campus communities have been disrespected. Particularly disturbing are comments that Lamar will not have to absorb perhaps 500 students because there's an expectation that a couple hundred Dobie students will opt for charter schools. How much more disregarded or unwelcomed could District 1 feel? So many injustices have been inflicted on East Austin over the years, and let's not inflict any more harm to this community. Please consider your options carefully. Thank you.
My name is April Clark, parent of 3 AISD students who are 2019 school closure alumni. I'm calling regarding item 4.1, consolidation. I want to remind you how devastating the school closure consolidation is. It's traumatic for families, destabilizing for communities, and damaging to trust in public education. While I understand TEA is forcing the potential closure of Dobie, this moment should highlight the deep, lasting harm closures inflict. They are never a good option. The Gibson report's financial savings from closures are misleading. Apart from assuming a building capacity efficiency that is impossible, the numbers also ignore transition costs that can last for years after, and certainly don't account for the cost of human impact, not often found as a line item on the budget. But compassion aside, study after study confirms closures don't deliver the savings promised. The only possible savings comes from having fewer principals, fewer teachers, and fewer buses. Essentially, closures are a costly layoff plan. What is the true cost? Trauma, infighting, erosion of trust in the district, and an opportunity for charter vultures to swoop in. Just look at Dobie now. My suggestion for Dobie, based on my closure experience, is to give the Dobie families agency, trust them to reinvent their school, and give them resources to do it.
My name is Bree Rolfe, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin, and I also work for Project Help and Student Support Services. I am calling to speak about agenda item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for the Parent Support Specialist Program. While I wholeheartedly support additional funding for this program, the wording, this increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team, is a concern. The proposal is to cut PSSs at the elementary elementary level and use these regional PSSs. This would be a grave mistake. They need to remain campus-based. PSSs provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to respond quickly to the needs of family and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based PSSs are able to hold language classes, bring in community partners for food and clothing support, and connect parents to both resources in times of crisis. Please accept the additional funding, but use it to support this.
My name is Chris Ritter. My daughter is a student in Austin ISD. For us, how dangerous overcrowding cannot be a solution. It's a risk. Students from Dobie deserve to be placed, if they're displaced, into an environment that's not already 122% capacity. Putting them into the most overcrowded environment is a loss for all of the students in crisis situations, fires, lockdowns. We know the dangers now. There's no way to move. There's teachers are at risk. All of this plan, this should be the last plan possible. And if so, it should be spread around. Please do not take a step forward. It will force panic of all of these families from both schools to take all the steps necessary to protect. 11.7 is a step. Don't make that mistake. Thank you.
My name is Diane Driscoll Hurtado. I'm an AISD parent with Children's School, McCallum High School, and who have previously also attended Keeling Middle School and Gillette Elementary. I am calling in regards to agenda item 11.7. Please do not give the district the green light to spend $4.6 million adding portables to Lamar Middle School until they provide you with a comprehensive plan that explains how this expenditure is the best use of resources in order to best support the children who are most impacted by the disparities in our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jake Morgan, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm calling to speak about Agenda Item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for the Parent Support Specialist Program. And while I completely support additional funding for this program, the wording, quote, "this increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team," is a concern. The proposal is to cut PSSs at the elementary level and use regional PSSs. This would be a grave mistake. They need to remain campus-based. They provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to respond quickly to the needs of families and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based PSSs are able to hold language classes for parents, bring in community partners for food and clothing support, and connect parents to both district and community resources in time of crisis. Please accept the additional funding, but use it to support the successful program we already have in place. Thank you.
My name is Natalie Gray, and I am a longtime ASD parent of 3 AISD students, including a current McCallum student and a current student at the Ann Richards School. And I am calling to implore this board not to terminate the current principal of the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. She is one of this district's most outstanding educators and leaders, and she is leading at one of this district's most outstanding schools. The students, families, and faculty at that school have benefited from her leadership and need her there, and I have to believe this district can find a path forward that protects both the student and family involved in this situation as well as this outstanding educator. Please do not terminate her. Please restore her position at the Ann Richards School. Thank you very much. You're going to make a terrible mistake if you ask her to leave our district. Please do not do that tonight.
Good morning. My name is Brianna O'Gwyn. I am a parent of a former Lamar student now at Mac and a rising Lamar student currently at Brentwood. I am calling in reference to Agenda Item 4.2 during the Superintendent's report regarding the Dobie turnaround plan. I am urging the board to vote against any plan that does not address ESA scores and capacity concerns at Lamar, given that we are currently at 114% of our utilization rate prior to any additional students, as well as rejecting any plan that is presented that does not have a clear pathway providing for Dobie student success. While I think that there clearly needs to be something done to assist these students, a change in location alone is not going to address the core issue at hand and would serve only as a Band-Aid that would be a disservice to both communities. I know we can do better as a
I'm requesting the board reject item 11.7 and reject any plan that closes a school and then buses these kids from a school close to home with a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio to a school that has over a 30-to-1 ratio and is already severely overcrowded. Guys, this is outrageous. You have more middle schools right behind Dobie. The plan for this cannot be to schlep kids on buses all over the city to average out test scores. This isn't good for kids. Stop the Dobie-Lamar merger that clearly will not work, and work on a plan that keeps schools from failing 5 years in a row. Thank you and goodbye.
Soy un padre de familia en la escuela de Ann Richards y mi comentario estamos sumamente lastimados por la decisión arbitraria que está tomando el distrito de despedir a nuestra directora. Sentimos que ella fue forzada a renunciar inicialmente, luego rescindió su renuncia y no está escuchando el distrito. Es una líder que queremos, es una solución fácil que la restituyan en su puesto. Por favor, escuchen a la comunidad. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of the previous message. I am a parent at Ann Richards School, and my comment is this. We are extremely hurt by the arbitrary decision the district is making to terminate our principal. We feel she was initially forced to resign, and then withdrew her resignation, and the district is not listening. She is the leader we want. It is an easy solution to reinstate her to the position. Please, listen to the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Gage. I'm a parent of a rising 8th grader as well as an elementary student at Gillette. I just want to say unequivocally, the parents of Lamar students 1,000% do not agree with this transfer, with this movement in block of Dobie kids to Lamar. We do not agree. We don't think it's an actual solution or a plan. The Dobie kids who didn't do great under the lower, student ratio are not going to improve on a double or higher ratio. It's just not going to happen. Number two, there's the logistics. A 10-minute walk from those portables to the school is just not doable. It is not doable. Like, to suggest that that is an actual solution is asinine. Really, it seems the only solution that AISD at this late date has left us with is the charter. It is the only solution. Then, if there are students who really don't want to do the charter, allow them transfers to any school in the city. But the charter partnering is the only solution at this point that you have left us with. The other ones are not solutions. They are fake.
Hello, board. My name is Jenny Lehman. I'm a Lamar Middle School parent of twins and have an grader as well. I'm concerned about the proposed plan with Dobie, and I'm worried about how thoroughly it's been vetted. Honestly, Lamar is a very old, small school, does not have any upgrades, and simply doesn't have the ability to go past 114% capacity. We saw the plan about putting portables along the track, and it's not going to work for two reasons. Students are already stressed and struggle to change classes timely because of the crowded hallways. A kid going from those portables back to the other main building wings, it's just not going to work. My current 6th graders already stressed about passing periods already, and when they heard this plan, they looked at me like, how is this even going to work? And we can say goodbye to, I think, hosting track meets, because that entire section is where shot put and discus events have to occur. There's no other place for them. I see nothing in this plan to prevent teacher turnover related to being under-resourced already to severely under-resourced, and hoping to serve the Dobie kids well without any additional support.
we're going to lose good teachers to other career paths or to private schools, and I don't think that's going to be.
I'm Anna Wilson, a parent of a Lamar Middle School 7th grader. I'm calling to comment on 4.2 and 11.7. 4.2, my comment is this plan is not a good one that AISD is proposing, and the charter school or dividing the students among different schools is what there's not room or resources at Lamar. Second of all, 11.7, I don't know why, if you're moving this vote to June 30th, you're still going ahead and trying to put money in the budget to add portables to Lamar, even though the plan hasn't been removed. That is suspicious. It seems like you're trying to force the plan on us, and we definitely don't appreciate that. You need to take in consideration of Lamar parents and Dobie parents, neither of which are in favor of this plan. Also, I'm just really disappointed with AISD and their lack of planning. Nobody wants TEA, but, you know, you all just, you have a terrible plan, and you've been vague. You've not given us information, and we feel like you're trying to trick us.
Hi. The district just got an extension until June 30 to finalize a plan on Dobie Middle School. So my question is, why is AISD rushing into a $4.6 million project or modular building project at Lamar? Voting on this now is premature, wasteful, and completely out of touch with what the company or with what the community needs. Voting today on modulars for a plan that hasn't been finalized really does look terrible. It tells parents that AISD is moving forward no matter what they say, and that our input doesn't matter. It's eroding community trust as well. It sends a message that students are pawns and decisions are already made behind closed doors. AISD needs to earn back our trust, not steamroll over us. So I'm asking you to postpone the vote for this $4.6 million contract for modular facilities at Lamar Middle.
Hi, my name is Andrea Rady. I am the mother of a rising 6th grader and a departing 8th grader at Lamar Middle School. I'm calling regarding Agenda 4.4.2 for tonight's board meeting. I'm opposed to the recommendation for the board to begin negotiations to execute job order for construction of modular facilities at Lamar Middle School. It is dismissive given the plans have not been approved and does not take into consideration the students at Dobie or Lamar. Lamar is already over at capacity at 114% with students sitting on the floors and a 36-to-1 ratio with outdated infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and limited common space. Further exacerbating this issue by adding 500 additional students is reckless and counter to your role in leading education for our children. And it's also counter to messaging that was sent by the superintendent, who shared that they were considering other options. My hope is that AISD will prioritize the long-term well-being and success of all students. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ladove. I'm a Lamar Middle School parent. I wanted to urge you not to approve $4.6 million tonight to build portables under item 11.7. First off, try to keep Dobie open. Second of all, if students are going to be relocated to other campuses, get a head count. See how many kids actually want to switch campuses. And then in that case, see if we can find ways that kids can have AB options that don't overrun any one school. So Lamar, I think feasibly would welcome 150 students. We can't take 500. It just doesn't work in that campus. That campus is so overcrowded. And the portable plan also that we saw for the campus doesn't work either. It places the portables way far from the school. If it's hot, if there's rain, if someone's injured, it doesn't work for students or their teachers. And so I really urge you to come up with a comprehensive plan that meets all of the needs educationally, physically, socially, emotionally of everyone involved before you start passing expensive plans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Ruth Arellano Carroll. I'm a middle school child parent, and I want to oppose item 11.7. I believe you should be voting now about consenting the construction of facilities. If the decision to close Dobie and the students to be transferred to Lamar Middle School has not been done. How come the board is already voting on building facilities in 11.7? I oppose it. Thank you.
My name is Norma Presa. I work as an elementary bilingual teacher at Woolridge Elementary, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I am calling to speak about the agenda item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for the Parent Support Specialist program. While I wholeheartedly support additional funding for the program, the wording this increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team, is a concern. The proposal is to cut PSSs at the elementary level and use regional PSSs. This would be a big mistake. They need to remain campus-based. They provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to respond quickly to the needs of families and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based PSSs are able to hold language classes for parents, bringing community partners for food and clothing support, and connect parents to both district and community resources in times of crisis. Please accept the additional funding, but use it to support the successful program we already have in place. Thank you very much.
My name is Elizabeth Cardinal, and I am the parent of a Lamar Middle School Fine Arts Academy transfer student. I would like to make a comment on the board meeting for April 24th on agenda item 4.2, the report on the update of the turnaround plan for Dobie Middle School and the potential of moving students to Lamar Middle School. I would like the board to look into the partnership, starting an 1882 partnership at Dobie Middle School to allow students to stay there, and to understand the overcrowding issue at Lamar Middle School. It is not possible to have that many students come to Lamar Middle School, nor will it solve the problems with the low test scores at Dobie Middle School. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Cardinal, and I am the parent of a Lamar Middle School Fine Arts Academy transfer student. I'd like to leave a comment about agenda item 11.7 for the board meeting on April 24th. I highly oppose the approving of $4.6 million for modular portables at Lamar Middle School to bring over Dobie Middle School students. I believe this is not a efficient or useful way to spend money. The money should be spent on human resources to help students succeed. Moving students into portables on another campus is not going to help them increase their test scores or their learning measures. Please invest that money elsewhere to help students at all campuses, especially those in underserved communities, to succeed. Thank you.
I am a parent at Ann Richards and Lamar in the district. My point today is to implore you to lead by example and show these young women leaders at ARS that sometimes adults make mistakes. That includes the AISD Board of Trustees, the superintendent, leadership at the school level, and sometimes an impassioned family that feels they've been wronged. All these people make mistakes, but the solution is not to terminate. Termination is the easy way out. Show them that advocacy and showing up for your community works. Show them how to make hard decisions. Show them that you are compassionate and can find creative solutions to hard problems. Our girls deserve better. They deserve the creative and compassionate leadership that the mission statement requires. AISD, I implore you not to terminate NG. These girls will change the world. And remember, they will be watching you as leaders in our community, and they will remember your choices today. Thank you.
My name is Lindsay Knowles, and I am a proud member of the Lively Middle School community. I live in 78704, and I work for Communities in Schools. I'm calling to speak about Agenda Item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for the Parent Support Specialist program. While I wholeheartedly support additional funding for this program, the wording, quote, "This increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team," unquote, is a concern. The proposal is to cut PSSs at the elementary level and use regional PSSs. This would be a grave mistake. They need to remain on campus. They need to be campus-based. They provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to respond quickly to the needs of families and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based PSSs are able to hold language classes for parents, bring in community partners in food and clothing and support, and connect parents to both district and community resources in times of crisis. Please accept this additional funding, but use it to support the successful program we already have in place. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Dylan Peel. I live on East 3rd Street with my wife and 2 young children. And as I push the stroller around my neighborhood, I see many other strollers. I see lots of little kids holding parents' hands. I see pregnant women. I see families of all kinds. There seems to be a bit of an East Side baby boom happening right now, at least in my neighborhood. In light of this, it seems especially unwise to deprive this community of a resource as pivotal as a school. Public education is the backbone of this society. I'm from Austin. I attended AISD schools and received a BS in psychology from UT. Looking at the map, without Brook, there is a gaping educational hole in Central East Austin. East Austin is unique in so many ways, such as how it is walkable in a way that most of Austin is not. I want my kids and my neighbors' kids to be able to safely walk to school. That can only happen if Brook Elementary is still there to walk to. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica, and I am a parent of a student at Cunningham Elementary. I'm also on the PTA board for Cunningham. I have been the volunteer coordinator for the last several years, and I'm calling in regards to agenda item 10.1 about the Parent Support Specialist program in regards to shifting it to a regional type system. And I'm here to tell you that that is a very, very bad decision. I know our Parent Support Specialist very well. She is an integral part of our school. Anytime I think about the fact that she wouldn't be there every day, I can't even imagine how we would function. She is such an important part of our campus. We are a Title I school, and so, of course, there are many kids and families that are in need of different services, and she provides those services for those families. These kids know her so well. She is like the face of our school. Going back to what I said about being a volunteer coordinator, anytime that I need to know what needs the school has, I coordinate with her. I'm adding to my message basically to say we need our Parent Support Specialist. She's an important part of our school. She is part of the foundation of our school. She helps.
My name is Andrea Asbury, and I am a parent of 2 students in AISD, including a senior at Ann Richards School. Good evening, trustees. I'm speaking to you about the urgent need to reinstate our principal at ARS. The superintendent's office has broken our community's trust through their concerning lack of transparency in this process. What we're witnessing is deeply troubling. The experiences of a single family appear to be given priority over multiple career professional educators, themselves from marginalized communities. This directly contradicts the district's stated commitment to equity and inclusion. Most concerning is how this situation abandons the principles of restorative justice that our district claims to value: relationship building, respect for all community members, responsibility to follow fair processes, repair of trust through transparent actions, and reintegration, especially of our valued educators. We ask that you honor these principles by reinstating our principal at ARS and implementing a transparent review process that respects all voices in our community. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandra Martínez. Tengo 2 hijos. No sin ISD, a mucho orgullo. Mi primer hijo, Froilán Manzano, él es egresado de la escuela Adobe Middle School con mucho éxito. Él ahora cursa high school en el grado 10 en Norris. Ahora mismo tengo a mi hijo Mateo Manzano en el grado 7 en Adobe Middle School. Él es autista, está en educación especial. Él ha progresado mucho en la escuela Adobe y por supuesto gracias a Austin ASD y su apoyo. Ahora mi preocupación es la transición que se va a tener en todos los chicos de educación especial. Nadie está pensando casi en nuestros hijos de educación especial. Él, como les comento, ha progresado mucho. Ahora él va a retroceder a hacer este cambio y más porque va a entrar a grado 8 y después va a tener otra transición a la high school. Imagínense su mente cómo va a estar. Eso yo creo que nadie lo ha pensado.
This is an interpretation into English of Alejandra Martinez's message. Hi, good evening. My name is Alejandra Martinez. I am proud to have two sons in Austin ISD. My first son, Fernan Manzano, successfully finished at Dobie Middle School. Now he is in 10th grade of high school at Northeast. Right now, my son Mateo Manzano is in 7th grade at Dobie Middle School. He has autism. He is in special education. He has progressed a lot at Dobie School, and of course, thanks to Austin ISD and its support. Now, my concern is the transition all the kids in special education will have to make. Nobody's thinking much about our children in special education. As I mentioned, he has progressed a lot. Now he will regress with this change, and even more so because he will go into 8th grade, and then we'll have another transition into high school. Imagine what that will be like for his mind. I think nobody has thought about that.
It's Sarah Sima Swantner, and I'm a parent in AISD. I am calling to support parent support specialists at individual campuses. I think it's important that we have a multitude of parent support specialists in different areas tool to attend to those specific needs of those parents in that area. I think that each school has its unique needs when it comes to parental involvement and parental support, and our parent support specialists get to know the parents and the families in those areas, build relationships, and help with things that ultimately support the kids' education.
Hello, my name is Angela, and I have a student at the Ann Richards School. NG, the principal at Ann Richards, lied to the police and tried to have a child arrested for trespassing after keeping the child out of school for 5 weeks. I've reviewed the full AISD investigation and was present for many of the events. I know exactly what happened. The news stations were kind enough to protect the child's privacy and did not report this, but AISD and the board knows. And that is why you're being asked to vote to terminate her. So the ARS community is still demanding her return. Knowing this, I ask you to think hard about who you're standing up for and who you're willing to silence. The principal lied to police to escalate a situation involving a vulnerable child. Please vote to protect all children, not just one adult's reputation. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Rosenthal, and I am encouraging the trustees and the board to vote no on agenda item 11.7. All of this push forward a plan for Dobie needs to be stopped. We need to stop rushing. We need to have discussions of other alternatives than those that have been presented. A trustee mentioned yesterday that incoming Dobie sixth graders could go to Marshall. We also need to have serious discussions for an 1882 charter with the Dobie families. We need to negotiate with the 1882 companies. We need to ask them questions and show them our concerns and show them that you have seriously considered this item. We need time to gather information. Give us time to organize our thoughts. Stop these funds. Stop the rush. Thank you.
Hello, this is Trevante at Dobie Middle School. One of the best things about my school are the hardworking and loving teachers. My favorite class is Avid because we have fun and it persuades me to go to college. Please save Dobie for me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Bedrosian. My son Emerson will be attending Lamar Middle School next year. I am just calling to throw my support behind the trustees and whatever decision they make. My biggest concern is for the students at Dobie and make sure that we take their needs as primary in making this decision, in which case I feels like having them throwing the money at Dobie makes the most sense. That said, if a decision is made for them to come to Lamar, we're here for that as well. I'm sure my son will benefit from the added students to the school, and we will do what we can to support them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Adams, and I am a parent of 2 children in AISD. I am opposed to the declaration of Brook Elementary as surplus property. It's clear that the plan is eventually to sell the property to make up for the budget deficit. The issue is it's always the East Side kids who suffer. The land that was deeded for Brook Elementary was intended by its previous owner for Brook to be a school. Instead of investing in this award-winning school on the East Side, the district chose to close the school and now is looking to sell the property. Why is it okay to spend $90 million on a parking garage at Bowie High School, but our East Side schools get closed? There are lots of kids and new families moving into 78702, and instead of trying to capture this new demographic and pumping that money back into the East Side schools, the district forces parents like myself to look at options like private and charter schools further away. I oppose this. Thank you.
I'm Melissa Nicholson. I'm the parent of a senior at Ann Richards School. I'm calling regarding the agenda item this evening on the termination of our principal. I'm pleading with the board to do the right thing. You have heard from hundreds of community members, from parents to students, 6th graders through 12th graders of the Ann Richards community, in full support of our principal for the character that she has, the incredible way she's shown up for our entire community and cares about all of the students. And we do not feel that she has received the support of the district that she has needed in a nuanced and complex situation. And we do not believe that our community has been respected in the process. So I am appealing to the board. Please do the right thing and do not terminate our principal. Thank you very much.
This is Sharon Bain, AISD alumni parent, calling about agenda item 11.7. I see there's already a move to approve new modular facilities at Lamar, signaling that at least some Dobie students will be going there as part of the turnaround plan you will discuss tonight and submit to TEA in June. Blending 2 school populations requires much more than facilities. How will you ensure that Dobie students are included and prioritized as part of this effort? It is not enough to say that Lamar will welcome them. We have seen clearly that many are not ready to welcome these students with their actions. A true culture change in which Dobie students are embraced and supported with a clear vision of a future Dobie is essential. The plan needs a framework of specific actions that will be taken to support Dobie's student and family success, not just meetings. The board must monitor this and hold people accountable, because if it's not a student outcome, I don't know what is. Thank you.
My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a teacher and proud member of Education Austin. I'm calling to speak on agenda item 10.1. I want to begin by sharing my deep appreciation for parent support specialists. During my time at Bettis Elementary, I had the privilege of working with one of the most incredible PSSs. She was truly the heart of our campus, helping create a sense of magic and belonging, engaging families in meaningful ways, and strengthening the bridge between home and school. She didn't just support families, she empowered them. I am grateful to the district and the city of Austin for continuing to invest in this program and for working together to find solutions during financially challenging times. However, I am concerned about the language in this proposal regarding a regional model. While expanding reach is important, that must not come at the expense of not having PSSs physically present on our campuses. A campus-based PSS knows the families, the rhythms, and the needs of their specific community. They are there when a family shows up in crisis, when a student needs clothing or food, or when a parent wants to engage more deeply in their child's education. That daily presence builds trust, and trust builds community. I also want to be very clear. There must be transparency and protection for these roles beyond the 25-26 year. Staff deserve to know whether their jobs will exist in the future. Without that clarity, we risk losing dedicated professionals who may lead for more stable opportunities. We must commit not only to funding these positions, but to sustaining and protecting them moving forward. Let's deepen our investment in them and ensure they remain rooted in our communities.
My name is Rachel Preston. I'm a teacher at LASA, and I am a proud member of Education Austin. I am calling to speak about agenda item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for a parent support specialist program. While I wholeheartedly support additional funding for this program, the wording, "This increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team," is a concern. The proposal is to cut PSSs at the elementary level and use regional PSSs. This would be a grave mistake. They need to remain campus-based. They provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to quickly respond to the needs of families and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based PSSs are able to hold language classes for parents, bring in community partners for food and clothing support, and connect parents to both district and community resources in times of crisis. Please accept the additional funding, but use it to support the successful program we already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts about the potential termination of the principal at Ann Richards. I'm a clinical social worker with experience with mental health and special education, so I understand the complexities that can be involved in difficult cases when trying to make the best decisions in the context of available information, resources, and policies. We have been told that the district can't be transparent about the process in order to protect a student and an employee. But all I can see is the district trying to protect itself and a student and an administrator that didn't get the support they needed to be successful in the district. What a shame for both. And I say that understanding that protecting the district is important in the context of TA conservatorship. But the principal should not have to pay the price for the long-term systemic issues which have led to such a precarious situation. This decision has eroded trust and left families and staff feeling uneasy about support and due process when navigating complex situations in our schools. It has not been made clear how the principal's termination solves any problems, and I ask that the district find ways to be accountable and better equipped to support complex student issues without sacrificing an administrator with a proven track record of doing the right thing for students. Thank you.
Hi there. I've lived across the street from Brook Elementary for the last 15 years. And since the school has closed, it's been such a valuable place, especially during COVID, for our neighbors to get together and use the field, and for those of us who have children to meet up and use the playground. And it's really important to me to maintain the feel of our neighborhood, that Brook not be sold to a developer. Adding condos here would really be a detriment to our little neighborhood that's boxed in between Fifth, First, Pleasant Valley, and Tillery. Lots of us have kids in the neighborhood, and we would love to have it repurposed by the school district if we could. Just please reconsider any sales to private equity or development. A green space would be wonderful for the community because we don't really have anything in this part of town. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Matt Thompson. I have 2 children in the AISD school system, including one middle schooler in 7th grade at Lamar. I urge the board to reconsider any plans to house any additional students on our Lamar campus. We're operating at over 112% of capacity and aging infrastructure, and the board has presented no plan that can continue the safety and health concerns of our students. If we house additional students, we will fully expect the city and the board to comply with all federal, state, and city codes regarding fire, safety, health, plumbing, access to hallways, evacuation plans, et cetera. And we'll hold the district accountable for meeting those codes. I do not believe, given the short time frame, there's any way to do that in aging structure by housing only.
Hi, my name is Jenna Smith. I am the proud mother of 4 AISD students, and I have 2 amazing students at Lamar Middle School. And I am calling in to voice my concern, opinions, beliefs about the proposed plan to move Dobie students to Lamar. I did attend the meeting via Zoom on Monday night, and I went in with a very open mind. And as the meeting progressed, it became very clear to me that Lamar is not situated to meet the very unique and special needs of Dobie students. This would be a failure, in my honest opinion, for the Dobie students and families who actually have voiced their desire to have a charter school, stay in their community, thrive where they are, and actually have their specific needs met. Putting them in a school, a bigger school, and a double the size classroom with their unique needs will actually provide frustration for the teachers, for the staff, for my children.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Dean, parent of an AISD special education student and an educator at the Ann Richards School, where I've worked for the past 8 years, serving under every principal. I felt compelled to lead this message so that we might begin to address the district's troubling pattern of blaming others while dodging responsibility. You failed to support NG, our exceptional principal, and then blamed her for a situation that you didn't help navigate. Your 33-page report unfairly targets her, not your inadequate guidance. After her removal, you promised ARS support but stayed silent for a month, then sent a recycled email implying that our school's climate and culture is a problem, shifting blame once again. This dismissiveness fails our students, parents, and staff, the very people that you are tasked to serve. Tonight, please act with integrity and break this cycle. Reinstate NG and provide our campus with true guidance and support. Thank you.
My name is Erica Hansen. I'm a youth advisor with the nonprofit Carry at Dobie. I work with the school's highest need students who struggle with fighting and drug abuse. My students are brilliant, but have been dealt a cruel hand. They struggle in a school setting, but they know where to seek support at Dobie. The plan to redistribute Dobie students to Lamar is short-sighted, irresponsible, and incredibly harmful to the already disadvantaged students that Dobie serves, in particular the large Spanish-speaking population who will certainly not receive the services that they require at Lamar. Dobie's care team and admin know these kids, their families, and the Redbird community and have the wisdom, conviction, and compassion to serve them. To close Dobie is to place another misfortune on families and kids who need a safe haven, to displace teachers and staff who have dedicated years of their lives to this population. Dobie has earned the right to be given a real turnaround plan and the time to implement it. There are not simple solutions to complex problems. Dobie has not given up on its community, and the community won't give up on Dobie until it's demolished. Still, you won't demolish the spirit of our community. Thanks.
My name is Emily Sharon, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm calling in strong support of Agenda Item 10.1 to increase funding for the Parent Support Specialist Program. This program has been a lifeline for so many families, and I'm grateful for the investment, but I'm very concerned about the shift toward regional support teams. Campus-based PSSs are essential. They provide safe spaces, immediate crisis support, language classes, and direct connections to community services. Removing them from campuses breaks that critical trust and slows down help when families need it most. And let's be honest, many of us believe this is the first quiet step toward quitting the campus-based model on elementary campuses. It hasn't been said outright, but the intent feels clear. That would be a devastating loss for our youngest students and their families. Please use this funding to support and expand what's already working, a campus-based model. Our families need these trusted professionals right where they've always been, on campus and in the community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Courtney Filer, and I have 2 children in the AISD school district. I have a daughter at Lamar Middle School and a son at Highland Park. I'm calling about agenda item number 11.7 for tonight's meeting, and I'm urging anyone to vote no, approving the contract for modular facilities at Lamar Middle School. It's quite clear that our entire Lamar community is against the Dobie turnaround plan, which is not even half-baked. We're over capacity. There's no established budget for anything. There's no timeline for anything. Please reconsider this and take the time to come up with a true plan. I'm a city planner. I know what it means and what it takes to develop long-term plans. Please put in the effort and listen to your constituents. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hi, this is Natalie Mulgraham from Dobie Middle School. I am the scores teacher here. Austin, we've got a problem. The fear of TEA takeover is messing with our vision. All of a sudden, the children's growth, academic, social, emotional is not even on the table. I keep hearing the fear of having a different superintendent and board losing their jobs and our concept. I'm a person who was told in December, don't worry, you're doing great things. In March, it's Dobie's fault that TEA may take upper management jobs. You're getting shut down. Apply as soon as possible, or you get placed by May 15th. April 21st, the vote will be moved to next Monday. April 23rd, relax, no need to apply. Decision's been pushed to June. 12 hours later, no worries, there's time. My decision to do what? I could go on about how all schools and all staff are going to be negatively affected, but I'm out of time, and we're still not talking about the children. Let's slow down, cool down, and use our prefrontal cortexes.
Good evening. I'm a third-year teacher and a proud member of Education Austin. I'm speaking on agenda item 14. I have 2 points to raise about my concerns. First, the district's recent actions have sent a clear message. You do not support your teachers or administrators. How can you teachers trust a system that doesn't stand by us? When a respected educator with 20 years of experience is fired after seeking guidance from the district, it creates a culture of fear and silence. Who can we trust when doing the right thing puts careers at risk? My second point is we are afraid. Every educator working with students cares deeply about their well-being, and so did NG. The district's willingness to overlook the uniqueness of the situation has made it harder to support the situation at hand. If NG was removed for advocating in what she considered to be a student's best interest, how are we supposed to move forward without her? If mistakes were made in the situation, that points to a failure in the systems and guidance provided, not in NG's character or intentions. We demand better, we demand accountability, and we demand you reconsider your decision to fire NG. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Nicola Allen. I'm a parent of 2 children in AISD. This call is regarding the termination of the principal at Ann Richards School, where my daughter is a high schooler. And I've not made this kind of call before, but I see this as a real breach in terms of fairness and equity. I don't believe this principal should have to resign or be terminated. The school needs her, and she loves the school. It doesn't seem fair that one family who didn't necessarily, have a fair process, or and the principal didn't have the processes properly explained to her, should cause the loss of a principal that we love, and a professional who has been in the school system for many years. We're super lucky to have her. And I just ask that the board be fair in this review, and please bring us back our principal. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. I'm Heather Wong, proud STEM instructional coach at Dobie Middle School, speaking on behalf of our students, families, and staff. At Dobie, we're asking, what will it take for our kids to truly thrive in AISD? We've seen our students succeed when their culture, language, and identity are respected, and when they feel they truly belong. That's the foundation Dobie has built. In the short term, I've submitted a student-centered transition plan that strengthens what's already working and expands school choice for our families, linking our students to Navarro's career pathways, International's newcomer programs, and Lamar's fine arts magnet. In the long term, we're asking AISD to invest in both sides of the city, establishing inclusive fine arts magnets on the west and the east side. Let's invest in an inclusive model now at Lamar and grow Dobie into a fine arts magnet for Renberg. Yes, change brings short-term discomfort, but with vision and leadership, we can build a long-term legacy. Adopt a community-driven plan, center impacted families, and give our students a real choice. Let's live our values through action. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hallie Parchman, and I have an incoming 6th grader to Lamar Middle School. I'd like to make a comment with regard to item 11.7 to add modular portable buildings to Lamar Middle School. I urge you to either vote no or completely take the vote off the table. Lamar Middle School is already overcrowded, and even the current overcrowding can only be solved with permanent infrastructure. New modular buildings not only don't fit based on the drawing that was presented at the board meeting on Monday, they will also make it dangerous for students going to and from class and further contribute to the shoulder-to-shoulder chaos in the halls and in the lunchroom. Lamar simply can't afford to take in even one more additional student with its halls, lunchroom, bathrooms, and other permanent infrastructure. I challenge each and every one of you to visit Lamar during class, during passing periods, during lunch, before school, and after school. Then and only then should this bid even be considered for an agenda item. Please do the right thing for all of our students and vote no to item 11.7. Thank you so much.
Hi, I am a student at Dobie Middle School. We all love Dobie. Dobie is like a home to us. We all love our Abbott class, the excitement it brings us. If it closes, we all lose our home, which will leave us roadrunners devastated. Don't leave us without a home. It will tear us apart. Please don't do this to us. Think wisely about us as people, not test scores.
Hi, my name's Aaron Braun. I live in Allendale. I have a current Lamar student and a rising 6th grader who will be attending Lamar Middle School next year. And I'm calling to leave a public comment on item 11.7 about the proposal to add modular portable buildings to Lamar. I just want to strongly urge you to vote no and frankly, I'm kind of surprised this is even on the agenda. The superintendent told us on Monday night that no decision had been made. And so putting this up for a vote now seems a bit misleading, and it really gives the impression that the plan is already moving forward despite a huge community pushback. Lamar's already packed to the brim. Hallways are shoulder to shoulder during passing periods. The lunchroom's overcrowded. It isn't just a bad idea, but it's dangerous, and it's a clear fire hazard too. So please vote no on 11.7. Our kids deserve better. Thank you.
Hi, I am a student at Dobie Middle School. My favorite thing about Dobie is getting to see my friends. Everyone is nice here. One of my favorite classes is Avid because all of the fun and great memories we share. It would really hurt and affect a lot of people if Dobie closed. Please save Dobie for us and the new kids to come. Dobie has been an amazing place. Don't take this away from us.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Valderas. Quiero expresar mi total desacuerdo con el cierre de la escuela Dobie, la escuela de mis hijos y la comunidad. No quisiera llevar a mis hijos a la escuela Lamar, donde ellos ya han expresado su desacuerdo. No queremos ser parte de esta comunidad donde no somos bien recibidos. Gracias por escucharnos. Salvemos a Dobie, por favor.
This is an interpretation into English of Maria Valderas' message. Good evening. My name is Maria Valderas. I want to express my complete disagreement with the closing of Dobie Middle, the school of my children and the community. I would not want to take my children to Lamar Middle, where they have already expressed their disagreement. We don't want to be part of that community where we are not welcome. Thank you for listening to us. Let's save Dobie, please.
Hi, I'm a student at Dobie Middle School and I'm in 8th grade. I've been in Dobie for the past 3 years. This is my last one. Over the years, Dobie has changed a lot, and I don't think y'all should take it away since there is more to improve and so much more to come. Please, don't let some scores define us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mindy Weber. I am the parent of 3 school-age children that attend Austin ISD schools, including one at Ann Richards High School. I'm also an AISD teacher. I'm calling to insist that the board reject the proposal by Superintendent Matias to fire the standing principal at Ann Richards School. What an incredible educator who deserves our support rather than our obstruction. She's an asset to this school community, and at a time when public schools are being attacked by all fronts, but most particularly state vouchers, the last thing that we want to do is terminate an incredible educator and send a message to parents that we aren't here to advocate both for teachers and students alike. It would be a grave disservice to our entire community if she were forced out of her current role. We're so grateful for her leadership and are anxious to see that she return to Ann Richards to finish out the year and next year. Thank you for your support from the board. We hope you make the right choice.
Marie, parent of 4, 14.1, commend AISD administration and HR for its thoughtful work in recommending termination of the Ann Richards principal and urge approval and reporting to SBEC and any appropriate agencies as well. Concerns exist of criminal activities, including false statements to law enforcement. I'm concerned that administration did not act sooner. 4.2, I want to express deep appreciation and gratitude to the board and administration for delaying the Dobie vote to allow more time for thoughtful and creative solutions. As of 7 p.m. on April 23rd, no turnaround plan was attached to board docs. Lack of sufficient detail might violate Open Meeting Act rules. I am concerned that administration did not act sooner. I'm also concerned the timing of these announcements aligning with STAR testing at Dobie and the stress on the students and staff due to district actions. 6.1, Third Future and Mendez remain rated failing with low enrollment, and I doubt Third Future has met its contract. 9.4, in all Level 3 grievances, the LSG monitoring agreement appears to bind the board to administration, limiting community grievance rights and conflicting with district policies. 11.4, please keep turf projects in the original order. Do not allow campuses to skip ahead of others. 11.7, please delay the $4.6 million portable purchase for Lamar Middle, since portables were deemed obsolete by the administration and may tie into.
I'm a student at Dobie Middle School. I've been here for 3 years. Y'all will call us a failed school, but y'all do not even respond to our request to fix holes in our walls and broken door handles. Y'all have failed us as minorities because we are seen as test scores. We have many programs to help us as students like ACE and AVID, my personal favorite. Please save our school for future students. I beg y'all see us as a community and not just test scores. There are many immigrant families here that depend on the breakfast and lunch that school provides to feed their children. There are many things in this school that help others, like other minorities like me as a Mexican. I appreciate the school for all it has done for me, and everything that it will continue to do, I hope it does. So please save our school. Please see us as more as people and not just test scores or numbers. Hi, I am a proud student at Dobie Middle School. I love my AVID class. I also love my barber class in an amazing program called ACE. ACE also has soccer, cosmetology, tennis, and more. Please don't let this adventure stop. Thank you for your time.
Yes, hello. My name is Tom. I am the parent of two current Ann Richards students, and I was just commenting on the vote this evening on the essentially the proposed termination. I want to remind the board that you are impacting the lives of over 1,000 parents, students, teachers, and administrators with your decision. And my biggest concern is that the original very, very hasty investigation has not been delved into further in the 3 or 4 weeks we've been waiting. It does feel like a third party should be vetting some of this, adding context, talking to more people, because there have been numerous inaccuracies described and parents and teachers pointing out incorrect information. I would like to suggest that you do this before taking this to a vote. This seems like the most appropriate course of action, and I hope you'll consider that. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes, my name is Nicole Harris, and I am a parent of the Proud Ann Richards School, and I am just asking that the board rejects the recommendation of termination of the principal and reinstate her. Thank you.
Hola, soy estudiante y no me gustaría que cancelaran Dobie para que los maestros sigan dando clases y para que los niños sigan estudiando y se gradúen. De verdad sí da lástima mirar a los maestros tristes. Por favor, denle más oportunidades a Dobie. Los maestros hacen lo posible para que no cancelen Dobie. Esperemos si se pueda que les den más oportunidades a los maestros y principales. Y recuerda, sí se puede.
Hello, I'm a student at Dobie Middle School. I don't like that Dobie will close so that the teachers can continue teaching and the students can continue studying. It's sad to see the teachers lose their job. Please give Dobie more chances. The teachers and principals do anything impossible and everything impossible that Dobie doesn't close. Let's hope that they give the staff members another chance. Remember, anything is possible. You can do this.
This is an interpretation into English of a student's message. Hello, I am a student and I would not like Dobie to be closed so that teachers can continue teaching and children can continue studying and graduating. It is truly sad to see the teachers so upset. Please give Dobie another chance. The teachers are doing everything they can to prevent Dobie from closing. We hope that, if possible, teachers will be given another chance. And remember,
AISD community member, we're all on the same team, committed to public education and supporting our schools. Having worked under the principal, I can speak to her dedication, leadership, and genuine care for students, qualities that are not easily replaced. My concern is that education is facing a serious brain drain. Talented educators and leaders are leaving due to lack of support or resources. The soldiers on the front lines of education work hard, including her. She is on your team. By terminating her, the message you're sending is that nothing we as educators do will be enough, because the system is broken, and rather than repair, you would rather remove. And that in times of crisis, rather than support those working to keep public education alive, you'd rather take punitive action. That even after her 18 years of service, not knowing how to handle an outlier crisis situation or receiving the proper guidance from her supervisors nullifies a lifetime of work. Rather than termination, my hope is that this situation will be an opportunity to foster change through addressing policy and allowing for restorative educational practices. Now more than ever, we must invest in those who stay and lead. If mistakes were made, let us meet them with grace and a commitment to grow, values that we teach our students every day. Again, we are on the same team.
My name is Lacey, and I am calling to comment on the essentially forced termination of Principal G at Ann Richards. I'm a family member of a student with disabilities, and I will say that I have known and heard nothing but positive things about Principal G, and that she has been absolutely life-altering for this student, affirming, supportive, and as a former educator myself, I think that it is absolutely astounding that a quality leader is being forced into this situation as a result of a single complaint or comment. This is not the way these things should be handled or are handled under the law, and her position should be offered to her as reinstatement.
Hi there. My name is Nicole, and I'm a parent of a student at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'm urging you, the Board of Trustees, to vote against the superintendent's recommendation to terminate our principal. She is not only a strong and effective leader, she is deeply loved and respected in our community. Her impact is visible in the growth, safety, and spirit of our school. This recommendation feels less like a leadership decision and more like a scapegoating tactic for larger systemic issues that may trace back to district-level policies and oversight. It is also worth noting that the superintendent's own daughter attends our school. That raises serious concerns about potential personal motivations behind this recommendation. Let's be honest, this community is rallying behind her. Hundreds of parents, students, and staff, and former colleagues and former students have spoken up in support of our principal, and that should mean something. We are asking you to see through the politics and protect what's right. Our children, our school, and our community deserve a leader like the one we have in our principal, and she deserves your support tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Adams, and I'm a homeowner at 302 Tillery Square. My grandkids, which go to the school in the school district, live right around the corner. I have a couple of items that I wish you would address. First of all, where will the special needs children go? Where will they go if you close that school? It does seem like you're targeting underserved and minority children. Where will they go? And there's better uses for that facility. One that would contribute to the community. Summer camp, after-school programs, special needs, art, dance, music, special classes. What I want to know is who is benefiting from this transaction of closing that, surplusing that school. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm a proud student at Dobie Middle School. I really feel as if we shouldn't shut down Dobie because it has so many programs to offer, like AVID, which helps you future, ACE, Barber Academy, cosmetology, and so much more. Maybe quit looking at the test and look at what we actually have to offer. Don't close down Dobie because you'd be closing opportunities to low-income families. I feel like people have always looked down and ignored Dobie because of certain opinions that have been made about us. But we are more than scores. We are a family. Thank you for your time.
My name is Erica Hoffman, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm calling to speak about Agenda Item 10.1 to increase the allotment from the city for the Parent Support Specialist Program. While I wholeheartedly support the additional funding for this program, the wording, quote, "this increase will support the expansion of services, including the establishment of a regional support team," end quote, is a concern. The proposal is to cut parent support specialists at the elementary level and use, quote unquote, regional parent support specialists. This would be a grave mistake. They need to remain campus-based. They provide a safe space and a listening ear for families in crisis. If we remove them from campuses, they lose their ability to respond quickly to the needs of families and become an organic part of the school community. Campus-based parent support specialists are able to hold language classes for parents, bring in community partners for food and clothing support, and connect parents to both district and community resources in times of crisis. Please accept the additional funding, but use it to support the successful programs we already have in place.
My name is Rebecca Neibauer. I am an AISD parent, and I am calling about Agenda Item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy, and the district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. In the absence of an imminent deadline or community consensus, proceeding with the contract now and at what we were led to believe would be only an informational meeting erodes trust in the district during this challenging time when community support will be essential. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a proud student at Dobie Middle School. The 2 years I've been going here have been absolutely amazing. The staff members are the best, so are the classes, including AVID. Hopefully, Dobie doesn't close for the chances of more successful students. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Emily Hardiman, and I am a current Lamar parent of a 7th grade student. I'm calling to leave comment on item 11.7 regarding modular or portable buildings being added to the Lamar campus. I urge the board to wait on this vote. Taking this vote off of the table right now is what makes the most sense, considering this is not a fully formulated plan just yet. There is no room for more students at Lamar, which is currently overcrowded as it is. Bringing in additional students needs to be thought through thoroughly in terms of safety and how these students can be accommodated in the halls, in the lunchroom, and bathrooms. I think that we need to have a much better formed plan of action and understanding of how this influx of students could impact safety on the Lamar campus before a decision is made about the funding for these portables or buildings. Please consider holding off on this vote for the time being. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Caritas, and I am a former AISD special education teacher. I have taught at Martin Middle School. I was an AmeriCorps member many years ago at Keeling Middle School, and I also taught at Clayton Elementary. And I currently live near and work across the street from Brook Elementary. I'm calling to ask that we vote no currently for this idea of the surplus. I think there should be much more community involvement on what is exactly going to happen with this surplus to make sure that this is a community benefit. That land is worth a lot of money, and if it needs to be sold, then I want our neighborhood and the people affected by this to have a say in the matter. So thank you so much for your time. At this time, I'm voting no because there's not enough information.
Hi, I'm a proud student at Dobie Middle School. I really hope for Dobie not to shut down. It's a really great school. Avid really encourages me to go to college. I always felt very welcome at Dobie for the last 3 years I've been here, but I've also felt like the district has never really acknowledged Dobie as much as it should be. Please don't shut down the Rember community.
My name is Gabriel Gervey, and I'm an AISD parent. I'm calling about agenda item 11.7, and I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy. The district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. In the absence of an imminent deadline or community consensus, proceeding with the contract now and at what parents were led to believe would be only an informational meeting erodes trust in the district. And it erodes that trust during this challenging time when community support is essential. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marie Hermit, and I'm an AISD and Ann Richards School parent, and I'm calling with regard to the termination of the ARS principal that's on the agenda. My feeling is that the principal deserves to be put on a performance improvement plan or receive some sort of support or training rather than being terminated. She has a stellar record. She has been very supportive of all types of communities, and she clearly made some mistakes in choices this time, but the district also has very unclear policies. She wasn't insubordinate to her supervisor, which is also problematic as an employee, so she was caught in a double jeopardy type of situation. And the district has really failed the student who is in their later portion of high school. Learning disabilities are identified much earlier than that if they're effectively supported throughout the district system. So the principal did not fail the student. The district failed the student. The district failed through unclear policies, is failing now through proposing to terminate.
Hello, I'm a proud student in Dobie, and I'm in AVID. I think we have the best AVID program in the east of Austin, and I think I want the future generation to have as much fun as I had being in Avid. And I don't want this school to shut down. And thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Jessica Miller. I have a current 8th grade Fine Arts Academy student and a rising 6th grade Fine Arts Academy student. As you're presented with item 11.7 to add modular buildings to Lamar Middle School, I urge you to please vote no or take the vote off the table. Lamar is already overcrowded, and even the current overcrowding can only be solved by a full reconstruction of their permanent infrastructure. New modular buildings don't fit based on the half-baked drawings presented this past Monday. They will also make it dangerous for students going to and from class and further contribute to the absolutely shoulder-to-shoulder chaos in the halls and in the lunchroom. Lamar cannot afford to take in even one more additional student. With its halls, lunchroom, bathrooms, I challenge each and every one of you to please visit Lamar during class, during passing periods, during lunch, before school, and after school. Then and only then should this bid even be considered for an agenda item. Please do the right thing for all the students and vote no to item 11.7. Thank you.
I am calling in regard to the topic 11.7, the construction of modular facilities at Lamar Middle School. I'm asking for you to not approve these monies. There is no plan that you can share with us, and the TE deadline is extended, but you're wanting to approve an amount that is no more than $4.6 million for modular buildings on our campus. How does that even make sense? How can they cite to approve a non-existent plan without knowing how many kids you're even trying to send? AISD Board of Trustees and Superintendent, we are exhausted. I am a Lamar parent and an Ann Richards parent, and I cannot think of a more disruptive, heartbreaking month regarding my education for my children. As far as Dobie, support them. Find a solution that works for them without putting a strain on other schools. This is a systemic issue, not just in our district. Utilize Dobie to be the example to how turn schools around. They can do it. They are engaged too. Dobie needs students and educators to give them support they need. Please do better. Thank you.
Ashley Bahara, I have 2 students in AISD. As you are presented with item 11.7 on tonight's agenda, I urge you to vote no or completely take the vote off the options. Invest in humans, not portables. $4.6 million can be invested in resources for the Dobie student body. That would be $8,500 per student to keep their school open and not displace an already vulnerable community. Incoming 6th grade families didn't get notice that the vote had been moved to June. Teachers' contracts, don't they close on June 1st? It seems nefarious that a decision about teachers' working environments will be decided after contracts are locked in. Have you toured Lamar during the day to get a sense of its overcrowding or to see that the bathrooms don't actually have working plumbing? It was brought up at Monday's meeting and ignored, so I'm going to bring it up again. What about the special education program for students who are in that? They have already been failed by you once. How do you plan on protecting if this merger happens? Consider humans, the adolescents that you are trying to displace. You have heard from them that they do not want to be bused.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I'm the parent of 2 AISD students. I am calling to urge the Board of Trustees to vote no on the termination of the Ann Richards principal and to question AISD leadership on the biased and incomplete internal investigation that serves as their primary basis for the termination recommendation. I ask trustees to question why an outstanding principal is being scapegoated for the failure of district-level special education leadership in training and supporting school leaders to navigate complex circumstances, why a principal would be terminated for not getting a child evaluated sooner despite a family's refusal to consent to evaluation. Ask the superintendent how it is just that a school principal who followed direct orders from her supervisor is now being terminated for following those orders. All ASD educators are now No, they are one accusation away from being fired, one misinterpreted comment away from being called bigoted, that they are one procedural misstep in an ocean of confusing and faulty procedures away from taking the fall for this district. Your vote speaks volumes to the educators and leaders in AISD about how they are respected and protected. Vote no on this termination. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna King. My daughter is a student at ARS. We are both deaf. Ms. Griffith has been nothing but supportive, kind, and worked hard to create an inclusive environment, not only for my daughter, but for other kids with disabilities. I disagree with the superintendent's plan to terminate her, and the situation Ms. this was put in was unusual. The school didn't have the resources to support this student, and the family was not willing. Why give this family so much power over a school? AISD messed up, but terminating a principal does not fix this situation. It not only emboldens other families to do the same, this will go on and on. I hope this board votes against the termination.
Hi, my name is Jody Stock, and I'm a proud Lamar parent. Tonight, you will be asked to vote on item 11.7 to fund modular buildings at Lamar Middle School. I urge you to either vote no or completely take the vote off the table. Lamar Middle School is already overcrowded, and adding modular buildings does nothing to address the already overstretched common spaces. The plan presented at Monday's meeting at Lamar is unworkable, and you can ask any Lamar parent, staff, or student. Funding the portables before a viable plan is developed and presented to Dobie and Lamar families is putting the cart before the horse. And I think kind of worse, it's eroding our trust in the school district and its representatives. So I ask you to let's work together to find a viable solution that will be best for Dobie and Lamar students. And it is not cramming hundreds of kids into an already crammed school and wedging portables into a campus with no thought for common spaces or the kids' safety. Please do the right thing for all of our students and vote no on item 11.7. Thank you.
This is Kendra Welch. I have students at Matthews Elementary, O. Henry Middle School next year, LASA, and most relevant to this phone call at Ann Richards. I would like to register my opposition to the termination of the Ann Richards principal. She is important to our community. She is a good fit. She is a result of a long and extensive search for a principal that fits our community. We like her. My daughter loves her. The students love her. She needs to stay. I understand it's sifting to the surface why we are at this point, and it seems like the complaints of one parent have brought us to this point. And I would expect for a termination of a principal, there needs to be a folder of complaints, like some sort of history. Instead, we're only seeing history of professional behavior and one complaining parent. I don't know how this is acceptable in AISD. Please retain our principal. Thank you.
Hello, AIC Board of Trustees. I am leaving this message for you to encourage you to vote against the recommendation on bullet point 14.1 on your agenda regarding the principal for the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. The principal has been an amazing guiding force for our young women, and the community is wholeheartedly in support of her continuing at the school. We hope that you can vote to support this wonderful person so that they can continue working to support our young women. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you make these good choices.
Good evening. My name is Paige Maisley, and I'm the Math Department Chair at Dobie Middle School. This is my first year here, but I've taught at charter schools before. I've seen the barriers they face in educating all students equitably and the choices they get to make about what students they serve. Dobie serves everyone. Dobie is special. Our students' diversity is beautiful and rare, but there's a lack of transparency about our future. We keep getting emails, not real engagement. What am I supposed to tell my students when they ask where they'll go next year? This has been the hardest and most rewarding year in my career. I spent countless hours building lessons, learning my students' needs, mostly without the support we should have had. 10-minute walkthroughs don't show what we're building. Come partake in the work side by side with us. It only took me a week to see what Dobie needs. I'm not in a district leadership role. You are. We're looking to you. Where was this support? And now, is it too late? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Forbes, and I am the parent of a rising Lamar 8th grader as well as a rising Lamar Middle School 6th grader. And as you are presented with item 11.7 to add modular and or portable buildings to Lamar Middle School, I urge you to either vote no or completely take the vote off the table. Lamar Middle School is already overcrowded, and even the current overcrowding can only be solved by a full reconstruction of their permanent infrastructure. New modular buildings not only don't fit based on the half-baked drawing presented this past Monday, they will also make it dangerous for students going to and from class and would further contribute to the absolute shoulder-to-shoulder chaos in the halls and in the lunchroom. Lamar simply can't afford to take in even one more additional student with its halls, lunchroom, bathrooms, and other permanent infrastructure. I challenge each and every one of you to visit Lamar during class, during passing periods, during lunch, before school, and after school. Then and only then should this bid even be considered for an agenda item. Please do the right thing for all of our students. And
my name is Catherine Rowe. I am an AISD parent, and I am calling about agenda item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. Please do not approve this contract for adding modular facilities to Lamar Middle. A comprehensive, detailed plan that has community consensus and ensures a safe and supportive environment for all students and staff is needed. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy, and the district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. Please create a comprehensive district-wide turnaround plan for all middle schools and AISD requiring one before moving forward with voting on any specifics related to a Lamar-only plan. Thank you for your consideration and for your service.
Hi, yes, this is Sean Leahy, father of a sixth grader at Ann Richards. I'm calling to request that the board reject the recommendation of termination of Principal G at Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Johnson. I'm an AISD parent. I'm calling about agenda item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy, and the district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. In the absence of an imminent deadline, our community consensus proceeding with the contract now and at what we were led to believe would only be informational meeting erodes trust in the district during this challenging time when community support is essential. Thank you very much.
My name is Erin Marks. I am an AISD parent, and I am calling about agenda item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy, and the district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. This still is not enough time to allow families to decide what to do in the summer for their kids if this plan goes through. In the absence of an imminent deadline or community consensus, proceeding with the contract now and what we were led to believe would be only an informational meeting erodes trust in the district during this challenging time when the community support is essential. Thank you.
My name is Hillary Roberts. I am an Austin ISD parent and a former educator. What should happen tonight is that we should reject the proposed termination of the Ann Richards principal. We know that there is more information that has not been shared, and we feel that this termination is absolutely inappropriate and not the right direction for our school, our students, our district, or anybody involved. Please consider rejecting the proposed termination of our principal from the superintendent.
My name is Melanie Peterson. I am an Austin ISD parent, and I am calling about agenda item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this item because the request is premature. The Dobie turnaround planning is in its infancy, and the district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a plan. In the absence of a deadline or community consensus, proceeding with the contract now at what we were led to believe would be only an informational meeting erodes trust in the district during this challenging time when community support is essential. Thank you.
My name is Mark, and I'm a parent of an Ann Richards student. I'm calling because justice for students with disabilities must mean accountability for those who've harmed them. The principal at Ann Richards wasn't just negligent. She orchestrated a campaign to delay and deny a vulnerable student access to education based purely on how she looked. Your investigation found that this principal violated Section 504 IDEA's child find requirements, Texas Education Code 25.001, and AISD's own ethics code by excluding a student, misrepresenting facts, and failing to notify the parent about an emergency hold. She told Student Services a truancy officer tried to get the student back. That was a lie. If this board doesn't act tonight, it's signaling to every campus that violating student rights is acceptable. We're watching, and we expect you to do the right thing.
My name is Jitka Snoblova. It's Jitka Snoblova, and I have a student at Lamar Middle School, a sixth grader, and I am calling about today at the hearing. There is one of the points is approving a budget for building a modular buildings at Lamar Middle School to accommodate students coming from Dobie Middle School. I do not wish the board to approve that money since after a hearing on Monday, we heard a lot of things which are not clear and which are pointing a lot of problems with that solution. It does not seem like a good solution for students of any of the schools, and I would like the board to think about that before they approve any kind of money that large budget could be used a different way. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Joy, parent of an AISD middle school student at the School of Ann Richards, and I'm calling to respectfully request that the board reject the recommendation of termination of the current principal of Ann Richards. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Abby Aiken, and I'm a teacher, department head, and team leader at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. Trustees, tonight I urge you to vote against the recommendation to terminate NG. While I can't confirm and am not privy to the motives behind this decision, I fear it may be an attempt to preempt a larger challenge. And if so, then this is the wrong move. NG has consistently stood up for equity in public education, from leading SPED training to ensuring our admissions reflect. Removing a leader so deeply committed to equitable best practices sends a harmful message to students, staff, and the community. Superintendent Segura, you referenced our school climate and culture as a possible source of our leadership challenges, but these challenges began with district-level policies and decisions, ones that in years past paired us with a misaligned leadership and that are now failing to stand behind those that are doing the hard, right work. Equity isn't upheld through fear. It is upheld by supporting proven leaders. Please, trustees, it is not too late to do the right thing. Keep NG. Thank you.
This is Edward Bradfield, and I am a parent at Lamar Middle School. I would like to request that the trustees, every single one of them, vote no on approving the up to $4.6 million for modular buildings to be placed at Lamar. My reasons are, number one, it is dishonest. We were told there is no plan. We were told that there is no selected option out of the three we were presented. And we were told that everything was still on the table. I know somebody's going to come back and say we need to set aside that money just in case we need it. But if that is the case, I do not want it approved until there's the same budget amount for Murchison, O'Henry, and Keeling on the agenda to be approved. And also there be an amount for a charter company to get started in running Dobie, thereby funding all three of the options we were presented with and told that were all still in play, that there was no decision made. But my idea would be to not try to approve any budget.
Hi, my name is Mike Nicholson, and I'm the father of a graduating senior at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'm calling because I'm incredibly disappointed in how the district is handling the situation with our principal. The lack of transparency, the rush process, and the way the community is being ignored is deeply upsetting. Our principal has been a strong, compassionate, and effective leader. She's earned the trust of students, families, and staff alike. Acting on a single complaint while disregarding the overwhelming support from this community not only feels wrong, it feels like a betrayal. I want to be clear. I can't, in good faith, support any board member who supports this superintendent's recommendation, and I will do everything in my power to ensure they are not reelected to this board. The community is watching, and we will not forget. please reject the superintendent's recommendation and reinstate our beloved principal. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to speak on the item for the budget approval of modular facilities at Lamar Middle School. I would like to ask that you honor Dobie's wish to keep their school open and reach out to approved nonprofits and begin planning for the model that is the first preference option for the 1882 charter model. It is more focused, provides more resources that will help meet the children's needs and improve ratings while continuing to allow the community to stay within their community and not creating additional challenges and barriers to the families that already endure more than a family should. Again, please thoughtfully and completely explore partnering with a TEA nonprofit that will keep the school open. And also, please provide both the Dobie community and the Lamar community with the due diligence efforts towards this option being explored rather than approving for a modular facility. I'd also like to recognize and congratulate Mendez Middle School, who has increased their score from an F to a B rating, and I think that's something to celebrate and to recognize.
Good evening. This is Kim McPherson, and I have a daughter at Ann Richards School and another daughter who graduated from Austin ISD. And I'm calling to ask the board to please reject the superintendent's recommendation around termination of the Ann Richards principal. She's been fabulous, and our district desperately needs leaders like her. So please reject the superintendent's recommendation of termination. Thank you.
My name is Crispa Ashfaq-Yachman. I'm a parent of a Ann Richards student in the 9th grade. I'm calling to give my support to the former principal of Ann Richards, NG. She has been an exemplary leader and just a wonderful asset to Ann Richards and has a very long history of being an excellent school teacher and administrator and leader. So I am asking that the Board of Trustees please reject the proposed termination of her and reinstate her as the principal of Ann Richards, effective as soon as possible, immediately. And please, whatever the conflict is, her long history of work must balance out, and there must be another way found to solve whatever the conflict is and the accusal of wrongdoing on her part. Please show our kids that there are other ways to solve problems and keep.
Hello, my name is Iris Nicholson, and I am a senior at the Ann Richards School, planning to study early childhood education and development. I'm calling to urge you to vote against the superintendent's recommendation to terminate Principal NG. NG is the type of educator I look up to. She cares deeply about every student. She encourages students to be the best versions of themselves and supports every single school and student initiative to the best of her ability. If I could grow up to be half of the educator she is, I would be extremely lucky. If you vote to terminate her, you are doing the ARS community a huge, huge disservice. If the board votes in favor of her termination, I will not support the future candidacy of any board member. And as a future educator, your actions could encourage me to look for positions outside of AISD because I want to work for an organization that values and protects its employees. The fact that she may be let go over a single grievance is an unforgivable act by the district, and it shows me that this board cares more about saving face and avoiding potential lawsuits than it does its students, educators, and community members. Please, please listen to the hundreds of community members who support Principal G and show us that what the community wants matters to you. Do not vote to terminate NG.
Hi, my name is Amanda Calkins. I'm a parent of a Lamar 7th grader and of a future Lamar student, and I'm a substitute teacher who's worked at Lamar. I wanted to add my voice to so many others regarding agenda item 11.7, approving money to build modular portable buildings at Lamar Middle School. And I'd like to ask you to please vote no on this or take it off the table completely. We haven't seen enough of a plan to justify dedicating funds like this to this project. Lamar is already really overcrowded. I invite you to come to Lamar Middle School during class change or lunchtime and see for yourself what it looks like here.
we're going to need a lot more information and planning and input from the communities before we approve a lot of cash like this. So please vote no on this item tonight. Thank you for your service to the school district. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is John Andrews, and I am connected to Lamar Middle School via my son, who's a sixth grader there, and I also have a third grader at Brentwood who will be going to Lamar in a couple of years, and I have a 20-year-old who graduated from Lamar about 10 years ago. And the reason I'm calling is I'm registering very strongly my opposition to the plan to appropriate $4.6 million or thereabouts for the build-out to accommodate an undisclosed and undetermined number of students that would be sent there from the Adobe Middle School. And I understand already that Lamar is grossly overcrowded, and the conditions there are already woefully inadequate in terms of the infrastructure. And I could not be more opposed to this move to bring the Adobe students there. And it seems to me that the solution needs to be found ultimately in Adobe.
My name is Laura Brown. I am a parent of a current sixth grader at Lamar Middle School. I am calling to urge the board not to approve the agenda item 11.7, proposing portable buildings for Lamar Middle School. Lamar is already operating over capacity. Adding portable structures, buildings doesn't solve the problem of overcrowding. The school's core infrastructure, hallways, lunchrooms, bathrooms cannot support more students. The proposed placement also raises safety concerns for students moving between classes and across campus. Lamar needs a long-term solution, not a temporary fix that adds to the overcrowding. Please reject this agenda item for the well-being and safety of our students and staff. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Carroll, and I'm a father of one former Lamar student and one current one. Lamar Middle School is crowded. It has been since my high schooler started there 5 years ago. It's currently at 115% of its capacity, and it shows. The building needs major renovations, and it already has a lot of portables. Adding more will cost millions that could have been invested into the school. We don't need to make Lamar a failing middle school as well. We all know Texas is not on our side. They want to funnel more public money to private schools. They don't support AISD as the city grows rapidly. Sometimes you have to be strategic in such conflicts. The better solution is to let Adobe students stay at Adobe, even if the school is run by a charter.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Leal. Soy una madre de un alumno de Austin ISD y mi comentario es acerca de la escuela Adobe, porque la están cerrando. Entonces, mi pregunta es para el superintendente, ¿qué estás haciendo tú para mejorar la escuela? Si según ustedes ya tiene 4 años con calificación de S, ¿te has preocupado por mejorar la escuela, mandar maestros? Hasta donde yo sé, has quitado maestros en vez de ponerles ayuda. Además, hay más niños hispanos de México, de otros países que vienen y que no tienen su lenguaje en inglés. Y los exámenes del Estado se los están presentando en un idioma que ellos no tienen idea. Mi pregunta es para ti. Si tú llegaras a ir a un país que tú no sabes ese idioma y te hacen un examen, ¿tú lo pasarías en el idioma que te lo estén haciendo y ese idioma tú no lo sabes? Por favor.
This is an interpretation into English of Marta Leal's message. Hi, good evening. My name is Marta Leal. I am the mother of an Austin ISD student, and my comment is about Adobe Middle because it is being closed. So my question is for the superintendent. What are you doing to improve the school? Because according to you, it has had an F rating for 4 years already. Have you tried to improve the school, send teachers? As far as I know, you have eliminated teachers rather than giving them help. Also, there are more Hispanic children from Mexico from other countries who come, and their language is not English. And the state tests are being administered to them in a language that they don't know at all. My question is for you. If you went to a country where you don't know the language and they gave you an exam, would you pass it in the language in which they are administering it when you don't know that language? Please.
Hello, my name is Angela Morton, and I am an AISD parent. I'm calling about agenda item 11.7. I urge the trustees to either vote no or table this agenda item because this request is premature. The Adobe turnaround plan that has been presented is in its infancy and is not comprehensive. The district just received an additional 2 months to create and submit a more comprehensive and thorough plan. In the absence of this imminent deadline or community consensus, proceeding with the contract now and at what we were led to believe would be the only informational meeting erodes trust in the district during this challenging time when community support is essential. Thank you.
My name is Neil Dillon, and I am an ESL teacher at Webb Middle School. I am calling in regards to Adobe Middle School. Over the last 5 years, I've had the privilege of working alongside many of the great people in the Adobe community. One of the major strengths of Adobe is its love and support for the Rumberg neighborhood and the perseverance to overcome many obstacles, most of which do not show up on a STAR test. In my opinion, Adobe should stay open. However, I understand that the district is in a difficult position. If you decide to partner with a charter school, you must get input from the Adobe community. We also must address the elephant in the room, that hyper Title I schools need more resources than most other schools. Finally, if Adobe students are relocated, there must be a process for having those vital community resources and supports to travel alongside those students and families. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm calling because I have a student at Ann Richards. I'm calling to ask the board to please reject the recommendation of termination of the Ann Richards principal. She's been nothing but a beacon of light in our community and positively influencing thousands of girls. And I cannot overstate this enough of how wonderful our school environment is because of her specifically. So I'm calling to ask that you please reject the recommendation of the principal of Ann Richards' termination. Thank you.
My name is Megan Cleon, and I am a Lamar Middle School parent. I'm asking tonight for you to pull item 11.7 from your consent agenda and to vote no on this item. The agenda item looks like a way to force a merger of Lamar and Adobe Middle Schools, despite objections from both the Lamar and Adobe communities. You may have officially delayed the vote on Adobe's future until the summer, but allocating millions of dollars to portables tonight makes it pretty clear what your plan is. The lack of transparency from AISD the past week has been completely disheartening, and approving this contract tonight would undermine trust even more. I am urging you to pull this from the consent agenda and to vote no. Do not prematurely allocate our district's precious funds and resources until a real plan has been finalized and approved. Thank you.
Hi, this is Christina Duhan, and I am a parent of 2 children in Austin ISD. I was calling to comment and requesting that you do not take action on item 11.7 for the approval of $4.6 million for portables at Lamar. Lamar does not have the space for new portables and cannot accommodate an influx of 400 students from Adobe. Thank you very much. Please vote no on 11.7.
Hello, I have a freshman daughter at Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, and I wanted to express my extreme concern for the recommendation of termination of the principal at Ann Richards. She has been the most steady and instrumental piece of our school in restoring a sense of community after so much turmoil. My daughter has gone through so many principals. I would like to strongly ask the trustees to reject the superintendent's recommendation of termination. We also, who at this point will not be attending any AISD school because our faith in AISD has totally been ruined.
Parent of Jackson Liggett, a sixth grader at Lamar. I just want to say that whatever sacrifices or inconveniences our son or our family will need to make to accommodate the Dobie family at Lamar, we're ready and willing to help out however we can. Feel like the Dobie families are going to have a lot more struggles and difficulties moving over to our community, but just wanted to be vocal in our support and apologize for the Lamar families that are obviously being selfish and rude. Good luck. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amanda Keel. I am a parent of a seventh grader at Ann Richards School, and I would like the board to reject the recommendation of termination of the principal at ARS. This person has been an enormous asset to the school and really helped those girls strive. And I think that it would be detrimental to the school if the board does not reject this possible termination or recommendation of termination. Please consider please consider rejecting this termination. Coming from a parent of a seventh grader who is doing amazingly well at this school, and this person has brought so much positivity and togetherness, and my child feels so comfortable and at home at this school because of this person. Thank you.
Hello, Elizabeth Davis, Restorative Practice Teaching Assistant at Dobie. After receiving an email yesterday, Wednesday, concerning the date change from the turnaround plan to June 30th, I'm concerned with the families and the students, as well as the community, not being able to speak on this change and what will happen to our students when we're not able to connect with them prior to them leaving to advise them on where they're going to go. Please have another community meeting before that happens so that we can advise our students and the family and the community as to what will happen with our students. I think it's unfair to have this in extended periods when we well are aware of what the options and choices are and may have already made that decision but just haven't made it publicly. So please keep Dobie and Lamar in mind when you make this decision, and we ask for compassion and empathy as we are navigating both Dobie. We're trying.
Hi, my name is Megan Little, and I am a parent of a Lamar student and another incoming student. I'm a former AISD teacher and the president of the McCallum PTSA. I would like to urge the board to not take action on item 11.7, which is the approval of the $4.6 million for portables for Lamar. I think we need to sit on this until we fully think through what is the best plan for both Dobie students and the Lamar community. We do not support this, and we want some kind of solution that works best for all, but this is not it.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hicks. I'm a parent of a current Lamar middle schooler and one that is on their way to Lamar Middle School. I just wanted to comment on item 11.7, which is the portables, approval of a contract for portables. I asked that there be no action taken on this item, considering that we were told that, there's still discussions taking place and nothing was going to be put in place yet for the Dobie closure and the transfer to Lamar. Just feel completely blindsided by this agenda item and the fact that it's on there and there's a vote being taken tonight. So would just really appreciate the trustees' consideration of all the discussions and the thousands of children and concerned families involved in this decision. Thanks so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Miley, and I'm calling to recommend that the Board of Trustees reject the recommendation of termination for the principal for the Ann Richards School. I am the parent of a ninth grader at Ann Richards. My student has been there since sixth grade, and the principal, the current principal, is by far the principal who's been involved in recent events is by far the best administrator that we've had since in the last several years. So I strongly recommend the board reject the recommendation of termination. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Joyce, and I am a parent of AISD as well as an AISD substitute teacher assistant employee. I'm calling in regards to, I want to express my support for the principal of Ann Richards. I feel that her leaving the school, being fired from the school, would be very detrimental to the school. I think the school community supports her, and I think that her whole history should be regarded, not just one incident. She was great with the girls. She was popular with the girls. She was supported by the parents and by the staff. And I just want you to consider how much support she has within the community. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Angela Giles. I have two daughters at ARS, and I would like to show my support for the principal of Ann Richards and have her reinstated. And she is the best principal that this school has ever had. She loves the students, and to have her be dismissed because of one student is not acceptable. She needs to stay on. Our girls need her. Thank you.
Hello, Superintendent and Board. My name is Sean McCarthy. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. I asked why there was no plan on Monday afternoon after having been informed over the holiday weekend that Lamar would likely take on the student population of an entire other school into an already exacerbated, overcrowded, and in fact rat-infested situation. When I asked why there was no plan of Superintendent Matthias, I was told that there was no plan so that we could provide input. That is absolutely not the case because, in fact, there is a plan. The budget for modular buildings at Lamar, 11.7. I ask you not to vote for this so that we can address the failing schools of Dobie, soon to be Burnett, Webb, Bedichek, Martin, and not excluding Lamar as the only school discussed in the process to take on this burden so that we can solve for the students their betterment of education by looking at other schools and other solutions, including partnering with Charter Solutions, as we've seen success with.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Teresa Rivera y yo le estoy llamando sobre lo que está pasando ahorita en la escuela Dobie Middle School. Ni nuestra comunidad ni las familias están de acuerdo en la decisión de que se cierre por completo y desaparezca Dobie. Nosotros queremos que se le dé una oportunidad a que se quede abierta la puerta de la escuela y por favor le pido al comité de la mesa directiva que se le dé una oportunidad y apoyen para mejorar las calificaciones, especialmente porque nuestra comunidad cuenta con muchos niños que por primera vez se encuentran con un sistema diferente de aprendizaje. Si por 4 años no se ha podido levantar, señores, miren dónde está la falla. Ni la directora, ni los niños, ni nosotros como familia lo podemos hacer solos. Por eso le pido a la mesa directiva que nos apoye. Y les quiero invitar a una caminata que va a haber este sábado, el 26, a las 9 de la mañana, de la escuela Webb a la escuela Northeast. Es una caminata de unidad para protestar por el cierre de nuestra escuela. Señores, por favor, les pido a la mesa directiva una vez más que ojalá que nos puedan acompañar este sábado 26 a las 9 de la mañana de la escuela Webb a la escuela Northeast para el festival.
This is an interpretation into English of Teresa Rivera's message. Hi, good evening. My name is Teresa Rivera, and I am calling about what is happening right now at Dobie Middle School. Neither our community nor the families agree with the decision to completely close Dobie and make it disappear. We want it to be given an opportunity to keep the school doors open, and please, I ask the board committee to give it an opportunity and support it to improve its ratings, especially because our community has many children who are facing a different learning system for the first time. If it has not improved in 4 years, ladies and gentlemen, look at where the failure is. Neither the principal nor the children nor us as families can make it on our own. That is why I ask the board to support us, and I want to invite you to a walk that will take place this Saturday, the 26th at 9 a.m. from Webb to Northeast. It is a unity walk to protest the closing of our school. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I ask the board once more to please accompany us this Saturday, the 26th at 9 a.m. from Webb to Northeast.
Great. Thank you. That concludes our public testimony. That was a lot of testimony, and our community loves our schools, and I always see it as really reflecting that. So thank you to all of our callers. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Foster, do you look to me like you maybe have a question?
Just as a point of clarification, I believe I heard you at the beginning of the meeting say that 11.7 was to be pulled from the entire, not the consent agenda, but the entire agenda.
The administration has asked that
the administration has asked that 11.7 be pulled.
So we haven't made the motion to pull it yet, but they have asked that we do that when we get to approve the point of approving that item. Yep.
And I guess there seems to be a little bit of it might be worth clarification around sort of timeline and process for setting the stage for contracting. So something to help us with that. And if you are in a position to offer a little bit, the administration to offer some insight in that, maybe some consideration on our board docs where we have recommendation, administrative considerations and background, how some of this can be clarified for the public sort of ahead of time, if you follow where I'm going.
Yeah, I can certainly attempt to do that. Our process, in an effort to be very transparent, we always build up documents, we submit them for review in anticipation of what may be coming. In some cases, we have an idea, but we don't have certainty, and we load the documents, and that takes place, and they go live, Monday at 6 p.m., right, in an effort to meet the open meeting requirements for the Board of Trustees. And so at that time, we were looking at various options, but we knew that we needed to have access to contracts if we were going to make any type of adjustment. And so we had the committee meeting on Monday, which went late into the evening, well past 6 p.m., and at that point the documents are locked. And then Tuesday afternoon, we were informed by TEA that there was an opportunity to actually delay the submission of the turnaround plan until June 30th. We got that verbally. We actually didn't get it in writing until Wednesday morning. So
I guess I'm more interested in, the particularities around putting something up where it says we, the trustees, are giving permission for the negotiation and possible contracting. Does that lock us in, or is that something that has to be put up so that we stay timely?
It does not. We only have one opportunity a month to go to the board for any action. And so whenever we have different contracts that may have to be exercised, we set a contract, we'll set an agenda and a budget, but we are under no obligation to exercise that contract. It's merely the authorization of the superintendent to enter into it. In that way, because of the aggressive timeline that we were under on Monday, contracts need to be in place in order for us to have any opportunity if we were going to go in that direction. Right. And so as we've gotten input and as we've adjusted, so much has changed in the last 4 days, which is why we made the recommendation before the meeting started to pull this agenda item.
So you pulled it. Okay, so to be clear, at the time you had to post the item.
Correct.
This was among the possibilities, and if we didn't post the item, the opportunity would absolutely basically be off the table.
Correct.
Because we wouldn't have time to come back a month later and provide permission for the administration to enter into negotiations and possible and contracting.
That's correct. The next opportunity would be in May. And at that point, it would be too late to really do any type of infrastructure or modular improvement at any campus to meet the timeline in the summer. So that was the reason for it.
Got it. So I'm actually satisfied. I mean, I guess because I have the privilege of prior knowledge and knowledge of our systems, I understand and am satisfied with that. And yet there's, I think, a communication challenge so that it's really easy to come to an alternative conclusion about what was going on. And so I guess going forward, perhaps in our board items where we have administrative considerations and where we have background information, perhaps there's an opportunity there to add some verbiage so that there's greater understanding among the public as to the role of an item like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good opportunity, a good way for us to communicate, whenever we have contracts like this. This does happen. We have many contracts in Austin ISD that are not tied to a particular timeline or a particular set of schools. They're really available for us to have access to them in the event that we need them. And so we can certainly provide more clarity when we have those type of unique contract situations.
I appreciate the item being pulled for all the reasons that have already been well articulated, and I thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Trustee Hunter.
Just really quickly, Trustee Whitley Chu had asked some really good questions that would have clarified some of that in the backup. Again, if you don't know our system, those questions have to be asked by a certain time in order to show up on here, which I guess would have been like a week and a half ago. So that kind of helps people with the timeline to know that it's way before, just in case. But she did ask a bunch of really good questions, and one of those questions was, does signing this, or what does a vote of yes mean, was one of the questions. And then another question was like, are we obligated to do anything if we say yes? And it's like, no, no, no. And so those are on there for people. Always go and look at the questions because it may help you. One of the things I think about this that is hardest for everyone is everybody's not getting the same amount of information at the same depth at the same time. So there's pieces everywhere. And again, Trustee Quintana, thank you so much. Like, have a site. Like, stop talking to your neighbor because they don't know. Okay? Stop talking to your mama because she don't know. We need to have a place where people can go and see what thus says the document, right? So that needs to happen. Because also, in just a moment, I have another question because I was told something today that can't possibly be true. Once our partners from Third Futures come, I need some clarification from them about the Lamar Adobe situation. So weirdly enough, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, other questions?
Oh, I just wanted to say quickly on the timeline. I do want to thank the administration. I actually asked the questions when I started receiving questions. So I don't know, very late last night. And the administration is not required to, per our policy, to put them in the memo, but they did put that up anyway. So I did want to thank the administration for making those answers public and in a timely manner, even though I asked for clarification for the community. So thank you. So I just want to be clear on the timeline of when that was posted and asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional clarifications? Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Regarding item 11.1, there were a few people that called in with concerns about what's going to happen at Brook. Could you just clarify what exactly this specific item authorizes to happen at Brook and what it means is going to happen? I think there were a lot of concerns about engagement around the future of that campus from people in that community, and so if you could speak to that.
Yes, I appreciate that, Trustee Gonzalez. A little over probably a year ago, the board adopted a process that we would go through collectively, the administration and the board, to evaluate any property for anything, whether it was for a lease, a sale, anything at all. We were required to go through a process that determined it was surplus. And so what we've done is brought that forward so that we can take the next step, which includes engagement, which includes meeting with stakeholders to determine, what is the appropriate, long-term site. And to be clear, we are, as requested by the board, also looking at monetizing sites. So all of those options can't take place until this one step takes place first. And so that's what this is. We've done it for previous properties, and it's something that we agreed to do with the board about a year ago. So we just really wanted to define it, and without this step, the communication and engagement effort can't really begin because it hasn't been deemed surplus.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Quintana.
I've been asked by a couple members of our community if we can pull that item and have a community engagement around even having a conversation about taking that first step. If the answer is no, the answer is no, but it's just that I'd ask.
Procedurally, how that, I mean.
You're just wanting to just postpone it, basically remove it
Yeah,
from
I think that
consent,
there are
postpone it?
people who would like to have a conversation about even saying that it's a surplus or declaring it as a surplus. Is that normally something that we do?
So typically we would have done that as part of the information session, and then we would have had the conversation and then been able to take that. We have talked about monetization of sites to address, real estate, and to address budget deficit, and so even exploring whether it's a lease. I would say that any delay is going to limit our ability to do anything in the next fiscal year. Because of how long any of these processes take. So an engagement effort is going to take multiple months. If there is the opportunity to move to market, that's going to take multiple months. So I would be hesitant to take it off. It is on there as a recommendation just to take the next step. Again, it's not to actually exercise the transaction by any means. That'll be a whole separate process that comes to the board. But what I can commit to is ensuring that we have a supplement document that talks about the next steps. That would be a discussion for the board regarding taking it off. At this point, I don't really.
Okay, I think that's good. I also had a question about the item concerning our PSSs, and I would just like if you could talk about the restructuring that is mentioned in the backup docs.
Yeah, absolutely. So there appears to be some confusion. The current what's in the document, the agreement that we have is for additional funding from the City of Austin, and those funds go to pay for 0.5 of a PSS at all Title I schools. We pay for the remainder. We pay for the half. But we also know that there are many, many needs at many other schools. And there are 42 other campuses that kind of oscillate between needing Title I funds, maybe have high percentage of students who are identified as economically disadvantaged, but don't quite get to the point where a PSS is allocated. And so it is one-to-one. So we are not moving PSSs from the campuses that they're on. That is not what's happening. They will remain. What we're saying is for the other 42 campuses, if we could create a regional support of just 4 PSSs to support all those schools, then we can provide more support across the system. But in no way are we taking away PSSs for the schools that are Title I and have had them. And to be very clear, this was one of the things that was asked of us by council. So it's not, our strategy. It is really kind of a concerted effort to provide more coverage. I do want to acknowledge that several months ago, back in April, there was a conversation because we know that dollars are continuing to decrease. If we could look at piloting a regional model for verticals where you have, you don't have full coverage. And so we brought that forward. We engaged with Education Austin, our principals. It was clear that we were not going to be able to take it forward, so we took it off the table. And we actually communicated that back in March. We communicated again in April. And so that is not what this is. That's not what we're doing. And so I wanted to make that very clear.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yes.
So just a quick follow-up, because I want to clarify some of the procedural. So on this item 10.1, for approving the fundants, that's not explicitly saying in detail how we're going to use the funds as far as like where the assignments would be of the staff or things like that.
So that would be atypical, that we would kind of lay out because it's a kind of managed, it's tied to operations. So We can be explicit if we need to, especially when it's something like this. Maybe we can amend it. But typically, we wouldn't put a tremendous amount of detail regarding how internally we would allocate the funds. But I thought in this case, maybe it's helpful to provide it. But in every instance, we wouldn't necessarily kind of show precisely how it's going to be distributed. But we can definitely do that.
Right. I just wanted to clarify. So that type of decision wouldn't be something that we would usually vote on, because it would be under the administration's.
Correct.
For you. Okay. And then along the same lines, so with, I need to move back where it was, but for the reclassification of the campus, that's not particularly changing anything right now for the campus. It's just moving to the possibility of changing more.
Are you referring to the Brook site?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. What would happen is the board would vote to identify it as surplus that would allow us to actually start a process of engaging with the community and identify what the future use could be. Typically, there's a milestone that requires board action, and that board action is identifying the property as surplus.
Okay. I just wanted to note the distinction between, one item where we would take more board action to vote on something, and another item where we typically would not have the discretion to vote.
That's correct. And the board is the only entity that can actually transact real estate. I cannot do that, just to be very, very clear. That is not the authority that I have. So whether it's a lease agreement, whether it's a repurposing solution, whether it's even allocating funds to do something on our own property, that would come back to the board. So yes, they're different.
Okay, just wanted to make sure making the distinction on what things we typically would have control over and which we wouldn't.
Yeah, you'll have real estate for sure.
Trustee Hunter.
I guess I really want the community to understand that we are checking the couch cushions. There's no money tree in the backyard. We made a decision to set our superintendent to go and set this out. And I'm sorry that you don't have a place to walk your dog. That's sad. I'm sorry that you don't have a place to walk and jog your child. That's sad. This city is growing. But we're also giving now, what is it, $821 million away. We have to find money where we have, and we can't vacillate. We cannot go back and forth. We gonna do the thing or we not gonna do the thing. So if you're concerned, I get it. Nobody wants a big giant building. I've seen Lamar and Vernon. Nobody wants that in front of them, but that's coming. And we don't wanna be sitting on the outside going, oh, we should have done something then. We wanna save Dobie? That's what we're gonna have to do. That money's it's not magic money. And as you see, your legislatures, they're not trying to give you nothing. They want to write bills about not hiring black and brown teachers, right? That's what they want to do. They don't want to give us some money. So please, 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 write us, call us. But no, we're moving forward. Now, we all get a vote. And if the vote says no, we don't move forward, we don't move forward. But every time it comes up, I'm going to vote yes. Because that's dollars for kids. So please, if it's near you, it's not going to be pretty. It's ugly. But you don't know what might be there. They might build something beautiful. But we got to keep moving forward. And we can't keep going back and forth. We just cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Other clarifications? All right. As a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And we are moving on to our information updates. Next item is 6.1. It's our Mendez and Third Future 1882 partner update. Thank you so much for being here. You've been here for a while, so I appreciate it. And as part of our 1882 agreement with Third Future at Mendez Middle School, we've asked the partner to provide quarterly updates. Mr. Craddock and Principal Willis have provided a recorded presentation that's included in our agenda item tonight and shared a presentation with backup data, and we have scheduled 15 minutes for today's discussion, which does not count toward our time on student outcomes. And Mr. Segura, can you please introduce our partners?
Absolutely, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome up Mr. Zach Craddock, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Jeremiah Willis, Principal, there he is, and Miss Elizabeth Miranda, Assistant Principal. And they're all here from Third Future to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Segura. It's good to be back. Thank you for your time. I'll let my team introduce themselves, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. Jeremiah Willis, I'm the principal. Glad to be here. We're here to answer any questions you all have for us.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. Elizabeth Oyuki Miranda Ramirez. I'm very
Thank you all very much for being here. And just so our community knows, in Board Docs, we have a presentation, a PowerPoint, and we also have a video that you recorded ahead of the meeting. So anyone in our community who wants to see it, who hasn't, is able to see it with a link, a YouTube link in Board Docs. Colleagues, do you have any questions about this item?
Well, just quickly, Mr. Ramirez, right? So welcome, because I understand there's going to be a principal transition.
Yes, sir.
And that you're kind of co-working right now and kind of doing the thoughtful transition. Is that what's happening? Help me understand really quickly.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's exactly what happened. So we've actually expanded and partnered in another district, and Mr. Willis is moving that way, and I'm getting pushed in as principal, and I'm really excited to be partnering with you guys.
Well, welcome. I might have questions, but I think Trustee Hunter does, so I'll see.
Oh, sure, okay. I read the report, the video was fine. The thing that I wanted to talk to you about has nothing to do with your school. It has to do with another school. When I talked about that depth and breadth of information. First of all, Mr. Willis, you knew me from Teacher Boot Camp way back in the day,
Yes.
right? How many times have I been to your campus, do you know?
To Mendez?
Mm-hmm.
Twice, maybe?
Twice. Once with the superintendent and one with Trustee Gonzalez. This is what I'm talking about. I had a parent write me and say, the principal, they've never been here. We've been to Mendez. And so we have to have that. Who else has been to Mendez? This is why we have to have centralized, so we have a message out there that's incorrect already, right? And then there's people thinking, well, they're saying something and they never even know anything about it. I appreciate your score. I appreciate what you're doing with our children. I looked at the score. I thought you got a little cultural differences, looks different. That's from the last time we were here, so I appreciate that. I'm so happy that you're going to be new. I'll have to come and visit now under your administration.
Come on through.
And so I believe, I just want to make sure that Mendez is an open campus, and any parent that wants to transfer to Mendez has that ability to go to Mendez, right? That's correct.
Yes.
So if there's any parent at Lamar who feels, because they were really complimentary, I guess they came to visit today.
We had visitors.
They were
today.
very complimentary of you, and they said that they really enjoyed it. They said that it was they said the principals are in the hallways. So I want everyone to know that that is an open campus, and that if those Lamar families really enjoyed it, you guys would love to have them, right?
That's correct.
Absolutely.
Excellent. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, first of all, welcome, so thank you for being here. I wanted to get a little bit more of your take on what you attribute to the increased scores, and what student group did you see the most growth in, and what student group is still struggling?
So I would say the least amount of growth would have been in our SPED populations, but they still outperform their non-disabled peers in growth. And so the growth, and we've seen it in other campuses that we're currently operating in Louisiana, Texas, and Colorado, it's three things. It comes down to instructional feedback, leadership, and culture at the building level. And you see next to me are two of the best in our network. And that's why Mendez is getting the growth not just in STAR, but also in NWA and other leading indicators that we use to measure our impact of STAR. And so they are educational leaders, they're not managers. So we have other people that do Title I and budgets and all those other reports that we have to do. And it allows them to be leaders in their building and focusing on those three areas. That's 85% of their day, and that's my expectation.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask about the enrollment. Can you talk a little bit about how that has changed over the course of this year, or just the patterns that you're seeing?
Yep, you want to talk about that, Ms. Miranda, about some of the things that we've done enrollment-wise?
So as far as enrollment, our teacher leaders and myself, we've already visited our elementary schools, tried to outreach, try and bring these babies into Mendez, and for them to understand that the culture is different, okay, that they're safe and that they're going to learn at Mendez. I've given you guys flyers last time we were here. That was a part of that outreach.
Can I say two things on that?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Craddock.
So we're obviously with the expansion of sixth grade. So Ms. Miranda's well on her way to hiring. We're over 80% fully staffed. Everything has been, well, we'll order our extra desks and our ViewSonics tomorrow afternoon. All that'll be shipped in. We'll have that by the 1st of May. We're prepared as well to do a quarter 5, and we're inviting our rising sixth graders. That's a free charge. That's our summer school. We call it quarter 5. That'll begin June 23rd. It'll end July 18th. It'll also serve as a training ground for our new teachers. We're budgeting conservatively. The numbers that we've received from AISD show there's a potential 449 roughly students
Yes.
that live in the area. However, we do know that we're surrounded by 7 charter schools. We're budgeting for 350. We're being conservative. One thing Ms. Miranda also did, and she actually did it, and we're replicating this practice, is we don't know where our kids that don't go to Mendez but are zoned live. We don't have that info. We don't have that information. But what we do know is where our kids that attend Mendez live. So we've reverse engineered that, and using that data with using Google Maps, we now have we have a map, a visual representation of where all of our kids that attend Mendez live, so we can be strategic and more focused and start doing walks and delivering flyers to the neighborhoods where they don't live.
Yes.
Because we don't have the information we need, but we do have some, and we just reverse engineered that. So we're starting that as well. So I feel very confident that with the rising sixth graders that we'll be getting, and the summer school program will provide, we'll hit our goal and surpass it of 350.
Okay. And then for this school year, do you have roughly the same number of students?
It hovers between 200 and 215.
Okay.
Staying in that. That's been consistent.
Okay.
But our ADA is up 7 percentage points over this time last year.
Okay.
We were running at 80% ADA. We're running 87% now.
Okay.
And we are tracking that every week. They have to report out to their director of schools, and I check that every Monday.
Okay. And so they're between 200 and 250 approximately, and is that a
220.
Oh, 220, and is that approximately what it was last year as well?
Yes, it's been consistent now for 2 years.
Okay.
With the influx of getting sixth grade back, based on the numbers that we've received of the potential kids that could be coming, we're still being conservative and shooting for 350.
Thank you.
That's what our budget will be built on for next year.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So I heard you said you're going to, did you say to Austin ISD elementary schools to recruit students that are like in the feeder pattern? Is that right?
Absolutely. So our goal, okay, is to bring in our Austin ISD kids so that they stay Austin ISD kids. So this summer, like Mr. Craddock said, so I went one by one and I put in all the addresses of our students on Google Maps, and I identified where they are not. And I can assure you that myself, my new admin team, we're gonna be out there. We're gonna be talking, we're gonna be knocking on the doors, we're gonna be making flyers. But we want our kids to stay with Austin ISD. They're our kids, right? But absolutely, yes, ma'am.
We don't want them, when they leave their elementary school, to go, I don't want them to go to KIPP or IDEA.
Right.
I want them to come to Mendez. If they're in our area, that's where we want them to go. And as Trustee Hunter said, if we're open enrollment, so anybody can come. But we know we want to bring those kids back, because you know they've left AISD.
Yes.
So I just wanted to ask about, so you said you're going to those elementary schools and letting them know that the culture is different at Mendez. Like different than where they are, or what do you mean by that?
Different than the past perception of Mendez, I believe, prior
Absolutely.
to 2022. That has changed. And as you can see from the data, discipline is down, referrals are down by almost 2/3. We've doubled the amount of kids that'll be traveling this year to Munich, Germany. Every year that number has doubled for overseas travel. That will happen the third week of May because discipline is down and academics and attendance are up.
And then were you at Mendez like before 2002 during that time? Because you're saying it's different, it's safe, and that they were going to learn. So it's sort of, I was just wondering if you
I believe
you were,
that'd be
you were there
anecdotal
before.
based on what we've heard from parents and other communities.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to know, because the accountability ratings came out, some of the accountability ratings came out today about how the other third future schools are doing. Did they all get ABC ratings in Texas?
So our Beaumont schools and our Lamar schools, well, Lamar's in Midland, so those schools are not, we didn't take them over until 23. So the 24 scores are still, like, I guess, an embargoed or whatever. I won't know on those schools until then. So the only one I have is Ector, stayed a B, but we transferred that back. Mendez got a B from an F to a B in year 1, and Sam was a B. Those are the only schools we would have had. I'll know as soon as the 24 is released, that'll bring on, well, it'll keep Ector on, but it won't bring on, yeah, it will. It'll bring on my 3 Beaumont schools and Lamar. That's it.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll see. Thank you.
Trustee Kaufman.
You referenced the Germany trip. I'm wondering what is the number of students who are qualified this year?
24.
24, okay. And the discipline data, I was curious, do you have, I mean, it's a wonderful drop. I'm curious if you have cohort data, like from last year's 7th graders to this year's 8th graders. Are these, in other words, do you have data to suggest that student behavior and responsibility is improving, or that misbehaving students are leaving?
I don't have numbers in front of me, but we could easily pull that through Frontline. You guys would have more anecdotal. I mean, you know, I've like, when I walk in there, I was there today, we did rounds today. I heard not one cuss word. I heard yes, sir, no, ma'am. Passes to the bathroom. Here's the biggest issue we still have, and I made note to these guys. Pants are still sagging too much for me. That's it. But they're in dress code.
Yes.
They're in
I
dress
think
code.
that's just an important question to ask. Anytime we're looking at student discipline data at any of our schools, are we improving the behavior, or are we getting rid of the troublemakers, right?
No, we have not expelled any students this year.
But I mean, sometimes they I mean, there are stories behind no excuse charter schools, not yours, but no excuse charter schools that maintained high academic standards and high behavioral standards by getting rid of kids. So I just wanted to when you see wonderful numbers like that, I just always like to put a little context to it to make sure that we're seeing an improvement in environment and behavior. But I think you answered it.
A lot of it, if I could say, the big so discipline goes down, which is good, and that has helped our ADA go up. Because if we suspend kids, that impacts your ADA. So those two go hand in hand, and it comes down to leadership and the culture and the positive culture, not just for students, but for staff as well. I'll also say we have not one teacher is leaving. Now, they got promoted, so they may be leaving. There was not one non-renewal at Mendez this year, and not one teacher is leaving us. Yes, 2 got promoted to assistant principals, and they're taking those jobs. But I think that speaks a lot to the culture and leadership that these 2 administrators provide on a daily basis.
Okay. I just want to urge our administration and Third Future to continue the collaboration piece of adapting to the AISD vision and also learning from the things that are working that are aligned with our vision. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Trustee Quintana.
I would just like to piggyback off of what Trustee Hunter said about we got a message from a parent who said that we had never been there. And so it's things like that I think make it harder for us to maintain our students in our districts, like you said, and that's what we want to have happen. And so I'm glad that we're now on the same page about that. I would also like to know how what is an act that would get me in a suspension?
Sure. So first I'll address the first part of that. So I don't know. I've seen 2 or 3 of you on the campus, but I'm not there all the time. And so you know how things go. People make stuff up. So I can't control what people call and tell you. Now, I'll be very simple about an act of suspension. So we have a progressive discipline policy. And so if a student needs to be removed from class, there's only 3 reasons they're going to be removed from class. Pretty much they're disrespectful to a staff member, they disrupt the learning environment, or there's a bullying issue. Those are only 3 rules. We respect the teacher, but when they leave the class, they don't miss instruction because they go to the team center, open up a Chromebook, and they can get on Zoom. So they don't escape instruction. Most of the time, that's what kids want. They can't read, write, or do math on grade level, and they want to escape that. And so they act out to escape it. Yep. So that's our standard operating procedure on that. Now, if they get removed twice in a day, then that could be a suspension. Here's what is non-negotiable. If they fight, they will be suspended. If they threaten, attack a teacher, another student, or blatantly just drop an F-bomb on somebody, we're not going to do that. They're probably going to go home the rest of that day. Yes. Now, I can tell you that I haven't seen that happen in Mendez in quite a bit of time because the students have learned that because we've been consistent about that. We over-communicated that, I did personally, at the 5 town halls we had in the spring of 2022. Some thought we were joking around that, and there were high suspensions the first year. But we held firm, we stayed the course, and that's why I think you see the good growth in NWA. That's why I think you see the F to a B in year 1. And that's why I see your discipline down by 2/3.
So you haven't changed any wording or protocol in your discipline?
Building relationships with kids, consistency with the adults, and doing those things, but no major, no instructional changes, no cultural shifts, just better communication.
Well, I meant like you haven't changed any language around how you classify a suspension or an act that might get me suspended.
No, ma'am. Nothing in like the student information system, the coding system, or nothing like that. No, ma'am. No changes.
Thank you.
One thing that I did want to add on your part, Trustee, is I like the comment that you have gotten earlier today. We are always in our hallways. We have offices, but Mr. Craddock would be upset with us if we are in our offices. So we are always around the students. We are always around the teachers. And when we know when they're having a bad day, we know when this baby's not going to be able to make it today. So we start calling home. Mom, I see what's going on. Come and talk to him. Can you talk to him for a quick second? That, I think, has helped with the suspensions, is bringing in the parents to try and advocate so we can work together to get this student to make it through the day. They make it through the day, they get a habit of success ticket. So they're incentivized when they do well, but it's that communication with that parent, that overly communicating. So when the student is doing good, right, we're going to overly communicate that too. But it's also when the student is having a rough day, we're going to communicate that as well.
Is that a tweak to practice? The parent piece on the behavioral stuff?
Can you repeat that?
I said, was that a tweak to practice? You said, were you saying that this is something that's kind of just a gentle tweak that really had impact? Is that was?
I personally believe so. Yeah. Just because that's how I started, and I started seeing those behaviors decline dramatically.
Yeah.
I would check in, baby, are we gonna be able to make it today? Right. They say, I don't know, I'm not feeling okay. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Right. We'll call mom. Let's see how we're doing. You don't feel good. Let's go to the nurse. Accommodate that student until something good happens.
Got it. And I only asked because I'm recalling the drop was like dramatic. It was like
2/3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when something's dramatic, it's like what's the thing, So it's nice to have a sense of some of the things that might be the root of the
It's like they say, it takes a village, right? We can't do it by themselves. Parents can't do it by themselves. We have to involve our parents.
So we had just a story from this morning. We had a young lady come up to Mr. Willis today, and I don't know her, but I hear she's a handful. And she asked him, am I going to get a Habits of Success ticket today? And he said, well, that depends. You need to level up and stay in class. And she goes, I can't even go to the bathroom. He goes, no, you can go to the bathroom. But stay in class, do your work, and level up one time. And is it red tickets?
Yeah.
Red
Yes,
tickets.
those are.
They would get 2 red tickets. And that is a student coming up to him asking, what can she do
Yes.
to perform and meet the expectations that he sets? And I don't know, did she get her tickets?
She did. She
Okay.
does. She gets her tickets at the end of the day, and she gets her little bag of chips. But yes.
Thanks.
Right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you all so much. Congratulations
for the
on
time.
your
Thank
new
you.
positions. Congratulations on the accountability. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Superintendent Segura, can you please introduce our next item?
Yes, President Boswell, I'd love to. I'd like to welcome up Ms. Katrina Montgomery, Interim Chief Financial Officer, to present on the 2025-2026 Preliminary General Fund Food Service and Debt Service budgets.
Hello, President Boswell, Superintendent Segura. Today, we're going to get a budget update as well as a FY 25-26 preliminary budget. So for FY 24-25, the board passed a budget in June of 2024 with a $78 million deficit. And then in late June, early February, we started looking at the projections, and we were saying we were projecting that we'd have a $110 million deficit. And then as of March, we closed March's financials, and we've reduced the deficit. We're projecting to $101 million. So what this slide is showing is that we are making progress. It is showing that it's not going to be a quick turn. It's not going to be 1 month to the next month. But this slide is definitely showing that we're making progress in the things that we're doing. The other thing I wanted to point out is the $78 million would be at a 17.2% fund balance. And what we're projecting now with the $101 million will be to 16% fund balance. So what this means is we still have work to do, right? And so even though we're projecting this through March, we're still looking at strategies, we're still doing work, we're still meeting with chiefs, we're still talking about other reductions for this fiscal year.
And Katrina, just for extreme clarity,
Yes.
Because this is really 9 months out of the year, we would expect that number to continue to go down given the kind of structures you put in place for April, May, and June.
Yes, sir. The number should definitely go down.
Thank you.
And so this is a new slide we've started to share with our principals and our teachers in the community. This is our financials as of March. You can see we have 97% of our tax levies in. And then we have for our expenditures, we were projecting we'd be at 75%, and we're at 72.55. And so when you look at that, you're looking at the percentages and you're like, that's not a lot. But remember, we're talking over a large set of money. The other thing we put into place is, remember, we have the hiring freeze, so that's helping. We have the P card reduction. We've reduced the amount of daily transactions as well as monthly transactions. And so I have some numbers here. In April of 2024, our purchase orders for the whole month was $2.7 million. April 1st through April 15th, we've only had $900,000. So again, the numbers are going down. P card spend, April 2024 was a total of $1.6 million. April 1st through April 15th of 2025, we were at $400,000. So all of these things are drastically helping. We do understand that it is a little bit harder. Superintendent Segura and I were on a call today with some principals, and they're like, it's hard, and it is hard. It is challenging, but we can see that the work is paying off for us. So, importance of maintaining a 20% fund balance. So, we've talked about this before, and we know that our fund balance is our savings account, and 20% fund balance is approximately 3 months worth of our operating expenses. So, we have a little slide here that says, it ensures our financial stability. It ensures that we can make payroll. It ensures that we can pay our vendors on time. It supports educational quality. So, if there's something that's needed for our students, we have the funds to do that. It builds community trust because the budget that we pay is the budget that we live on. We're not just out spending. It ensures no disruption in payroll or AP invoices. We talked about that. Risk of financial monitoring or intervention. We've talked about that a lot tonight. That's not what we want to happen because we're not getting our finances in order. Limited funding or credit access. So if we continually utilize and take money from our fund balance, that can eventually start to impact our credit ratings. This slide is very simple. We just want to show you what the slide, other schools are going through it. Other ISDs are. The one that is new is Houston ISD. They're proposing 6 properties as excess, and then cut wraparound services and remaining specialists. So like every other week, we see that other ISDs are going through this. These are actual links. So if you ever want to go back and see this, you can see this. This is links to the news articles. And so what I want us to be clear with this slide is that we know that it's not just an Austin ISD issue that we're facing here, but we also still have to do what we can to reduce our deficit. So now we're going to talk about our preliminary budget for FY 25-26. So this document is our budget development slide. And so we talk about engagement. We've been doing a lot of engagement with principals and TLL and teachers and community, as well as the staff here at central office. We send out our department budgets, enrollment snapshots, and then I want to talk about analyze. So I want to be very clear that we're consistently reviewing our numbers, making sure they're right. After the end of the 6 weeks, we're going to send our numbers off to TASBO so that TASBO can also look at our numbers. So we're looking at the numbers. What are the trends? Why? And we're going to talk about this on a future slide. What numbers have decreased from last year to this year and why? So we're making sure we understand if things are changing, why are they changing? If our revenue's down, why is our revenue down? All of these things are important when we're trying to produce a budget. We're looking at maintenance adoption. We present the board the budget in June of 2025, and then we'll implement. The one thing I want to talk about is preliminary property values. So we all know that Travis Central Appraisal District gave us our property values on April 9th of 2025. I want us to remember those are preliminary numbers, just so we can make sure that what happened to us last year, we're all aware, is that in July, we got the actual numbers and the values were different than what we had received at preliminary. So here's this document that shows how we built our budget. These are the assumptions that we used. Our enrollment, we kept everything flat. So our enrollment is 72,303. Our average daily attendance is 93%. Our average daily attendance number is 64,100 students. So we built our budget on that as well as last year. And so when you look at our tax collections, you see we have a change in property value of a -2%. And I want to take you back to a few, like just last month when I presented, we had various numbers. We had a -9%, -10%. And so what we're going to start doing as a department is looking at what the actual tax values are, not necessarily looking at the percentage, right? So when we got our tax values, they gave us our number, and we're going to talk about that in a slide. And we looked at that compared to where we were last year, and that's how we're averaging out that we're going to have a -2% property value decline this year. So there'll be a change in tax collections. Those numbers are always the same. Our tax collection rate is at 99%. And our M&O tax rate, we're going to talk about in more detail in the next slides. So when you look at the preliminary budget, our general fund budget, it's going to be, our expenditure budget is going to be $999 million. And what's in the general fund? It's our staff salaries, it's per pupil funding, it's utilities, it's insurance, repairs and maintenance, safety and security. And then food service is $48.2 million in expenditures. And so what are these things? These are salaries for food service employees, food materials, food storage, equipment. And then we have our debt service. Our expenditure budget is $262.4 million. And this is the interest and principal payment for our district bonds. So this is where all the goods, this is the meat of the document. So when you looked at this for FY 25-26, we're gonna go very detailed over what this slide is telling us. So if you look at the general fund, it's saying that we're projecting that we're gonna have revenue of $1.58 billion. Our recapture payment will be $721 million. Our operating expenditures would be $999 million. So that gives us a net change in fund balance of $144 million deficit. So then the way we always present it, then we show vacancy savings. So what vacancy savings is, we know Chief Hozak and her team are gonna rock it, but we're never gonna be 100%. So we're saying that we're gonna save approximately $15 million. So if you take the 144 less the 15, that gets us an adjusted fund balance of $129 million deficit. So what we had talked about before, the number I had presented was a deficit of $120 million. So what has changed since that $120 million and the $129 million deficit is, we got our preliminary numbers from TCAD, and then we also have done some additional expenses that we've increased. When we talked about previously, we're gonna live with the budget that we have. So we know that what happened to us this year, we kept giving additional monies. So now we're saying we're gonna put everything in the budget, and this is the budget that we're gonna live off of. So that is the difference between the projected one. Those are the things that changed the budget from the $120 million projected deficit to the $29 million deficit. We have additional identified strategies that we've talked to you guys about, the master scheduling and transportation routes and PEMS, and all of those things are additional $19 million. I want to say that we're going to do something different this year again when we budget. In the past, we've talked to our partners, our other chiefs, and they've said, oh, Katrina, I think I can save $3 million. And so then in the budget department, what we have to do is we have to keep track of that. Oh, Chief Rodriguez said he's gonna give me this amount, or Chief Hozak said she's gonna give me this amount. What we're going to do now when we produce the budget, we're gonna take the money out of their budget. So now they have to hold themselves accountable for the amount that they're saying. So when we produce this budget, it is gonna be a true budget. It's not gonna be all this record keeping off on the side. The number is gonna be the true number. So then you're gonna have potential land sales of $45 million, and then state funding. So we clearly see that state funding, the number's zero, and the number's zero because we've always talked about we're not budgeting on anything we don't know for sure. So our state funding is gonna be zero. The other thing I want to say about this section is because we've been asked, well, what happens if you get additional money from the legislature? Superintendent Segura and I have discussed this. Any additional money that we receive from the legislature will reduce our fund balance. So
just to be clear, so there will be obligations of funds to be expended in certain bills. So just to be crystal clear, anybody that's following along, like for instance, if HB2 ends up being the funding bill that makes it across the finish line, we know that 40% of that bill will be used for compensation, 75% of that 40% will be used for teachers, librarians, and counselors. And so, yes, the remaining amount will, after we meet the obligations in the compensation models by way of the bills and any adjustments, will go to fund balance.
Yes, the net. So thank you.
The net.
Yeah, the net.
And one of the things that we're going to be doing as bills progress, just so y'all are aware, is there are so many bills at various stages. We're kind of lumping them all here together, but there's safety and security bill, there's HB2, there's HB 500, there's CTE. I mean, the list goes on and on and So as they get further along in the process, we'll be able to understand, kind of what the total amount could be, and then also put a probability of success on that as well. And it has to be pretty high before we put it on this table.
And I actually need a little help on that. So HB2, whatever the bill passes, you're saying of new money, that new money has an allocation.
A portion of the new money will have an allocation.
What does that do concretely in that area? Does that mean that area now, like we've effectively given raises, or
That's
we've
right.
effectively invested more in the particular area?
That's exactly right. That's exactly what will happen. So it'll be felt for those those categories, those jobs, as a pay increase, and we would communicate it as such.
Got it. Just because it's green right now, so I can let me just ask now. Can you help you when we talk about the appraisal, the property values, the anticipated property values, and we're talking about zeroing out on the state line because we don't want to make predictions, yet we end up in the position of having to live off of predictions, and it's kind of cost us in the past. What's the delta like? How big was the hit when the appraisal district said it's going to be X, but it turned out to be X minus 7% or whatever? What was the dollar amount
It
associated
was a $14 million hit for us. So that's why our deficit went from $78 million to $92 million.
So that was almost an unavoidable $14 million hit unless we did not follow the prediction, if you call it a prediction, of the appraisal district when they said here's what property values are going to be. So just as you accounted for the state by zeroing out, is there any accounting approach that helps you mitigate against that, or do we just kind of have to roll with it?
So we have a slide where we're going to talk about our central appraisal district, the values that we get, our taxable values. So, and you're going to see over the last 2 or 3 years, the amount that they gave us at the preliminary date versus the final numbers, it's always been lower. So there are strategies where we can go in and say, well, we're not going to use that number. We're going to just be a little bit more conservative. The thing we have to be careful with is if our budget is already so tight. So the more you constrict that, the harder it's going to be up front for us to reduce expenses to match to that.
Understood. Thank you.
And Trustee Foster, you said something that I think is worth, that prompted a comment that I want to share. And there was something else that contributed to this increase in 24-25, and that was the impact of SHARs. So previously, we had been budgeting, I think, $16 million, and then once the state and the federal government kind of reconciled and realized that the way that we were being reimbursed wasn't maybe what they thought it should have been, we actually ended up with $4 million, $5 million. And so that difference also is something that was not what we'd seen previously, something we had been reimbursed for. And that was something that came in after the budget had been adopted on June 20th of last year. So those are two big items. They move the needle in the wrong direction.
Okay, and so then now you're looking at, we have food service in the third column. The revenue from food service, they're estimating $48 million. Their operating expenditures will be $48 million. So the food service department is saying that they believe that they can live within their means. They have approximately $5 million in fund balance, $4.7 million of which they won't touch. And then our debt service fund, the revenue we'll bring in from INS will be $235 million. The operating expenditures, which will be our payments on our loans, on our debt, on our bonds, will be $262 million. And the net change in fund balance will be $28 million. So currently, our debt service fund has $220 million sitting in our fund balance. So to have to take $28 million from that so that we don't have to increase our property tax rate, is still going to be, it's okay. So this is a document that says changes in our general fund, and it's by function, and it's a lot of all of these here. So we have to be able to show the difference between our FY 24-25 adopted budget versus our FY 25-26 preliminary budget. And then you see the change in dollars and the change in the percents. And then on this next slide, we've gone in and did some notable changes, some things that changed positive or negative over 10%. So if you look at Function 12, which is Instructional Resources and Media Services, we've reduced that by $1.1 million. That's library services, more specifically the library clerk's position. If you look at schools leadership, it's saying we reduced it by $8.2 million from one year to the next. That's a decrease in positions and graduation preparatory academy. I also believe that one has to do with some trades the campuses have done. 31, guidance, counseling, and evaluation services, it's increased by $18.6 million. Majority of this is special education. The additional funds that we've given them additional positions so that they can get off of the reliance of contractors, but then we've also given them additional funds because we know that they're not going to be able to get off of the reliance of contractors in 1 year. This line item, we're continuously working with Dr. Cherry Lee and her team to see if there's any other additional reductions we can do there. And then I'll skip all the way down to 91, contracted instructional services, public schools. This is what we know as recapture, and the recapture is going down $100 million.
Katrina, a couple things that I think are worth kind of calling out here. The $18.6 million, I think it's really, really important we kind of talk about this transition time when you kind of roll off contracts and you onboard staff, right? So you have two costs that are kind of overlapping one another as you transition out, right? Because you get staff on board, you hire, the contracts kind of wind down. And so what we're seeing is really that overlapping taking place. Chief Hosak and Dr. Cherry Lee have started the process of hiring. I know there's been lots of folks that have already joined Austin ISD, which is exactly what we wanted to have happen. But until we're stabilized, it's hard to get that number back to zero. So we're pushing. We're tightening up, but we're not quite ready to reduce that number as much as we'd like to. And if you go back one slide, I think it's worth sharing, because it wasn't greater than 10%, but it was a pretty big number. And this goes to the, it had to do with the instruction 11. So the $548 million of 572 to $23.8 million. So it's only 4%, but it's a huge number. Well, that really is tied back to the compensation increases tied to the Vader. And so the compensation that we did for staff, that's where you see that. So if you're looking at this and you say, Matthias, why did it go $23 million? Well, it went up $50 million because we said that it would. So that there's a story behind every one of these. Right. Katrina and the team have we put together a document that provides more detail. And is it in the backup?
It's not.
It's not. We can provide it, but it really kind of gets into specifics around number of positions and what proportion of each of these was tied to a compensation increase versus FTEs. So we'll make that available, but this tells a story over the work we've done over the last year. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Okay, so this is our unassigned fund balance sheet. This is, I want to say probably our superintendent's, like this is his baby. So when you look at this spreadsheet, you can definitely see that there's a lot going on. So the first thing I want us to talk about is the black line that's going all the way through, is that's where we need to be at 20% fund balance. And if you go to 23-24, you see we were above the black line, and for 24-25, we're below the black line, right? Because we know that currently we're projecting the $101 million deficit. So what we're trying to do now is to get that $154 million up to the black line. And we're doing that by trying to reduce, right? We want to make sure that we can get as close to this black line as possible. Then when you look at 25-26, you could see the $65 million, which is the number that we had on the previous screen. If we can get that where we don't have any we don't take anything from our fund balance, then that'll bring us closer in 25, 26 to the black line. So it kind of builds off of each other. So 24, 25, the closer we can get to the black line, and then in 25, 26, when we pass a balanced budget, we're gonna be, these numbers are gonna change. It's gonna look much better. It's just a lot of hard work for us to get there. 26, 27, you can see we go under. You can see that it becomes red, and this is something that has been presented year over year. It always showed that 26, 27, if we didn't make drastic changes, that's when we would run out of fund balance. So we still have a lot of work to do for 24, 25, 25, 26. When we look at this is when we talk about the importance that we have to come back with a balanced budget. Where do the funds go for 25, 26? This is our dollar. If you look to the far left, recapture is 720, and on the previous slide, it's 720.8. So we rounded that to $721 million. Payroll is $860 million. You have supplies and maintenance, and then you have contracted services. We are still trying to do work on reducing our contracted services with our vendors. We're doing a lot of work with Dr. Lee with special education, but we're also working with teaching, learning, and leading. We're working with technology to see what we can do to reduce our reliance on contracted services. So this is our administrative cost ratio, and on this document here, you've seen this before. The TEA standard is 0.0855, and if you look at it in 2021, we were pretty close. 21, 22, we were over. 22, 23, it was just drastically over. 23, 24, we were right there, and then you can see what we're projecting for 24, 25. We'll be under the line, and so what this is showing, it's a difference. It's showing that we're getting our administration costs down, which are administration costs, whether they're teaching, learning, and leading, or whether they're administrator costs that are here at the district. So we always want our administration costs to be less than our instructional costs. We want to be really clear that we're putting our money where it needs to be. So when we see this slide, this is just another backup that shows people when we hear in the community, when we do presentations, we hear, let's reduce central. And so what we're showing here is that we are attempting to do this. This does not mean that the work is done for us to make reductions at central, but we are making reductions. So this next sheet shows our tax history year over year. If you start in the dark blue is our interest and sinking which is our debt service, and then the blue is our maintenance and operations. So if you look at 22-23, you can see that from 22-23 to 23-24, you can see our INS, which is the interest and sinking fund tax rate went up, but we all know that's because of bond. Yes, sir. Okay, so then Austin ISD certified property values. This is the slide that we asked about, with Dr. Foster asked about, where we wanted to show the difference here between what the preliminary values are we receive versus our certified values. So this is what this slide is showing. On FY 25-26, you can see we have the preliminary values, and as soon as the certified values come in, we'll update the slide. This slide shows our tax collections versus our recapture. If you look at projected 24-25, you can see the light blue is how much Austin ISD keeps, and you can see that $724 million versus our recapture is we would send to the state is $789 million. And so then this is the document that our superintendent has presented. We've talked about this before. Our stable state, or our ideal state, our multi-year balanced budget, year over year, being consistent, staying at 20%, and protecting the quality of education. So we've received feedback from our principals on strategies or ways that they feel like we can reduce the deficit. So what we've done is we've now sent this out to all of our chiefs, and then our chiefs are going to go in and look to see what strategies we can do, what can we implement, and then we'll give feedback to our principals at the May 1st principal roundtable meeting. This is a community engagement slide. It shows we've had 14 ad hoc meetings, Austin ISD stakeholder community staff, we've had 27 of those, and 1 Equity Action Committee meeting. So this is all the times we've done presentations. We still get calls from principals who are like, come visit us. We want you to come to our CAC. We're willing to get out and to talk about the budget. And then listed below are a couple of additional presentations from now through June 30th. Additional reduction strategies, these are things that we've talked about before: software attendance, a teacher attendance incentive, reviewing community partnerships, budget pre-reduction, and then summer building use. How can we reduce the amount of electricity we spend over the summer? So the next steps, it says here May 8th, but we've since corrected that. You would get the recommended budget presented on May 22nd, and by the time we get that to you, it should be pretty much done. June 22nd, you'll receive the proposed budget, and then the budget adoption is June 26th, and then July 25th, we get our TCAD final certified numbers. The only thing I want to say is if something does come forward for us, for the legislature, then you would get an amended budget, right? So we would go in and take all of that into consideration. And then I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Montgomery. Questions? Trustee Singh?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Montgomery, this is such a good presentation. You always break things down so clearly, so thank you. I want to take a look at slide 14 because it is very, very alarming. If we can bring that up. Yes, okay. So this needs to get out there. Like, our public needs to see, like, how bad the situation could be, because I think it provides a really important context to all the difficult decisions that we are making. When we talk about existential threats in the district, historically, we've been talking about, special education or accountability. As I look at this, I'm like, wait, this is an existential threat to our district. And we are gonna have to make some extremely tough and extremely swift decisions. I want to thank Trustee Hunter for your clarity in moving forward. But I think we're going to have to, we got to sort of pause for a minute and be like, are we going to just try shrinking what we're offering? I don't know how we can redesign the district for this completely different context we find ourselves in. And I think Trustee De Urioste also talked about this a little bit, or hinted towards it, is like, how do we, this is unacceptable. And just, Superintendent, please tell me, what, this is showing the worst case scenario. I understand that. I would like to see what the best case scenario is. And the likely scenario of this particular graph, because this is assuming we don't really make changes. Is that correct? We're not making cuts.
Well, it doesn't include a lot of things that we're already planning on doing, just to be clear. So yes, this is I would say it's a conservative number. It's one that we think we certainly could navigate around, but Katrina and I talk about it all the time. She will always put the worst, more or less the worst case scenario out there.
Which we should.
Which is what we should do, 100%. What we're running into is the lack of making hard decisions. That's what's happening.
We just got to do it.
So what happens is we take steps, we talk about things, and then there isn't usually the ability for us to get across the finish line. And it's hard. And one of the things that we're doing now is, you heard me talk about it probably 4 or 5 hours ago regarding consolidations. And it's one of these very difficult things to go through, and there are questions and arguments around whether there's value or not, at the end of the day, when it nets out, but we are spread way too thin. We have resources that are being pulled from campuses and have been pulled from campuses for years. Every school I go to, whether it's Title I or not Title I, over the last many years has had staff pulled out. And so when you talk about Trustee de Oriosta's, he took my stable state and made it an ideal state, which I love. It's having each school have the resources needed to provide an education that meets Austin ISD standards. Like that's what has to happen. And we're not going to get there by cutting $500,000 here, $200,000 here. It's not going to work. We've done that. We're doing that. It's going to come by kind of rethinking how we operate, the footprint that we have, and being, creative in some of these, cost reduction strategies that we're bringing forward. But I will tell you that every one of these things that we've talked about, we take them 2 steps. There's impediments, and then we take 1 step back. We take 2. That is like the honest truth.
Yeah.
And so as we move forward, as we tackle accountability, which means deploying more resources, as we tackle consolidations, which will reduce our footprint, we talk about land, which is tough. Like all of these things contribute to this, like right here. And so, I think it's we don't have state money in there. We don't have, what consolidations would provide. We don't have some other things that we have to work through still. But if we can get to a balanced budget, this will repair itself. Like that's the first step. You've got to get to a balanced budget. If not, you're going to continue to go in the wrong direction.
So I think it would be, like I said, I really would love, I appreciate seeing the worst case scenario, and we have to do that. And this is really good to see this. And I think what would be helpful is to actually, for each of these bars, to see what percentage of fund balance that represents. I mean, I can kind of estimate, knowing that black line is the board policy, the 20%, but it would be helpful to know what the actual percentages are. I actually wonder if we should consider changing our assumption. I know that the assumption is that enrollment would stay flat. I don't think it will, because, our state is doing things that make it more difficult. They're increasing charter schools every second. They are probably going to pass vouchers. I mean, these are all other additional threats. And so I think we should really be even more conservative with the enrollment. And I know it's going to make even a worse picture, but let's be honest, we've had 2 surprises last year that are killing us, the SHARs and, the TCAD. And so...
And the SPED contracts.
And the SPED contract, yeah. And so there's always going to be stuff like that just shows up. So I think we can even be more conservative here. And this is now I have something new to lose sleep over. But,
join me.
But yeah, I know. And I think I want to educate our community so that they feel what we're feeling. This is extremely alarming. And we are going to have to make, this is a wake-up call for me, that we just need to kind of do a whole lot of stuff soon, and it's making me reconsider things that I may have thought were off limits last week. And I think that our community, because again, it is we have to make sacrifices for the whole of the district. Do we want to keep this district in our control? Do we want to have a school district for the next generation? Then we just have to suck it up and do terrible things that we don't want to do. Now we can try to make them as painless as possible. And I hate to sound so negative, but there's time. We're working against time too. So I don't know. Are y'all also feel? I mean, I know you're feeling a sense of urgency, but I haven't really felt it like this until I saw slide 14. And I think people need to see, this is the worst case scenario. I feel up until now, when we were talking about Prop A, we were so proud of our bond rating and, our first rating, and that, we have something really special with our financial soundness, but I don't want to be the board that allowed our first rating to drop. I don't want to be the board that allowed our bond ratings to drop. I would rather be something else. I mean, and we have to have that tough decision. Like, what's most important to us? Is it most important for us to be fiscally stable? Or is it more important for us to, stick to our other value? I mean, I don't even know how else to say it, but be like the community-minded people that we want to be, but is there a middle way? Is there something that we can do both of? And I don't know, but I do know that this is really a wake-up call. And I think I'm going to be thinking differently about some of the decisions we're making, knowing that this graph is sitting out here.
So, I mean, last year we showed a similar, I mean, we've, the 110 going down 101. I mean, we've been sharing numbers like this. I think the representation is what makes it so,
well, it's the representation and seeing what's happening in the ledge. Like, they're not helping us out one bit.
But I think that there are often times where, I often get asked, Matthias, just stop and wait for the bill to pass. It happens a lot, all the time, and it's impossible to get to where you want to be without having to go through this. And we got to go through it. We're going to go through it together. But I keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and I will tell you that every time we push, even when we protect the things that we want to protect, we made a concerted effort to protect 6 out of 8. That means I have to go down this other path. But this other path isn't attractive either. And so then at one point there'll be no more paths. And I think it's just having kind of concerted, alignment and support to do these difficult things is what gets us through it, not 2 steps forward, 1 step backward, which is what it's felt like for a little while now.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustee Wheatley-Chu and then Trustee Hunter.
I'm gonna do what Fernando kind of did for me. Is we need to look at this comprehensively, like our budget, our scores, and our where our students are, how can we serve, how could we can make things good for students. When we do it piecemeal and do it and throw it on people quickly, this is urgent, but we need our community has really good ideas. And I got to have lots of small conversations. People are like, will you come to my house after drop off? And people who want to know what's going on, can we chat? And that's where I have a lot of hope in people, in my neighbors who are like, this is really sudden and scary. And yeah, that makes sense. Segregation is harming us, and we can't have, they're like, if we can't have schools that are income segregated, let's get together and figure out a plan that does work. And so I think we just have to give people a lot of information and the opportunity to do this together. We can save our school district together, but none of us can do it by ourselves. It's too much work. It's impossible. But we have a lot of talent and love for our schools and our kids in Austin, and we got to bring them on board.
I appreciate that, and I totally agree. The piecemeal thing is not, I know we didn't plan to do it. A lot of times we can't control the circumstances that force us to make decisions in a piecemeal way, but I appreciate your sharing that, and I totally agree. I think our community does have some answers. We just got to figure out how to quickly harness that, and I think create something that that adapts to the circumstances we're in now.
Thank you both. Trustee Hunter.
Ms. Montgomery, I have a question. At what percent does the fund balance jeopardize our ratings? Is it a different one for each, like first? Is it different, I mean, is it like if we hit 15 or 14, everybody says you're no longer AAA?
I think it matters. So it definitely matters by the rating agency,
Okay.
right? So like we just got rated again by Kroll. And so they knew that we had the projection at that time of $110 million. And so they knew that that meant that we were going to be under the 20% fund balance. But they also let us tell the story that we have plans of how to reduce that. But there is going to come a time, I just don't know what that time is, what percent that will be, where us telling our story will no longer be, will help us, enough, yes.
Got it. And then I know when we had our little workshop back here, we said that we were dealing in percents back then. We said 9% was what the number was, but we said the top was
12.
12.
I believe
12
it
or
was
13?
11 or, yes, 12, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and what was the actual?
It ended up averaging out to negative 2.33.
Okay.
Okay. So a decrease of 2.33.
Okay. And then last question.
Yes, ma'am.
So for our recapture was 51%. Then it was, I think, wasn't it this last time 45? Or was it 48 or something, whatever? I don't remember. Whatever. But now it's 41.
Hold on, let me see. It's for 24-25 is 52%. The preliminary for 25-26, it'll be 49%.
49%, okay. So, Mr. Superintendent, in as few words as possible, because it's midnight, explain why breaking the district up into 3 different school districts will not help that situation. I know, like 10 words or less. I don't know if that's it won't work.
Yeah, that's not, well, aside from the legal requirements to actually achieve that, which you find, because we often get that question around splitting up or, absorbing other school districts. There are lots of things that have been said. There's so many reasons. I mean, economies of scale, efficiencies, the administration ability to support multiple schools. If you had 2 school districts, the administration would be doubled across the same, relatively the same scale of school system. Now, in regards to recapture and how that gets impacted, that's right. There's still high property values throughout the entire city. So there are a lot of reasons, but one that's really notable is that it's almost impossible to pull off. Like it really is.
I think people think that school districts operate in a vacuum. We don't. We're in a city. And as we watched our neighbors to the northwest, Keller and Fort Worth, that didn't come off. They couldn't pull it off. Because it's like, okay, who's going to take these kids, which is really the sad part about it, but who's going to take, I'm glad to split into districts if the other district take the negative $110 million, right? Let's split up. But that's not how it works. And so that's not a quick fix. It's not an easy fix. And it's the city of Austin and Travis County have something to say about it, right? So that's just the kind of thing I think I love problem solving and solutions, but just know that, everything is not possible. Like logistically, it's just not possible. Aarti, I'll end with this. I think you have become a mother. I'll tell you why. Because every mother who has a baby, right, says, I'm never going to let my kids eat McDonald's, and I'm never going to let them watch TV until you don't have a shower for 2 weeks. And then you give them some chicken nuggets and sit them in front of Disney, right? Because the reality has set in. We're at that point where the reality has set in, and we have to do things that we saw you give birth right here tonight. Just to carry my analogy on through. But yeah, it's like, whoa, that's not what I thought it was going to be. And so, yeah, I get it. And it's hard and not everybody gets it. But I said a year ago that this was coming and that people were going to feel some kind of way when it came to them. Everybody's got to give up something, right? And some people are going to give up more than others. And that's just the reality of it. It just is. And so, we said, Catherine's right, we can't do a piecemeal. We do need, I want to say big sweeping, but we have to do something different because this is not working. And we know it's not working, not because Austin ISD is not good at it. It's not working for nobody. You just read the paper. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And I want to be conscious of our time, but I also want to give people the chance to ask questions if they have it. So I hope we'll just keep kind of the answers tight. And yeah, thank you, Trustee Kaufman.
My question, are there things when we're considering cuts that we've identified as this might save us money in the short term, but it's going to cost us money in the long term? For example, by losing enrollment or by creating additional student needs that will have to be addressed at a higher cost next year if we don't address them at a lower cost this year.
Yes, sir, there are. I mean, we have to be careful. We don't want to do something that's going to save us temporary, and then it'll just, make the problem worse a few years from now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we evaluate that. I don't know that we have encountered any that we've actually taken that have a significant kind of long-term impact that is not easily mitigated in the short term, because that's part of the work that the ad hoc committee was charged with, is to really prioritize the things that did not do that. But as we move further and further along in this process, there are going to be more that do, for sure.
Okay. So I just want to be careful, like, that as we try to not second guess and take 2 steps backwards after taking a step forward, or not just, out of fear or out of, lack of recognition of the urgency that we don't take action. I also don't want to confuse that with either A, reconsidering because we realize with more information or more thought or more input that this is not a good idea, right? Or that we don't mistake public engagement as taking 2 steps back, right? So if we decide in the boardroom what to do and then decree it to the community, and then the community helps us understand that that was not the great idea we thought it was. So I want to balance those 2 things. We have to move fast, and we have to move seriously and deep in reducing this budget deficit. So there are things where we're going to have to be braver and be more forceful than we have been or want to be. And at the same time, I don't want to just use that as an excuse to say, well, we're not going to engage the community or we're not going to listen to people.
Yeah, and Trustee Kaufman, I want you to know that I hear you. Hopefully we've demonstrated that we do engage in these types of conversations. But I also want to kind of just reinforce that every action that we take takes time, even just because of our scale. I mean, any change across 116 campuses requires a level of engagement that it does take time. And so we're at a point where we do need to move quicker than we have. I think we need clear direction from the board that this is something that we agree needs to get done, and that when we run into these challenges that keep us from getting to our goal of being in a different state, that we have a conversation, we make a decision, and then we're going to have to move. So I definitely appreciate that, and I struggle with kind of how to balance that. Hopefully I've demonstrated that we will do it, but there's also a level of nuance to it. It's going back and forth for a $100,000 line item when we're talking about tens of millions is very difficult, especially when we're tackling accountability and we're tackling other things. So just wanted to provide that because it is hard. It is very hard.
And that's where our communication is going to be so important, so that people understand, because we will hear it from any constituency that we don't value X or we don't value Y or we're going to lose teachers because we're not providing for them. We're going to hear that no matter what. But when I hear that, I want to just be confident that we genuinely listened, right? So I could use an example that was on our, I won't use an example, but there are examples that we've already had of things where I believe in deeply, but I support the cuts that had to be made, because all things considered, that's a cut that's ultimately going to, in the judgment of our administration, and I agree with it, going to have a less of an impact negatively on students than a lot of the other options. So, it's going to be tough, but I think the communication plan is going to be what I'm most important, I think, in that, so that when people, they don't feel like they weren't listened to, they don't feel that they were ignored, they don't feel this was decreed upon them at the last minute, right? And so.
Yeah, and I know we're going to wrap up here, but I think also being very mindful of the things that cannot be unwound. Once you make a cut, it is gone. And so, which is why we really, really fought to make sure that 6 out of 8 was protected, because if you go down that path, it's very difficult to wind back. Now, in order to protect the quality of education also in ISD, that's something that needs to be protected. And so we're also looking at it from that perspective as well. You know, this idea that you can take away something and then in 2 years bring it back, that's not necessarily a reality. Just the way systems work. They get forgotten, is what I would say, and then it becomes practice and habit.
All right, thank you. Trustees, other questions? Yes, Trustee Dio.
So I just want to be clear on this with the slide that Trustee Singh had called up, and it's showing the projections. You know, my understanding on reading that, it's not just that we operate the district just like we are currently doing with a, you know, over $200 million deficit. That's indicating how much change is likely to occur, right? I mean, there's no way we're running multiple years with $100 million deficits and everything stays exactly like it is.
Right, it couldn't, right? And so that's what we're saying for FY 24-25 for this current year. We want to get that projected, which we had 78 million, 110 to 101. We want to get it back as close to $78 million. And then for 25-26, we know that we couldn't stop at $129 million. So we're doing all of these things to continuously reduce, which it had the land sales, had the other strategies, but we still have $65 million that we have to find.
I just want to make it clear, I don't know that anybody's still, for the people that maybe are still watching at 1240, but maybe people that watch on the replay, this is not sustainable. This doesn't work this way. This is showing the severity of the changes that will need to happen. And it's whether we're having agency in those changes or they're happening to us is kind of the way I'm reading this. And the more red I'm seeing, the more importance we need to have on being deliberate that we're choosing the changes, not that they're happening to us.
Right, and we have to choose the changes now. So the changes have to go now for 24-25, and the changes have to be impacted for 25-26. We can't wait to 26-27 and then try to change the ship. That we have to take action now.
Okay, and so for the board and the administration and for the people watching, what I'm sincerely hopeful is that we're tying that piece into where that's leading as we're coming out of this, because I think when you see a lot of red on a page like that, that's kind of alarming. And it's, when I see that, what I'm seeing that is leading to a loss of agency because we don't get to choose anymore. We just have to do anything we can. And what I would like to see is as we plot a way out of it, that it's deliberately heading towards something that we do want to be. And so as we go through those choices with the community, and as Trustee Kaufman was just saying, looking at what the later effects are of the things that we're doing now, I think is going to be critical.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I just have one thing that I just left written, understanding that $28 million deficit in our debt service. If you could just send us an email about that or put it in the board update, that would be helpful.
We can do it in a board update.
That would be great. Just really understanding kind of what that is and how we're there. And then I'd love to go just briefly to slide 16 with the administrative cost ratio. And I know there's conversation about continuing to reduce our administrative costs, but I see our ratio going up. And I'm just wondering if that's only going up because other costs are coming down faster than that, or if we haven't made cuts, or if our administration is actually growing, not shrinking. On slide 16.
I think slide 16, the 25-26, that has to do with some of the increases that we're giving for positions for special education. And so that's still one of the areas where our superintendent explained, we have to make sure that we're not giving additional positions as well as giving money for contractors.
That's our administrative cost ratio, though? That's why our administration...
It's in the admin cost.
Okay.
It's in the admin cost, right? And so because some of these positions are like contractor positions and above, so we just still need to be careful that we're not giving positions as well as funding.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And the one thing, cross our fingers, if HB2 does pass, then the compensation and the investment in teachers, counselors, librarians will push that in the other direction as well. It'll force it back down because the other side will get bigger.
Okay. Thank you. And then just one final clarification. If HB2 passes as it has, it is a great investment in our public schools, but it's not going to solve this.
No, ma'am.
Not even close.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It will help. It will help, and it's a good investment, and paying people more is good. And as pre-K funding, there are good things in there. But yes, that it's also not going to some good special education funding, but we're still going to be left with significant deficit to make.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for that conversation. Thank you for the presentation. It's nice to see our budget coming into focus. Now we're going to move to the consent agenda. As we shared earlier, the administration is requesting to pull agenda item 11.7 and not vote on that item tonight. Trustees, any other consent items anyone wants to pull for a separate vote? All right. So Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, as soon as I find the right page.
Page 17.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yes, I move to approve consent agenda items 7.1, 8.1, and 8.2, 9.1 through 9.7, 10.1 through 10.2, and 11.1 through 11.6.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Quintana. Okay, trustees, any discussion on any of these items? All right. Having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez and a second by Trustee Quintana to approve consent agenda items 7.1, 8.1, 8.2, 9.1 through 9.7, 10.1 through 10.2, 11.1 through 11.6. And I'm not sure, is 7.1 a voting item, or we don't need to approve that one? That's just the where the consent agenda is.
You don't usually, yeah.
Okay, so everyone with that. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. And we will now move to items pulled from the agenda. So Secretary Gonzalez, do we have a motion to approve item 12.1?
Yes, I move to approve item 12.1, the LSG quarterly evaluation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Quintana. Okay, trustees, any discussion on this item? Okay, I know that Ashley Paz was with us for a while. It's very late on the East Coast, and I'm glad that Ashley finally went to bed. I do want to just, this is our quarterly progress tracker, and I do want to really highlight, this is our fourth quarter meeting our meets goal, and we have grown and are anticipating even more growth on our score. So this is a big milestone in our Lone Star governance work, in our TEA agreed order work, as we move toward that. So having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee Quintana to approve item 12.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we will recess the open meeting at 12:47 a.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we're finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to take action on item 14.1. Good morning. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 1:28 a.m. The board will now consider employment actions. Secretary Gonzalez, do we have a motion to approve item 14.1?
Yes, I move to approve item 14.1, the proposed termination of a professional employee during a term contract NG.
Is there a second? Second. Trustees, is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah, President Boswell, I wanted to ask our legal counsel if she could explain a little bit more fully exactly what we're voting on.
Sure. Item 14.1, which you'll be voting on tonight, is a motion to propose term contract termination. And so what that means is if the board chooses to vote in favor of that, it's the first step in a process, a statutory process, that will initiate the employee's right to request a hearing. It's a due process hearing. It's like a trial. So that would be an opportunity for the employee at that point, should they choose to exercise that. So this is not the final step, and it doesn't effectuate termination, is the other thing to know. There would be a hearing, and then ultimately it would return to the board for a final decision.
And that's if the employee decides to pursue the hearing.
That's right. They're
Okay.
not required to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez and a second by Trustee Kaufman to approve item 14.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes by all those on the dais. And we will now recess our open meeting again at 11:30 a.m. and move to executive session at 1:30 a.m. What did I say, 11:30? 1:30 a.m., a little tired. And move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. And again, when we're finished with executive session, we will return to adjourn the meeting, and that will be recorded with the meeting record. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvening the meeting at the open meeting at 3:34 a.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn the meeting.
Meeting is adjourned at 3:34 a.m. Thank you.